Councillors, those who have just joined us, please take your seat. We are confirming the quorum so that the secretariat will be easy to identify and confirm who is present. Let's all sit down.
One, two. Deputy Mayor suka lapho akuhlalwa la.
Avungithanda kodwa hello.
Testing sound.
Let's conclude the process. It's now 4:15. Let's conclude the process so that we start.
Morning, Vice Van.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Vice. Good morning, Vice. Good morning.
Let me hand over to the Whip of Council to confirm the numbers. Over to you, Whip.
Siyabonga Speaker, 184 years we meet the quorum. Siyabonga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Whip of Council. Councillors, thank you very much. I will now request the City Manager, Mr. Mpele, to read the notice of convening the council meeting. City Manager.
Greetings to you, Speaker, His Worship the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Whip of Council, collective leadership of EThekwini Municipality, members of the media, the community at large, and my colleagues in the administration. Notice of the meeting to all members of the EThekwini Council in terms of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998. Members are hereby notified that an ordinary meeting of the EThekwini Municipal Council will be held in the Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center on number 45 Bramfisher Road, Durban, on Tuesday, the 28th of February, 2022 at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mr. Mpele, our city manager. Ngifisa ukuqala ngokwemukela wonke amakhosi asendlunkulu akhona phakathi kwethu. Ngibe sengiyaxolisa ngokuthi ngo 10 o'clock abanye babo besebela ngoba abakwazanga ukuthola uguquko noma ushintsho lesikhathi sokuqala komhlangano ngesikhathi. I do want to apologize to wonke amakhosi asedlunkulu for that ngoba ngibabonile. Ngibe singabonga futhi kakhulu kubona ngesikhathi sabo nokubekezela from 10 o'clock they were sitting here kuze kufike isikhathi ubuholi obuyisibonelo nobuholi obuqotho engicabanga ukuthi nakithi we appreciate and sifunda ukukhulu kini. Now I also want to welcome all council members here, members of the media and the members of the public who are joining this meeting through live streaming. We do want to encourage councillors and all community leaders to encourage our communities to connect and follow this meeting through our live streaming. It's very much important that when we have council meeting, our citizens of EThekwini, they must have access to this meeting so that they see what council is dealing with. Councillors, may we all stand up and receive the national anthem. Thank you. Let's have a few seconds of prayer. Thank you very much. May be seated. We will now get the official announcements from the Office of the Speaker. Order, please. Order. The EThekwini Municipality mourns the passing of its member of council, Councillor Stembile Memela, who was a PR councillor from the EFF. The late councillor was called to rest after a short illness on Saturday, the 18th February 2023. Condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues from the EFF. Let's just stand up and observe the moment of silence in respect of our late councillor. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you. The city congratulates Zakhele Madida, popularly known as Zex Bantwini, Nomcebo Zikote, and Mr. Kelman for bagging the Grammy Award, an event held in California in Los Angeles. Councillors are kindly requested to mind the cables passing in between the tables and also to avoid lifting up the delicate microphones when talking, as this destabilizes the entire sound. Councillors, I do want to expand a little bit on this point. I have been advised by our technical team sitting on our far right, managing the sound system in this facility, that whenever there's a disturbance in those cables underneath your tables, it have an effect or an impact in the whole system, like opening more than 2 or 3 microphones at the same time. It affects the system. I just want to make an appeal before we start the debate on the council agenda that we observe that and respect the opening of microphones. You can only open your mic only if you have been recognized by the speaker. Council members are further reminded to switch off their microphones once finished addressing council, since the system shut off if there are more than 3 microphones simultaneously being opened, and this also destabilizes the entire system. Councillors are reminded that in line with the municipal information management policy, every user must change login details after 30 days for cybersecurity related reasons. It has been noted that most councillors experience challenges with the updating their logs in, where they have to bring their laptops to City Hall for such updates, and they end up being logged out of the system if not updated. Na abeke bafika ne kwi-meeting your whips, a concern has been brought to my attention about password for your laptops. Because sometimes when we send information to you through your emails, you are unable to access that information because at the time we send those emails, your laptop or your password has not been updated. Here, just a reminder and an emphasis that all of you make sure that within a period of 30 days, you renew your password. The system will always remind you that your password is expired. We are being given an option to change your password so that the gadgets that are provided to by council are used efficiently for you to get or to receive information. Councillors should know that there is a password self-service option that councillors may use to update such log-on rather than bringing a laptop at City Hall monthly. And those requiring assistance with that self-service option may come to the Speaker's office to arrange assistance thereof with our IMU officials. Councillors are reminded to conduct themselves in line with the provisions of the Code of Conduct of Councillors to ensure this meeting is conducted in a dignified manner and portraying a good leadership image to the residents of EThekwini. Best wishes to all councillors who are celebrating their birthday in the month of February. I also want to announce that, councillors, you all have a responsibility to respect council decisions and communicate council decisions in your constituencies or your communities as they are. It has been brought to my attention that in our last council resolved to extend a contract of Zibambele till end of June 2024, I'm sorry. We have received a number of calls, some people protesting, coming to our offices, informing us that in some wards, some councillors decided to terminate the contract of the existing beneficiaries and bring new people in the program. I just want to remind all of you and refer you to the resolution of council. The report that was brought to attention of council was the report with recommendations to extend the existing contract, not to bring new people in the system or to terminate anyone. I request all party whips to make sure that councillors do comply with council decisions, and council decisions have to be respected all times. Thank you very much, councillors. We'll now get a report from the Speaker. I also want to thank Secretariat for reminding me. This morning, councillors, we have received the news that former Deputy Mayor Belinda Scott's husband is passed on in the early hours of on Monday, the 27th. Council sent condolences to the family, to the Scott family, and the friends and the relatives and everyone who was close to the family. May his soul rest in peace. The mayor and the leadership of the city, they are planning a visit to the family to officially convey our condolences as the EThekwini Municipal Council. We are now going to receive a report from the Speaker. Councillors, this report is always submitted in line with the provisions of Section 113, 13F of the Rules of Order by Law 2014 to outline activities that have been undertaken by Council over the month of February 2023. The below items are brought to the attention of Council. We'll start with the community engagements. This is in compliance with the Council Code of Conduct. Council members are to hold constituency meetings at least quarterly. However, the back to basics strategy encourages that community engagement be held monthly to keep members of the public updated of all community development initiatives. This is what the Code of Conduct is saying. I am aware of the fact that some councillors have complained to me because at this point in time, the office of the Speaker is unable to meet some of the requirements or requests from councillors to convene these meetings. I'm referring to the support that the Speaker normally provides to those councillors who are convening these meetings. I'm aware of the challenge. My office, working with the city manager and our CFO, we are looking at the issue of the budget. We will also engage the mayor as the chair of the finance committee for public participation to be prioritized in the municipality. Because once we don't have sufficient funds to interact with our communities, we are in conflict with the relevant legislation and also with our commitment that in all what we do, we will involve our people. But for us to involve our people, we need funds for us to do that. In the month of February, only 14 out of 111 community meetings were held and reported to the Speaker of Council. Councillors, we continue to perform very badly on the side of convening of community meetings. I just want to report here, councillors, because I think from the Speaker's office we have persuaded and requested councillors for several times to comply with this code of conduct. Not all councillors are having a problem of approaching us, and we are unable to afford some of their requests. But some other councillors deliberately, they don't want to convene these meetings. Deliberately. Now, because this is a law contained in the Act, and I am expected to act if council members don't respect this or they are in conflict with the code of conduct. I want to convey to this council officially that those who don't want to convene these meetings, you are going to be subjected to a disciplinary process. Individually so, we look at your cases, working with the chair of ethics, and we'll see how to improve on this very, very poor and bad performance. We can, as the EThekwini Municipality, with the challenges that we have currently, avoid to interact with our communities. Our people need to know what is happening in our city. what are the plans that we have to address some of the challenges. But if we don't convene these meetings, it means our people are in the dark, because the Speaker is empowered to act if there are such breach, and are now officially informing you that indeed we will act. But members are reminded that not holding the community engagement at least once in a quarter to a breach of code of conduct, as I've said, at the end of the third quarter, that is January to March, a report will be referred to the Ethics Committee on the general conduct of councillors, and those that will not have held committee meeting over the said quarter will be reflected accordingly. Therefore, don't be surprised. I'm informing you in advance that I will submit a report to ethics with your names on what committees. It is not pleasing to note that number of what committee meetings being held and reported is declining. In the month of April, only the following meetings were held. In January, you remember that there was no council, we were on recess. But in February, out of 111 odd committees, only 78 odd committees convened their meeting. But when we are requesting evidence to prove that yes, the meeting was convened, there was an agenda, a register, and issues discussed, only 19 odd committees produced evidence. It means we were told it's 78, but there's no evidence to prove, except 19 odd committees. These councillors, it shows that some of us, we don't take serious the issue of involving our communities in what we do. If you don't convene ward committees, where do you report? How to get issues that affect your community? Because they should come through your ward committee and further submitted to council. It's an emphasis again requesting you to take the work of council serious. The above councillors is not very encouraging, and all councillors are urged to ensure that in the month of March, all committee meetings are convened accordingly. Councillors to note that for ease of identification, ward committee identity tags are being arranged through human resources. A few number have already got them, and the rest will receive by end of March or April 2023. Let's move now on the membership change in the executive committee. In terms of the proportional allocation, the Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF, has one seat in the executive, which is allocated to Councillor Tabani Mia Ubizo. The Speaker has received a resignation letter from Councillor Tabani Mia dated 27th February 2023, resigning as a member of the Executive Committee with immediate effects, thus creating a vacancy in ESCO. The EFF, having a vacancy in the Executive Committee, its party whips, Councillor Jimmy Kambule, advised the Speaker that the party resolved that the said vacancy will be filled by Councillor Begitemba Otto Mvubu. It is hereby recommended that the Municipal Council note the determination of Councillor Begitemba Otto Mvubu as an executive committee member representing the Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF, in the executive committee, replacing Councillor Tabani Mia.
So, Mr. Board.
On me,
Phakama automatic.
now, there are councillors who are saying they want to give Councillor Mvubu a standing observation. Now, I will allow those who want to do that. Can you stand up and just clap for him? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Now, some are saying,
Speaker,
Mvubu,
I got confused because I was not too sure whether it's them that wants to do a standing ovation or it's myself. So I'm not.
No, Ushilo Speaker, it is no observe.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Councillor Mvubu, to our executive. Councillors, in the month of February 2023, there was a communication received that the council member from the People Revolutionary Movement, the PRM, has been removed from the party, which then created a vacancy. Such a vacancy was declared by the IEC, and the Municipal Council welcomed Councillor Dennis Vusi Msweli as a member of the council replacing Councillor Mnigati. Where is Councillor Msweli? Councillor Msweli? Let's welcome the Minister of Absentia. Let's welcome the Minister of Absentia. He is replacing Councillor Mnigati. Order, councillors. Order. Council, to further note that the Municipal Council currently has 2 vacancies from the resignation of Councillor PG Mavundla. Order. A PL councillor from the Abantu Bato Congress, the APC, and DR Pillay, ward councillor from the Democratic Alliance. Those are 2 vacancies that have not been filled. Is a vacancy created after Councillor PG Mavundla has resigned yesterday with immediate effect, and Councillor Councillor DR Pillay, who has also resigned as a member of the Democratic Alliance. We are waiting for those parties to fill those vacancies. Councillors, this report is submitted for consideration. Thank you very much. Let's proceed with our agenda, City Manager. May you please present or submit to Council the list of absence that we have received. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I've received the following leave of absence. It's Councillor Tabani Meya, who is indisposed for today. Councillor Said, who is also indisposed for today. Councillor G. N. Zondi. who is also indisposed today. Councillor G.D. Clarivet is on an overseas trip from the 24th of February through to the 24th of March. Councillor Z.W. Kuzwayo is indisposed for today, in brackets, to leave at 16:30. Councillor R. Gokul, indisposed for today. Councillor M. Mkize, not available today due to personal commitments today, but also until the 23rd, until the 3rd of March. So he has not, or she has not been available from the 27th of this month to the 3rd of March due to personal commitments. Councillor A. Maharaj requested to leave at 16:30. Councillor M. Johnson indisposed for today. Councillor J. Esop not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor R. McPherson wishes to leave at 16:30. Councillor S. De Boer requested also to leave at 16:30. Councillor N. Bolman requested to leave at 16:30. Councillor Y. N. Young indisposed today. Councillor M. Ismail requested to leave at 3 o'clock, indisposed. Councillor V. Reddy requested to leave early at 2 p.m. due to personal commitments. Councillor B.T. Nduli, indisposed for today. Councillor M.H. Khan requested to leave at 14:30 due to the doctor's appointment. Councillor J. Naidu requested to leave at 15:30 due to municipal business. Councillor J. Anipen requested to leave at 15:30. Sorry, Councillor J. Naidu. Yes, we've just read J. Naidu. Councillor J. Anipen requesting to leave at 1600 due to personal commitment. Councillor M. Kosi requested to leave at 3, personal commitments. Councillor D. Motseki requested to leave at, is not available today due to personal commitments. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, City Manager, Mr. Mpele. Councillors, are all these leave of absent accepted? Yeah, thank you. Let's proceed. Anyone to declare interest? Any interest to be declared by any councillor?
Bosihlalo.
Councillor Kuala?
Inqola emasondo sondo ishayelana ihlombo Nkosi umezoshesha hambe.
Dame.
Wena Kuala. Councillors, let's move on to the confirmation of the minutes. There are 4 sets of minutes for the meeting that was held on the 31st of January and the meeting that was on the 3rd of February, a special meeting, and the ordinary meeting that was on the 2nd of February 2023. Then later in the day, we'll also deal with the in-committee minutes for the meeting that was on the 13th, December 2021. What we'll do, I'm sure you all have the copies of these minutes. I'm just checking my copies, Belinda. Let's start with the minutes of the 31st of January 2023. Now we'll start with the corrections, so that we don't waste time. We just call pages, and then I hope then you just raise your hand if there's a correction that you want to make. Let's start from page, I think it's page 1286, 1287, 1288, 1289, 1290, 1291, 1292, 1293, 1294, 1295, 1296, 1297, 1298, 1299, 1300, 1301, 1302, 1303, 1304, 1305, 1306, 1307, 1308, 1309, 1310, 1311, 1312, 1311, 1314, 1315, 1316, 1317, 1318, 1319, 1320, 1321, 1322, 1323, 1324, 1325, 1326, 1327. That is the last page on the minute for the 31st of January 2023. Now, so that we move with speed, I will also allow on this set of minutes, if they are, I will start, let me deal with this set before we move to other and adopt each and every set so that we are in order. Now, I just want to check if there are any matters arising on this minute. Any matter that you want to raise on this minute that we are discussing? If there are no matters arising, can I get a mover and a seconder?
I move for the minutes, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Reddy.
Councillor Reddy, move for the adoption, and a seconder?
Councillor Nkomeni, second it.
Councillor Nkomeni, seconded. Thank you very much. Now the next set of minutes is for the 3rd of February 2023. This was a special meeting. We will do We'll do the same. Councillors, start with corrections, then matters arising, then we adopt. Let's start from page 1344. 1345, 1346, 1347, 1348, 1349, 1350, 1351, 1352, 1353, 1354. That's the last page. No correction. Any matter that you want to raise on the minutes? If there's no matter to be raised, may I have the mover and the seconder?
UIM. So it says here that the action essay submitted urgent notice. It wasn't action essay, it was ACC.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a correction on page 1347. The councillor is raising, or on item 7, I think is the third paragraph where it says, following the tabling of the report by the mayor, action SA. No, it was ACC. It was ACC, not Action SA, that submitted an urgent motion. Let's do those corrections. Thank you, Secretariat, correct that. May I have the mover with those corrections? Oh, you were all not in attendance of this meeting. I was alone. It means I will move and support. Yeah, thank you. There is a mover there. Anyone to second?
Councillor Ngubane, second.
Thank you very much. The minute have been moved and seconded. Let's move with speed. Now we're dealing with the last set of minutes for the ordinary meeting before we deal with the in-committee later. For the 3rd of February 2023, we'll move with speed to deal with corrections. 1329, page 1330, 1331, 1332, 133, 1333, I'm sorry, 1334, 1335, 1336, 1337, 1338, 1339, 1340, 1341, 1342. That's the last page. Any matter that you want to raise? If there's none, may I have the mover? May I have the mover?
I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kuzwayo. Any seconder? Any seconder? Yes, Councillor.
I do second, Speaker.
Thank you very much. For record purposes, your name, so that the Secretariat may record.
Pewa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pewa. Councillors, we have adopted all the 3 sets of minutes. We have dealt also with the matters arising. We'll now move straight to our council agenda for today's meeting. We'll move straight to the council agenda for today's meeting. Then we'll start with the questions. We'll start with the questions. There are I think there are 12 questions. There are 12 questions. Normally, questions take much of council time, but we have to do each. Let me remind those who will respond that you are only given 5 minutes to respond to the question. If your 5 minutes expires before you conclude your responses, we have to send those answers in writing to the author of the question. Just a reminder to those Councillor Perte.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And taking note of the fact that we've got 12 questions, which is obviously takes a lot of council's time, one would, through your office, want to make an appeal to officials to maybe assist by giving the information more readily and making it more readily available to councillors so that they can disseminate to their communities, as opposed to using this as a last resort to get the questions through council. If that is done, and also through committees, we would save ourselves a lot of time here. And I'm appealing to your office, if we cannot maybe expedite that, instead of coming here and sitting with 12 questions, very, very important questions, but those answers should be forthcoming in the first round. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, for raising that issue. Councillor Reddy?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the previous councillor. I did raise this matter previously, and I think we need to deal with this through the rules, through an amendment in the rules, where when a question is posed, that you as a speaker should, in the first instance, send that to the relevant chair of the committee for a response direct to the councillor, failing which, then it comes to council. I think there is an abuse now of these questions, and it's used purely for politicking purposes and for, just to get some media mileage. And I think we need to put a stop to this, Mr. Speaker. We need to deal with this at the whips of the Speaker's Committee.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to say that, Councillor Red, that you did raise this matter before, and it has been a matter that the whips are discussing. Even yesterday, we were discussing the matter to try to find ways of managing these questions. But as you have said, Councillor Pete, my office is working closely with legal in trying to find ways to properly manage the issue of questions from councillors, while at the same time, we don't want to be viewed as if we are suppressing councillors to raise issues. We are looking at all those options that were proposed by Councillor Reddy with your addition, Councillor Beck. The council will be advised on the outcome of our consultation with legal on this matter. But for now, let's deal with the questions because they are here in terms of the rules and they are all in compliance with the rules. We'll start with page 5. I hope all the speakers are ready with the answers on this item. Page 5, may we have the answer? But let me mention in advance so that I don't forget. Questions that were asked by Councillor Said, please don't respond to those questions because he's not here today, as we have already accepted his apology. You know that in terms of the rules, if the councillor has asked the question is not present in council, we don't respond to that question unless he has given us an indication that maybe someone is standing on his behalf. We are not responding to questions from council side. Page 5.
Thank you, Somlom. Answer to question 1, Metropolis and SAPS respond to protest that takes place within EThekwini Municipality in line with conditions and set out in the South African Police Service National Instruction 4 of 2014 for public order police, crowd management during public gatherings and demonstrations. Where criminality is identified during the protest, arrests are made following the procedures of crowd management and the Criminal Procedure Act. Number 2, Metropolis has 4 platoons of members that are trained in crowd management and perform the functions of crowd management together with SAPS members. The 4 platoons are on different shifts to cover 24 hours. Number 3, The right to hold public protest and gathering is enshrined in the Constitution of South Africa as well as the Regulation of Gatherings Act 205 of 1993. Hence, the guidelines for the policing of public protest requires that the policing approach to protest do not generate the very violence it seeks to control in public protest. However, where criminality is identified, police make arrests accordingly in line with the offense committed. Question 4, different departments are still calculating the cost. Once they are done, it would be made available to relevant councillors. Number 5, the response time is between 6 and 8 minutes for any protest march. It depends on the availability of manpower and how many protests we have going around the same time. We also act proactively when we receive information beforehand, and we detail members early to a reported location to disrupt any protest action before they can take place. Question 6.1, the issues have been resolved. The issues were mainly around overtime, the recruitment of permanent supervisor drivers, and operational differences between management and labor. 6.2, the issues were resolved. Management has done interventions to restore stability by implementing internal rotations of managers and improved management processes. Employees who participate in the February illegal work stoppage are currently undergoing the disciplinary process, and employees who participated in August 2022 illegal work stoppages have undergone the disciplinary process and sanctioned with a final rating, warning, and 4 days unpaid suspension. 6.3, in total, the unit had 3 public protests in 2022. The first strike took place between 14 and 18 February 2022 regarding the removal of a manager due to internal human resources matters. 6.4, there were 3 strikes: EThekwini Water and Sanitation. EWS employees had only 1 protest during the last 12 months. They had resolved it instantly, and shop steward accepted his interventions. Thank you, Somlo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's move to page 6.
Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker. All protocols observed in the interest of time. Number 1, yes. Number 2, no. Number 3, there have been deviations to the approved plans, and the deviation plans was submitted. The PA plan for this deviation has been cleared as it complies with the land use scheme. However, it is not an approved building plan, and the full assessment in terms of the national building regulations still needs to be done by the Development Application Assessment Branch. Number 4, there's no internal wall built onto the boundary shown on either plan. Number 5, the construction on the property has been continually monitored. Number 5, the monitoring of the construction resulted in the submission of the deviation plan, and also the illegal construction has attracted enforcement penalties. Number 7, the current zoning of the property is special residential 400, which given the size of the property permits 2 dwellings units and an auxiliary unit. The approved plan and the cleared deviation plan currently shows 2 dwelling units. The assessment is based on what has been submitted by the registered plan drawer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Bosin, page 7.
out of 19,533, 13,048 were sold as at 2011. Number two, all 13,048 have received their title deeds. Number three, the major issue is that we are unable to sell some of these units as tenants demand that these be upgraded prior to them taking transfers. Other reasons are stated below. Tenants that are married but separated with their spouse, some are going through divorce, siblings, rivalry over succession of leaseholder, tenants that still have significant capital balances as purchase prices after affecting the discount, tenants that are constantly reminded but still have not submitted pending documents required to complete sale paperwork, that is proof of income or unemployment letter, divorce decree. Number four, it takes about 3 months. Number five, there's currently no mechanism in place not to bill the tenants. The main components of the rental that is currently charged from tenants are insurance, administration, and small fraction towards maintenance cost. The rental charge is basically a cost recovery exercise. 6.1, 6,500. 6.2, yes. 6.3, 5,900. 6.4, there are 36 units that have been recently discovered not to have been sectionalized. The 564 64 units exist within the sectionalized schemes and are coming in on an individual basis to take transfer. Reasons vary, but may include those in paragraph 3 above. Number seven, about 600, note that this is a moving target as registrations occur daily at the deeds registry office. Number eight, yes, it does. Number nine, the next beneficiary becomes the spouse as appearing on the list of original allottees on file. If both spouses are deceased, one of the children takes over the responsibility of the unit as the head of the household. 9.2, at least 3 months. Number 10, this depends on the stage of the registration process. Where most of the work has been completed, the registration will go ahead on the deceased name, and the family member appointed as an executor will have to wind up estate.
Thank you very much. Let's move to page 9.
Good morning,
Speaker.
Yeah, sorry. Let me recognize Councillor Madlala.
My apologies, Speaker. Can we ask the councillors who are responding to questions to introduce themselves and also maybe to raise their boards, because the camera people are getting lost. We want to give them exposure, but also in terms of our own records, want to know who's speaking. Thank you.
The last speaker was Councillor Cluty.
Thank you. Then earlier it was Councillor Lova Bosi. Then Councillor Susuka, you have to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Cheryl Wakasisoka Gizalo Umazondi. Ngizophendula.
Ungalengeki kusho nayibongo zakho.
Ziphelele mengawubalanga uZondi ngisuke ngaka introduce. Ngiphendula imibuzo elapha ku page 10, Speaker. The answer to the first question is the projects commenced late in 2021.
No.
Number 9.
Susuka, we're in number 9. Page 9.
Angajahinga namazon.
Yeah.
You want to Speaker, ubuye waphinde ngapha ku page 10 imbuzo efanayo.
Same questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Proceed.
Thank you, sir. These projects commenced late in 2021. We have tried to fast-track certain portions of the projects by utilizing trenchless technologies. For example, certain important pipework and sleeves were constructed using auger boring methods. Owing to the mass shortages of MPVC pipe and all associated fittings, we attempted to use HDPE pipe. However, there is no available fitting to join the pipes and install other mechanical parts to the system. The department manager has frequent meetings with the supply chain management to procure unavailable material. However, their process to procure material have been slow. At times, it has been unresponsive. The department's manager has also done WQ contracts to purchase pipes. However, the financial limits on these contracts are low and items that are purchased are few in number. Current supply chain management is awaiting city manager's signature to procure pipes and fittings. We have been advised by supply chain management that this is in progress and will be completed shortly. No action has been given to date. Answer to question 2, the budget was approved late in September 2022. However, the challenges described in point 1, progress has been slow. Apart from piping, the council has shortage of plant and machinery. For example, there's shortage of TLBs, breakers, and etc. Answer to question 3 is similar to answer number 1. Answer to number 4, I would expect residents to see significant expedited improvement in the completion of these projects within the next 3 to 4 months. Answer to number 5, the budgets are available. However, some savings have been declared. Answer to number 6, water customer service to respond on best pipe since March 2022. Answer to number 7, water customer services to respond to best pipe in March 2022. That's all I have for you, Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Soga.
Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes, there's someone who's, let me recognize the hand from Councillor.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
I will come to.
My question 6 and 7 were quite direct. It asked how many births were reported along Kenneth Kaunda for March and how many in Waterkant. Customer services is not yet to provide the answers to these questions, and these questions were submitted within the time limit, so I don't see why I can't get direct answers and be referred to water customer services. I submitted my questions on time, so I expect to receive my answers today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Soga, may you please submit those responses to the Councillor direct in writing?
I shall do so, Speaker.
We won't deal with those outstanding answers now, but please provide those answers to the Councillor direct in writing. Thank
As
you.
directed, Speaker.
Yes, there are two hands, Councillor Kambo and Councillor Ndlovu.
Ngibonge Somlomo. Somlomo nginewari ukhansela uyang indlela uzowa masayalimala akukho right Somlomo bengithi nje angireze lokho uzowa masayalimala indlela alele ngaya ikho right sicela nomvuse Somlomo ngiyabonga.
Akalele.
Akekho ukhansela uyang Speaker. Absent uyang akekho.
Eduze kwakhe impela.
Order, Councillor Ndlovu.
Covered Chair, bengibona namasondo ukuthi ayanqamuka lapha enqolo emasondo asonto.
Kodwa khatsheni.
Order. Thank you. Question on page 11.
Ngiyabonga Speaker, Councillor Umkhwanazi. I have answers from the question on page 11. Answer number 1, the current investment portfolio of direct foreign investment FDI and direct domestic investment DDI are not yet quantified in the past quarter. Invest Durban will commission a research on them. The city's FDI investment portfolio is made up of billions invested over decades. Our FDI source countries are UK, Europe, USA, China, Japan, and India. Answer number 2, it's 381.9 billion rands. Answer number 3, 79.6 billion rands. Answer to question 4, there is no investment grade but the municipality has a credit rating of AA+. Answer to number 5 is the same response as question 4, which is there's no investment grade, but the municipality has a credit rating of AA4+. The last answer, in terms of credit rating, we are rated highest of 3 metros. Thanks, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. That was the last question.
On the point of elucidation, Mr. Speaker.
That was page, oh yes,
The question on page 11 is
page
asked-
14.
Page 11. May I kindly request for a consent to put a question for elucidation?
We were dealing with page,
Page 11, Speaker.
yeah, let's move now to page 12. Page 12.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much,
Answers?
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
No, I'm taking responses for now.
Yeah, Speaker, Councillor Mkhize.
Speaker.
No.
No, speak.
Speaker, I'm here to
councillor calling you
pendula
is
lama
the
questions about
Order. I'm taking questions for now. Let's allow councillors to complete the question, then I will entertain those two hands.
No, Chair.
It doesn't look like
The
that.
question, the councillor calling you is the author of the question in page 11. I think until you hear what he has to say, you can't just brush him off like that.
You see, Councillor Mteto, I once reminded you last time that I don't have a deputy, right? You see, listen. I once said to you, in terms of our rules, if you want to get the attention of the speaker as a councillor, you can't say speaker. There's no such in the rules. You can't say speaker. It's either you raise a point of order to get my attention. Currently, no one will have raised any order. Now, if you call speaker, I'm not sure what you are referring to. And I can't entertain you unless you comply with the rules. Councillor Mkhize, proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mbonge Tuba, Speaker. Somlomo,
Speaker,
question
Point of
1.
order.
On a point of order, Speaker.
The answer
Yes,
for
point of
question 1,
order.
Somlomo.
Point of order. Yes.
In as much as you do not have a deputy, but we do have a rules of order, and I take you to section 27, subsection 12.
You have
May
to
I
recognize.
kindly, as an author of this question on page 11, may I kindly please request for a consent to put a question for elucidation? It's on section 27, subsection 12. We do not want to be your deputy or anything. We're just following the rules of order. Please join that formula of the rules.
Yes, I recognize you because you are procedural.
Are you a spokesperson?
You are correct.
So, are you giving me the consent to elucidate?
I can't hear you. Can you please raise your voice?
Are you giving me the consent to elucidate? Yes or no? Okay. Ngoba ngathi ama-rules aseyakushiya, Speaker. I kindly wish to
The
elucidate.
problem that when you speak, you are far away from your mic.
I kindly wish to elucidate further on question number 1.
Yes, you are correct. That's why I'm
The
saying you are correct with the rules.
On question number 1,
Right.
how big is the current investment portfolio of the city? I couldn't get a proper reply on that. May it please be repeated?
Okay.
The only part I had was quantification or not quantified. May I please get a full clarity on that before we even get to the written responses? Thank you.
Yes. Your point of order is sustained. As I've said that you are correct in terms of the rules. But what's going to happen, the answer you are requesting will be provided to you in writing through your emails as I've requested earlier. Something will happen. Please, relevant committee members and the department, you must note that and provide those answers in details as raised by Councillor. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Question 1, the answer is yes, they do have valid contract with the municipality except Isiwengu. Question 2, water tankers. Question 3, the beginning of November 2022. Question 4, question 4, Speaker, the answer yafana na question 1. Question 5, the answer yafana na question 2. Question 6, the answer yakona yafana na question 3. Question 7, the contracts are being implemented on month-to-month basis until the legal process is completed and the new tender is appointed or awarded. Question 8, the matter which is mentioned here is sub judice, so therefore we cannot respond on question 8 and question 9. Question 10, the question has been forwarded to City Manager's office. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. Here's page 14.
Thanks again, Speaker. Response to the first question, recovery of historical reservoir levels going this far back may be a challenge for the current FIX32 system. Answer to question 2, the reservoir going empty or running low could have been due to a variety of factors. For example, low supply or pressure ahead to the North Dean Command Reservoir from Durban Heights. System balancing initiative. For example, pushing water to other southern aqueducts dependent reservoirs that could have been struggling for other reason or similar reason, which then in turn affects supply to the North Dean Command Reservoir, burst on supply lines, airlocks and other operational issues that crop up. Please bear in mind that bulk water supply from Umgeni has been a challenge due to April storm damage on their raw water aqueducts. Though they have been able to supply contracted volumes, pressure ahead has been a challenge that has affected the hydraulic supply to North Dean Reservoir, which supply Chatsworth 4 and Cloudwater Reservoir. Answer to question 3, bulk telemetry to comment or confirm. Elaboration has been provided above. Further, Umgeni Water has recommissioned Reservoir 3, supplying our northern area, and Reservoir 2 supply through, though the southern aqueduct has been more stable in terms of pressure, head and flow, though we still have systems further down south that are still struggling. Due to this, and in an effort to assist with system balancing and getting water to other constrained systems, water rationing of Reservoir of Chatsworth 4 and Cloudwater Reservoir continues to take place. Answer to question 4, with reference to question 3 above, water shedding is a measure implemented in an effort to conserve water for supply to consumers under constrained situations like those highlighted in point 2 above. Public service announcements are issued by City through Communications Department to that effect. Answer to question 5, it's similar to the one that I've just read for question 4. Answer to question 6, number of tankers owned by the municipality are 103. Answer to question 7, hundreds are fully operational as some are old and not roadworthy. Answer to question 8, latest time to dispatch water tanker, it can be any time, even after 10 p.m. shift. Answer to question 9, there are 2 shifts, one that starts at 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. and the other one that starts at 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. And the last question, answer to the last question is, last shift end at 10 p.m. Thank you once again, Speaker, for your indulgence.
Yeah, thank you. Let's move to page 15. Page 15.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm Councillor Zungu. I have answers to those questions, but since the author is not present in this meeting,
Or Councillor
I
Saki?
will therefore not read the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to page 16.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Council. Answer number 1. There are no permits required for removal of disposal in the water waste treatment plant. The disposal
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
Mr. Speaker, we agreed that whoever gives the answers will
Okay.
give the name, who they are. Can they do that, please? Thank you, sir.
Proceed, Councillor Ngongo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Busiso Ngongo. Answer number 1. There are no permits required for removal of disposal of waste outside water treatment plant. The disposal of such water waste is stipulated in the different plant authorization. 2, most plants are authorized under wool, permit, or general authorization. There are 6 wastewater treatment plants that are not authorized. These outstanding authorizations have been applied for. 3, there is currently no contract in place for the disposal of wastewater treatment plant and pump station. The previous contract for this function was held in CSW until the Shongweni landfill was shut down a couple of years ago. This contract ended at the new contract being put in place by ESW or EWS at the BSC committee and is now at that stage, Honorable Speaker. The challenge with getting these contracts in place was initially the cost of moving waste to DCLM landfill in Kwatuguza, while Shongweni landfill was closed. When Shongweni landfill reopened, the PSC indicated their concern that EnviroServe, who operates in Shongweni landfill, will also bid to the new contract, thus giving them a monopoly on the transportation and disposal of waste from these sites. 4, the burial of purged waste on various wastewater treatment plants is the short-term measure that has been put in place to limit the nuisance caused by the waste. The medium to long-term solution will be to ensure that the removal and the disposal of contract in this place. The appointment or the appointed contractor will be required to dig up the buried waste and dispose it to the landfill. 5, same as question 4. 6, the removal of disposal contract is required to deal with the waste going forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Councillor Ngongo.
Thank you very much. Page 19. Page 19.
Thank you, Speaker. Usherelo Sisoga again, Mtagama Zondi. Answer to question 1. First, it's 15, 127, and 44. The total then it's 186. Answer to question 2, approximately 40 trucks that are down are attributed to no tire stock available at stores. Answer to question 3, the downtown on average is between 25 and 30%. 4, there are 43 refuse collection trucks that are down and 40 light vehicles as well as other categories. Answer to question 4, no, and here lies the challenge as there is no pool capacity. All pool units were absorbed into collection areas. This has been identified as critical area for improvement. A round balancing task team has been actioned to assess the truck utilization and productivity to recall underutilized units into a pool capacity. Answer to number 6, between plus and minus 4 hours, provided all spares and maintenance contracts is in place. B, plus minus 3 hours, provided all spares and maintenance contracts are in place. C, plus minus 7 hours, provided all spares and maintenance contracts are in place. Answer to number 7, the overtime management system in the units is monitored based on the overtime standard operating procedure and the overtime policy. The capturing of overtime on time and attendance reflects time worked beyond a specified number of hours in a day. Planned overtime is approved prior to being worked and is captured as such. Unplanned overtime is captured as hours worked at the pay office without capturing the causes of overtime. Thus, at this point, we are currently unable to do a reconciliation to further determine the overtime worked because of breakdowns. And the last question, all regions have street sweepers allocated to their respective areas, including CPD, main roads, residential roads, streets, and industrial areas. A schedule of street cleaning is prepared weekly, prioritizing the roads requiring daily cleaning and the ones which needs to be cleaned periodically. Street sweepers are rotated according to the schedule in all areas. The CBD and main roads are cleaned on daily basis, while most of the residential routes are cleaned 1 to 3 times a week, depending on the level of traffic on those routes. And then there is an attachment that I will not go through, but when I'm submitting the questions to the order, the attachment will be also submitted. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker.
Page 20, there's a hand, yes, Councillor Mkhize.
Speaker, I think by mistake we skipped page 18 answers, so questions.
Page 18, eh?
Yeah, Wasomlo.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Whip, for Chief Whip of the DA for reminding us, Councillor Mkhize. Before we move to page 20, let's deal with questions in page 18. Apologies, councillors, for that. Page 18.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all. Page 18, this matter relating to Blue Crane projects and senior citizen vouchers is subjected to investigation by the City Integrity and Investigation.
Order.
Ukuyichaza nje.
Mphephethu.
Councillor Zondi, Mphephethu. Bengisathi ke this matter yama senior citizen vouchers is subjected to investigation by the City Integrity Investigation Unit. Accordingly, in order not to prejudice the investigation, this question cannot be answered at this point in time. Once the investigation is concluded and if these questions are still remain unanswered, by the outcome of the investigation will then respond to the questions. In addition, many questions relate to information in files that are with the investigators and to which we do not have access. Moreover, in terms of protection of Private Information Act, we cannot provide the personal information of the company without their permission. An application can be made to the information officer of the municipality for access to information. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to address this issue of the sub judice, which is being hinted at here. The mere holding of an investigation does not invoke the sub judice rule. The sub judice rule is a fairly complicated legal principle, and the other lawyers in the House, and I hope they'll agree with me, that only applies if there is a real danger that the person sitting in a judice...
There's a point of order.
I'm giving a point of order. You can't have a point of order on a point of order.
Listen.
Mine is a point of order on the sub judice rule.
I want to correct that. Let's allow Ben to finish, then I will rule, then take other hands. Proceed.
Speaker, this issue of the sub judice rule, I dealt with at length in a council meeting 10 years ago, and it's remained the same. The fact that the sub judice rule does not mean a matter under investigation cannot be dealt with. It just means, is there a danger that the person sitting in judgment of the issue ultimately will be prejudiced as a result of what he's seen or heard out in the marketplace, in the newspapers, in whatever. There's absolutely no danger that anything said in this council reporting on a contract issued by the municipality will have any bearing on the decision of the matter in a court. It only relates to what happens in a court. It relates to what judges and magistrates do. So the sub judice rule is irrelevant to these questions.
Point of order,
and the
Mr.
furnishing
Speaker.
of the answers.
Okay, thank you. I understand your point. Maybe my understanding was wrong. I understood, Councillor.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
No. Let me finish. I understand Councillor Zondi as saying the information that is being requested in the question is not available because there's investigation that is carrying on. But at a time where they've accessed that information, then they'll be prepared and ready to respond to these answers. That was the understanding that I had when Councillor, not that because of the sub-judice, but because currently they don't have that information. That was my understanding. Otherwise, in terms of the point of order, we are correct on what we are raising. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor, ready?
Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker...
Order so that we can hear, Councillor, ready?
Yeah, the previous speaker, he is a councillor and not a legal advisor to the municipality. Now, it is important for us to draw a distinction between your professional roles in your private capacity and your role as a councillor seated in this chamber. You are here representing a political party, and I would urge all my other colleagues who heard those views to discard that, because it comes from a politician and not a legal advisor. You should have done this, Mr. Speaker. On a legal view, you should have handed this over to the legal advisor of the municipality to clarify. Let's await the clarity from our legal advisor of the municipality, someone who's neutral, who can give us advice as councillors, who are not necessarily DA members in the council. I think.
Point of order. Order, councillors, order. Councillor ready? Order. Your point of order is overruled. Order.
This is what frustrates me.
Order.
It frustrates me.
Order.
Yeah, this is what frustrates me in this council.
I think, councillors,
Frustrated.
You
let's
are at
suspect
your
that
frustration, you
order. Order, councillors. Order.
Enjoy
Order.
your walk.
Let me. Order, please, councillors.
Enjoy the walk.
While Councillor Reddy is walking out, I don't think that. Listen, councillors, order. I don't think it is correct.
Speaker.
If a councillor, let me
Speaker.
finish because I've made a ruling.
Point of order, Speaker.
No. There can't be a point of order. Let me finish first before I take hands. The reason why I'm saying the point of order is overruled. Now, referring to a person that is not a lawyer, anyone in this council have a right to express his or her views. Then it's for the speaker to decide whether those views are in line with the rules or not. I think it's wrong to say that you are not a lawyer, wara. That's what I was trying to correct, councillors. Councillor Madlala.
Thank you, Speaker.
Then Komeni.
Thank you, Speaker.
Order.
Ngiyabonga, Honorable Speaker.
Councillor Madlala, then Komeni.
Yeah, when I raised a board, I realized that Councillor Ben has raised a point of order, and therefore I was a bit out of order because you cannot call a point of order on another point of order. But initially I thought that he was the author of the question and he was asking for elucidation, which is allowed in terms of our rules. But then he abused the platform. What he needed to have done in terms of our rules is that the rules only allow two things. One is that the person who has asked the question can then ask for elucidation. So I thought he was the author of the question. He wasn't. He then used a point of order to push his views, which according to Councillor Visven, was wrong. So Councillor Ben was wrong. Councillor Visven Reddy was correct. Councillor Ben abused the platform. It's not in the rules and it was not supposed to happen.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Point of
Order, Speaker.
In terms
Point of order,
of,
Speaker.
Order, Speaker.
because listen,
Speaker,
order, can
point
you
of
please
order.
lower your hands? Lower your hands. 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 You are next, Councillor Nkomen. Let me finish. Councillor Maldala raised the hand just to make a comment and to assist council proceeding. He was not raising a point of order, but Councillor Maldala, you are correct. Councillor Bed is not the author of the question. We are correct in part. Councillor Nkomen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to my colleagues. I am raising on a point that Councillor Visven Reddy left. I think it's a coincidence when he had asked earlier to leave at 2 o'clock. So it was exactly 10 to 2 when he was leaving. It is not just, he is disrespecting you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ADEC spokesperson.
Thank you.
Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order,
Speaker.
Councillor Mwango. Order. Let's listen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My order is seeking a legal opinion on this issue. Whether a subjudice rule can be used in council to avoid accountability. Because we might trade to a point where matters are done internally, but then this rule is used and being abused to avoid accountability when a matter is not even in a court of law. Can you get a legal opinion on this issue?
No, out of order.
Order, listen. I'm listening, Nwango, but the point we are raising, we are out of order. Because if you listen very well to my further clarification of what Councillor Zonde was saying, there's no need for a legal opinion. I think the ruling of the Speaker is sufficient on this matter. Councillor Mtetwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 25 of our Rules of Order by law. That is informed by what Councillor Madala had said, on the basis that Councillor Warren Penn was wrong to call for a point of order because he was not the author of the question. I think that is covered in terms of the section that I've just cited. I can read it for you on record if you want me to. It reads as follows. Points of order and explanation. A councillor, whether they have spoken on the matter under consideration or not, may rise, A, on a point of order that is with a view to calling attention to and citing any departure from these rules and any other law. That is how Warren Penn, as a councillor of this municipality, was raising that issue.
Oh, no, Councillor Mtetwa, listen. The debate here is referring to the rules.
Yes.
Listen. It refers to the rules in terms of the author of the question, who then is allowed in terms of the rules to make follow-up. You remember earlier, councillor sitting on my far right, he used or referred to that rule because he was an author of the question. Councillor Ben, in this regard, is not the author of the question. That's
But
what I'm
Speaker,
saying.
that's a different rule. You are citing a different rule altogether.
Yeah.
That is Rule
Order,
27. That is Rule
order,
27.
point of order.
This is
Point
Rule
of order,
25.
Speaker.
You are citing a different rule. This is Rule 25. You are citing Rule 27. So it's different.
Let's proceed, Councillor Yoki. Order, councillors.
Point of order, Speaker.
There's a point of order. Where? Okay.
Here, Speaker.
Hold on, Councillor Yoki. Councillor Hlengwa.
Yes, Speaker, I'm rising on point number 16H, where it speaks of behavior yethu njengamakhansela and ithi kumele comply phela ne-ruling ka-Speaker. So what uKhansela Mthethwa is doing right now.
Well, you should be telling that to Madlala, not me.
Councillor Mthethwa.
The protection
Order, order, order. You are protected,
ngibona ngathi
Councillor.
yini okwenzeka lapha
You are
ngaphesheya.
protected, Hlengo.
Neyingane zisilalele emakhaya angazi whether Speaker beku right in uKhansela Mkhize athi skipped sengisholo izingane zethu esemakhaya ilalele siyafunda la kuthini.
Thank you, Councillor Yoki. Order, Councillors. Councillor Yoki.
Thanks, Speaker. I think what we need, Speaker, can I be protected?
Order. Councillor Madlala will come after Councillor McPherson, then Yoki.
Speaker, I think what we need to distinguish here is that what the previous speaker, which was Councillor Becker, referred to was elucidation on a question. Councillor Byrne rose on a point of order, which is a completely separate rule. And on a point of order, it says that whether a councillor has spoken on the matter or not, and or not is the operative word, you are allowed to raise a point of order whether or not you were the author of the question. We need to make that distinction. And I think that Councillor Byrne and Councillor Ntetwa are spot on in their understanding of the rules that I am now putting to you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor McPherson. Yes, Councillor.
Well, it's fascinating that as the author, I eventually get to speak. So thank you for that opportunity. I also would like to say that, you know, in football you have a term called an impact player. I don't put too many questions to the House, but I'm pleased to see every time I do, they have an impact. The last one was the refuse bag and about the collection or the refund of that. Now, let me just say...
Order.
Let me just say, Speaker, the following, that it's pleasing that, that we do have this live streamed and that the public get an opportunity to see some of the hard, good work that gets done. Because you yourself said at the AG's report, councillors must interrogate. Those were your words. And this is a Democratic Alliance. This is what we do best. We do interrogate. So for Councillor Visvan Reddy, to shut conversation down as a one-man band, I hope those that out there that voted him will think differently next. Talking to my questions in particular, Mr. Speaker, it was made clear at the beginning that there is some level of investigation or questions, or let's say investigation around this. Could I get a timeline? Who called for the investigation? And what date was that? How did this materialize? That would be, and more in particularly the date and who, and what timeline is being given around this, given the quantum here involves, you know, tens of millions. Can I get that? Thank you.
Yeah, the council will instruct or request the relevant committee to provide those answers in writing to the author of the questions. Councillor Mthembu Zondi, I'm sure you are noting that in your response, you must add that element because the author of the questions wanted that. Councillor Madlala, your hand was up.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In the interest of time, we want to allow this council to proceed with its work, but we want the council to note that in no way did Councillor Zondi, in her response, use the word sub judice. And therefore, this debate is null and void if it revolves around the word sub judice, which was never featured in Councillor Zondi's submission to this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed. We'll now move to the question 20, the last question. Answers, please. Page 20. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry. The question, because I don't see, it's from side, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, no, we want a great response to the
Yes.
question. We'll now move to the Executive Committee report. I will now request His Worship, the Mayor, to table the Executive Committee report. His Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sikhuleke kumakhosi asendlunkulu, amalunga lomzimba wonke. Let me take this opportunity to table the first report of the Executive Committee to the Council. I thank you.
Thank you very much, His Worship, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The first report of the Executive Committee is from their meeting of the 24th of the 1st, 2023. Item number 1, ratification of approval made in terms of Rule 28, subsection 1B of the Rules of Order Bylaw of 2014 as amended with respect to civic funeral accorded to the late music artist, Mr. M. Mapumulo, in terms of the civic funeral policy. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. I've got a
Order,
list
Speaker.
of, a list of speakers. I've got.
Order,
why are you
Speaker.
raising hands?
Order.
No, why are you raising hands?
Because I want to propose an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
No, lower your hands. Lower your hands. Stop this behavior. Lower your hands. Switch your mic off. Right. Listen. The mayor has tabled the executive report. City manager have read what is contained in the report in terms of the heading. The speaker now is recognizing the speakers as submitted by parties in the list. Now, I don't know why you are raising hands in between.
It's an order, Speaker.
The only person who will speak here, order. The only person who will allow to speak is a person who appears in the speaker's list. My first speaker on the list is Councillor Mwango. The second speaker is Councillor Kwala, is Councillor Ben, and Councillor Kison, Councillor Mtetwa, and lastly Councillor Madlala. In that order, Councillor Mwango.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I was raising an order.
Point of order, please.
No. Listen. Let me hear you, Councillor Penn.
Mr. Speaker, can you give us clarity? If one's proposing an amendment to the recommendation, does one wait one's turn in the speaking list, or do you start the debate with the amendment?
If you propose an amendment, you submit an amendment in the form. I just get your form now.
Right.
That's what we do.
Will that be dealt with third in the sequence?
Before, when you raised your hand, there was no form with me. You see, now I can see that there's a move on item 1, page 21, to propose an amendment. This is from Councillor Ben, seconded by Councillor Kison. Last time there was an issue raised by Councillor Mtetwa in terms of the interpretation and the understanding of this rule. Because the rule says, when there's a proposed amendment, the speaker have to ask council whether council support the amendments or not. If council does not support the amendment, then the person who's proposing an amendment will then allowed to address council. That is the rule. But I remember last time there was a debate that says, no, Speaker, how do you allow us to vote on a matter without hearing the proposed amendment? Now, that understanding might be correct, but it's not what is contained in the rules. Therefore, what will happen in this item, Councillor Ben, the Speaker will apply the rules by asking council, in terms of what is contained in the proposal in front of me, is that a word noted at the end of the recommendation 1.1 be replaced with the word rectified. That is the proposed amendment on the item. Now, the question I'm asking is, the proposed amendment supported, councillors? Right. If it's not supported, then I will request Councillor Ben to address council.
Maybe before we do that, can we ask for legal opinion on that? Because it's it's not a wholesale amendment. It changes
words.
just one word.
Yeah.
So may we maybe ask legal opinion so that they can check the rules in terms of how do we deal with Rule Order 28? Is it you come to council to ratify, matters come to council for ratification or for noting?
Okay.
Or if there's any, legally, there's any difference between ratifying and noting? Thank you. Or we ratify through noting, or we note by ratifying.
Order, Speaker.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Nwango.
Speaker, I couldn't get the word that Warren Ben was proposing to add. But to add what Councillor Madlala is saying, the reason why I raised my point of order earlier was around that issue. Because I don't believe it's an issue that should be voted on. It's whether the wording is competent for this ruling, for this rule. Because if you read Speaker Rule 28(4), it specifically says that all matters which are decided in terms of the rule must be reported for noting at the next ordinary meeting of a committee, that is ESCO. Within those terms of reference, the matter falls for onward ratification by council. So we can't be noting in council, it's for ratification when it comes here. So it's noted by ESCO as a committee, the rules are clear. ESCO notes, but council ratify. So I think the wording there should change from noting to ratification.
Okay, let me read the proposed amendment again for those who didn't hear what is being proposed. I'll be slowly. What is proposed by Councillor Penn is that the word noted at the end of the recommendation is referring to what we are discussing, page 21. 1.1 be replaced with the word rectified. It means instead of using or the word noted, he's saying let's use the word rectified. That is the proposal. Thank you very much, Councillor. But let me allow legal to comment on what we are discussing here so that we are guided correctly. Legal, over to you. Can I give you the proposed amendment? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to refer this council to.
Speak closer to your mic.
Oh, sorry, sir. I would like to refer this council to Rule of Order 28, sub-rule 4. Sub-rule 4 uses the word ratify.
Yeah. Rule 28, sub-rule 4.
Yes, Rule of Order 28, sub-rule 4, it specifically uses the word ratify in respect of council. And it uses the word note in respect of EXCO.
Okay.
So in terms of the rules of order, what council needs to do is to ratify the decision and not to note it. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that there is a bit of an anomaly if you look at the power that has been conferred on the city manager. It is a power to make a decision. So it's a bit of an anomaly to have a decision that has already been made, I think in terms of sub-rule 1B, to have it ratified. But since the rule requires that it be ratified by council, council then will need to ratify it, cannot be noted.
It means Ben is correct. Yeah, with that opinion from our legal team, what is being proposed by Councillor Ben is correct. Is in line with the rules. That's what we are guided. Therefore, there's no need for us to vote on the matter because a legal opinion has been submitted and the Speaker is ruling that what is being proposed in the amendment is correct. Then I will allow Councillor Penn to speak briefly on the item. Councillor Penn?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're talking about the substantive resolution which now has the word ratification, and I thank colleagues for realising it. And I also thank Legal for picking up the fact that, frankly, Mr. Speaker, what we have been doing in Council is wrong. It's not for the Mayor to authorise the expenditure, it's the City Manager to make the decision after he's spoken to the Mayor. It's an administrative decision, it shouldn't be a political decision, but that's a debate for another day. The difference that we now have that it comes to ratification is it's got to go to the vote. It relates to expenditure of money. For it to be ratified, which means formal approval, it has to go to the vote. With those comments, I'll leave it to my colleague to speak more to the substance of the matter. But it does now have to go to the vote, and I'd like to suggest Legal give guidance to the City Manager and to the Mayor of how these things happen in future, because it's the City Manager's decision, as Legal pointed out in item 28(1)(b). It's the City Manager who makes the decision after he's consulted with the Mayor as a political head. It's not the Mayor who makes the decision. It shouldn't be a political decision, it's an administrative decision where normal processes can't function. We've got it all wrong for many years.
Thank you very much, councillors. You note that the amendment has been made from using word noted, now ratified in terms of the report. Now let me go back to the list of my speakers. Councillor Mngango, then Kuala, Councillor Ben, Kison, and Madlala. Mngango?
No, Honourable Speaker, I wasn't going to talk on a substantive of the recommendation. I just want to highlight that issue, that's all. I think it's sorted out now. I think for future items, we just have to correct. I don't think we should bring the motion amendments, all these items. Let's just correct, remove noted and put rectified, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kuala?
No, umuntu akabonga somlomo. As much as we are rectifying this, kodwa khona le elokisala when it comes to funeral police, civic funeral police. I once raised it ngonyaka odlule. Ngaze ngaqala nangokuthi ukufa kusilindile. So akumele sezingathi asiboni njalo sithukele izibeni njengoxama. Le civic police, funeral police ine office lika mayor. Angitshele ke njengoba bene vote of no confidence last month ukube bephuma bezoshiya ngalungisanga lutho. Kanti lento serious and iyasiqhatha lento ngoba kukhona animal farm odlalwayo nge-civic police. Siya appeal ukuthi umeya akayisukumele lento ayi-treat agent e-cities. Ngalezi izathu esengiyibekile ukufa kula nezinye izimo engasehlele ngoba sihleli la. Ngiyabonga somlomo, but we support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kuala. Councillor Ben?
I'm done on this issue, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Kison?
Thank you, Speaker. My name was added as a seconder, so I'm not speaking on it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. No, Councillor Mtetwa, sorry. Mtetwa?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take off from where Ukwala left. Ukwala spoke about, Councillor Ukwala from the IFP, spoke about animal farm, where all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. I think that is where we are now. But let me give a bit of a background as to where we come from. Over the years, as the Democratic Alliance, we always voted against such items because we believe that the civic funeral assistance was being given to people who otherwise are able to fund their own, or families are able to fund their own funerals. We felt that the ratepayer shouldn't be footing the bill for people who can afford to do so themselves. So over the years, that was our approach to these things. But it came to a point where, Mr. Speaker, we said maybe let us give these things those who are perceived to have made a difference in people's lives in one way or the other. Let us give it the sensitivity and the respect it deserves. But we always complained about the inconsistency in how this policy is applied. I'm talking 4 or 5 years ago, that we felt that there were inconsistencies in how this policy is applied, in that sometimes you don't get to know how these decisions are arrived at. It is very embarrassing, even for members of the Executive Committee and members of this Council, to live with that ambiguity on matters as sensitive as these, where a funeral of the departed is concerned. So we gave it that benefit of the doubt to say, maybe people mean well. But we have come to witness that there's an element of politics here. So it is not our fault, it is those that involve politics where it does not belong. That up to now, we always speak about the fact that we need to review this policy to make sure that where there are gaps, we plug those gaps. We make sure that we don't end up coming here to debate a funeral of an individual, because by all means, we want to respect the families, we want to respect those that are departed. But at the end of the day, we are talking here about monies coming from hard-pressed ratepayers, where we must be very careful in how we spend those monies. I'm not going to reduce this to a specific case in point, but we do know that the implementation of this policy has disadvantaged some people over others. Some have been prioritized, some have not been prioritized. It is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that for as long as this policy has not been reviewed, the Democratic Alliance will unapologetically vote against anything and everything that has got to do with the civic funeral assistance for as long as this policy is not reviewed, to make sure that we strengthen where there are weaknesses, because those weaknesses have been used, in our view, for political point scoring. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we are going to vote against this item and any other item that has got to do with the civic funeral assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mthethwa. Councillor Madlala.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Speaker wethu ohloniphekileyo. Ngicela ukuqala ngokusho ukuthi kuliqiniso impela ukuthi njenge-executive committee ngenzela ukuthi laba abangenawo amalunga ahlala ku-executive committee bayazi lento. Njenge-executive committee savumelana ukuthi uzoba khona uhlelo esizolenza ukuthi siqale senze inguquko kwipolicy ekuyiyona le esikhuluma ngayo yokulekelela uma ngabe kukhona ababalekile emphakathini yakithi abasishiyile ukulekelela ngemingcwabo. Izinto esazishoyo kuleyo ngxoxo esasinayo sivumelana yokuqala ukuthi uma kukhona amaphutha ekungenzeka ukuthi akhona enzekile, kuyofanele ukuthi sibambisane sonke ukuthi siwalungise, ngenxa yokuthi alikho nelilodwa iqembu lezepolitiki elihlala ku-executive committee elike lenza ngenhloso ukuthi kube khona lawo maphutha. Ngakho ke kufanele siwalungise sonke ngokubambisana, futhi ngoba sakhomitha nje sizokwenza lokho. Into yesibili ukuthi akulona iqiniso eliphelele ukuthi mhlawumbe ke ngiqale la, kuyangijabulisa ukubona ukuthi nokuzwa ukuthi sesimfunda sonke uGeorge Orwell manje ngekhathi zobandlululo, ngesikhathi insalela ze-DA nabafowethu lawa be-IFP bese inkatha yenkululeko yayisibophisa lento yokufunda uGeorge Orwell. Sasifundisa ubuntu bebotho lapha ezikoleni.
Point of order.
Ngoba sesifunda sonke.
Point of order. Point of order, Somlom.
Point of order. Point of order. Order. Bamkosi. Order.
You know, Somlom, if uMadlala engazi ukuthi fana debate athini, angazogcwanekela kwa-IFP.
Ayona point of order.
No, ungazodakwa wena.
Order. Councillor Madlala, proceed. Order, councillors.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Councillor Madlala.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Madlala.
Speaker.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Cha. Mina
Order.
Speaker.
Man.
Councillors.
Speaker.
Speaker,
Councillors,
khuluma
order.
intamba,
Speaker.
Speaker.
I get that. You see, councillors.
Speaker.
Order.
Khuluma intamba.
Speaker.
Order.
Speaker.
Let me address council first. Order. Is this thing working?
Speaker,
Order. Let me no. Listen. Councillors. You see, when you order. When you make noise and respond to a submission from your fellow councillor, you are making my job very difficult. Because it's difficult for me to hear what the council or the council is bringing to my attention. Sometimes I can't even rule because you are just discussing among yourself. Then I'm left out because you are making noise. And my work is becoming difficult. Can we agree that let's have an orderly meeting? Councillor Madlala, proceed. All others keep quiet. Madlala?
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Speaker. Cha. Awuhambela mfethu. Asukiwe.
Councillor Mbaza, what are you doing here?
Uzogada siyashawa.
Madlala, sorry about that. Proceed.
Ngiyabonga Speaker. Cha. Ayengibuyele la kade ngikhona. Sivumelene amalungu executive committee ukuthi ipolice soyilungisa kuyona yonke indawo la ingathi nekhala khona ukuze ikwazi ukuthi sanelise sonke ngenxa ukuthi asinayo inhloso yokuthi kube khona abantu esibavalela ngaphandle uma ngabe bedinga usizo. Into yesibili ukuthi akusho ukuthi uma sisuke silekelela imindeni esuke ishonelwe abaqavileyo kusuke kungenxa yokuthi beshoda ngemali. Ngifuna ukuqinisekisa lokho kodwa uhlobo lwemingcwabo abasuke bezowenza usuke uzodla kakhulu ukubona ephaketheni kubalekile ukuthi bese nathi njengedolobha silekelele ukuze umngcwabo ube sesingene kufuneka kuba ulona futhi kungathi emva komngcwabo bese kutholakala ukuthi abomndeni sebedleke kakhulu ephaketheni ngenxa yokuthi bebefihla oqavileyo emphakathini osiqavele sonke. Ngifisa ukusho ukuthi le council yazi ukuthi umngcwabo wokugcina esibe nawo ebowulekelelwe ngakwalolu hlelo ubulapha eWard 38 bekumngcwabo wohloniphekileyo emphakathini wala eThekwini obambe elikhulu iqhaza ekuthuthukisweni komphakathi wala eThekwini uMrs Victoria Nomahwanqa Shabalala obe contributile nje ngokwakhe as a person but also singakunota ukuthi ube ngunkosikazi kababa uThomas Mandla Shabalala owayengumholi wenkatha. Omunye umngcwabo okugcina ke lo esiulekelelile njengaleli dolobha ngale police. Ngibuyeke. Umngcwabo esikhuluma ngawo la Honorable Speaker ngoba sesidedelile nje sakhuluma kakhulu. Sikhuluma ngomngcwabo womculi umfowethu uMampintsha. Leli phuzu lisale emhlanganweni odlule kulamaphuzu amaningi abesalile yikona lifika kulomhlangano nje kwakufanele ngabe liseve emhlanganweni umhlangano odlule. Lokuqala esayisho njenge executive committee ukuthi sidlulisa amazwi okuzwelana nomndeni kaMampintsha kanjalo ne-industry yonke ezomculo ne-entertainment eSouth Africa ikakhulukazi eThekwini ngoba uMampintsha umunye wabantu abenze isiqiniseko sokuthi iTheku liyaqava kakhulu siyazi ukuthi ucontribute kakhulu.
Point of order.
Kule sound entsha.
Point of order somlomo.
Point of order. Kanzikhwala.
Umhlonishwa uMadlala uma eveza uMam Shabalala ngiyafisa kuveza ukuthi wayeyikhansela. Kungabe ngathi nje ukhuluma ngeordinary citizen when we speaking of a civic funeral police. Ngiyafisa angadukisa abantu ngiyabonga.
Siyavumelana kakhulu nomhlonishwa uGwala umama uNomahwanqa wayekhansela. Umfowethu bawe makhansela naye la umfowethu uNathi Madlala wayekhansela la seWard 44. Around the same time umama uNomahwanqa ekhansela so ngiyamazi kahle ngikhuluma ngomuntu engingamazi ikhansela la ngasekhaya ngoba ngangala eLondon Tuzuma mina. So angikhuluma ngomuntu engingamazi just as ngikhuluma ngoThomas Mandla Shabalala uboli wenkatha ngiyamazi kahle in person. So ke ngicela sidluleni ke lapho. Umngcwabo esikhuluma ngawo la, umngcwabo kaMampintshi. Sawulekelela lo mngcwabo njengaleli dolobha. Kodwa kufanele sikwazi siyila makhansela ethe ukuthi asilekelelanga ukwenza umngcwabo wonke. Sa contribute 100,000 nje kuphela. Mhlawumbe kufanele sibonge upremier wesifundazwe sakithi umama umhlonishwa uDube Ncube. Sibonge futhi nomphathiswa kaEthia umhlonishwa uDuma ngokuthi la sashoda khona thina bakwazi bangenelele balekelele. Aba organizer bomngcwabo ba decide ukuthi umngcwabo kufanele ngenxa yestature sika Mampintshi kufanele ube la eNkosi Albert Luthuli ICC. Sabonisana ke sakhulumisana neICC yakwazi ukusiphungulela kwagcina kuthiwe umngcwabo uzokhosta ukuhosta nje la u250,000 so uphungulile zonke ezinye izinto. Sakwazi ke thina ngokwepolicy yethu ukukhokha 100,000 nje kuphela kuleyo mali ewu250. Umhlonishwa ke upremier nomhlonishwa uDuma bakwazi ukuthi bagcwalisele ngama department abo ukuze kwazi ukuthi kube lo mngcwabe nawo bonawo usesingene eliphezulu. Siyabonga kakhulu futhi sifisa ukuthi on behalf of this council sidlulise amazwi okuzwelana nomndeni wakaMampintshi ngokuthi emva kwalowo mngcwabo noma kaMampintshi wadlula naye emhlabeni waphinde wafihlwa nakuba ke singalekelelanga sathumela nje baba khona basimeleyo kodwa akukho lutho esalekelela ngawo kulowo mngcwabo. Siyabonga kakhulu engathi umphefumulo kaMfowethu uMampintshi ungaphumula ngokuthula iindustry iqhubeke idlondlobale eThekwini. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mandlala. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
No, we don't agree.
Let me have the screen, please. Let me have the screen. Let's start with the ANC. Those who are saying yes, no, against, or abstain. Those who are saying ANC.
Sicela ucaciso somlomo ukuthi abavumayo noma uqala ngeANC useza nakuthini. Abavumayo noma bangavumi speak ukuze siphakamise. Manje uthe ANC.
Apologies, councillors. Let me do this so that it's easy. Let me start with those who are saying yes. Please raise all your hands. Those who are saying yes. No, okay. Yeah. I will not follow the list. I will not follow the list just to save time. Those who are in support, Secretariat, please count the numbers, working with the whip of council to confirm the numbers before the speaker announces those numbers. Secretariat.
Usiyozo support funeral ka Dolly Party no eNyambose.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed. Those
Speaker.
who are voting
Order,
against.
Speaker. Speaker.
Those who are against.
Speaker, order, Speaker.
No, we're
We are
voting
two-
now.
Speaker,
No cans.
The numbers are incorrect. We can't just continue.
Come again?
The numbers are incorrect. We've got 3 members here, but it's got 2 here. Yeah, but
Please, Secretariat and the whip, please handle that so that figures are accurate.
Besithi uhambe nomngani wakho.
Let's proceed. Those who are voting against. I just got a message from the team that Konabangenek vote. By the way, during voting is not allowed. Good smooth.
No, Speaker, it's not true.
The whip will deal with that. Those who are voting against.
No, but Speaker, it's not true. Whoever said it's not true.
Order.
We've been, no, Speaker, we've been sitting here.
No.
I think you mistaken the council, Speaker, because we've been sitting here.
No. The whip will deal with that. Mwango. Switch off your mic, please. Those who are voting against. Secretariat. Are you done? Thank you. You can lower your hands. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Thank you very much. Let's add the numbers before we announce the results.
No. Speaker.
Yes?
No, Speaker, point of order, Speaker. We can't allow this. When the vote started, we were all seated here. I had to consult with the 2 of my colleagues here on how we're voting. How then officials can tell you they were outside? Because I was talking to them about how we're going to be voting.
Yeah, that's fine, Councillor Mngango.
No, but it's
I understand
correct.
what you're saying. That's why I said the whip will deal with that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Let's add the numbers.
Wena Mnqwangu udinga irectaline.
Besithi uhambe nomavundla.
Eniyekeni mavundla namxosha la.
No.
Nabanye nisazobaxosha futhi.
Order. Those who are voting in support of the item, 142. Those who voted against, 52. There's no one who abstained, therefore the item is carrying through. Thank you very much. City Manager, go back to your seat so that we proceed.
Speaker.
Yes.
But Speaker, it hasn't changed yet. I'm saying, why can't you correct it? Why is it so difficult to correct the numbers? Because the minutes will be incorrect if you are reading incorrect numbers. Still says 2, and I've been correcting and said we are 3 of us here.
Let me explain to you something that you know, Councillor Mngango. I get your point. But sitting here as a Speaker of Council, I relied on the Secretariat team attached to each and every row where you are sitting to assist us with the whip to confirm numbers. What is being reflected here is an information received from an official responsible for counting for that table. Therefore, I have no reason sitting here to doubt that information. Thank you. Let's proceed, City Manager.
Thank you, Speaker.
Order.
Item number 2. Ratification.
Washo umeya wathi bayavila lapho.
Order.
Ratification of approval made in terms of Rule 28 subsection 1B of the Rules of Order by Law 2014 as amended for the extension of the expanded public works program for a period of 6 months from the 1st of January to the 30th of June 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. There's a proposed amendment from Councillor Ben again, seconded by Councillor Kisson. Is on page 23, item 2. Number 1, the word noted at the end of the recommendation 2.1 be replaced by the word rectified. It's similar to what we have discussed earlier, and we receive an opinion from legal, of which is not something that have to be debated, because council already have agreed on that, and moving forward, even our secretariat in future meetings, that how it should be reflected in our minutes, so that we avoid this proposed amendment. Number 2, the deletion of the recommendation 2.2 in full, because it is in conflict with Rule 28.2. Is a new proposed amendment not similar to what has been proposed. Therefore, I have to ask council whether are you in support of the deletion of the recommendation 2.2 in full, to remove it because it is in conflict with Rule 28.2. Is the proposed amendment supported, councillors? I'm sure you all see where we are referring to.
Yeah, but he needs to explain in what way is it in conflict.
Mr. Speaker, sorry.
Yes, Councillor Penn, you don't address me as Mr. Speaker. You raise your hand and say to get my attention. Yes, Councillor Penn.
It might perhaps help others to understand the nature and effect of the amendment, if you allow me to speak to it. Because we're going down a rabbit hole of illegality with this if we don't delete that paragraph.
Yeah.
Do you want me to speak to it?
Yeah, you can only speak on the item if council does not support the amendment to delete or to remove the whole recommendation, because we are saying it is in conflict with Rule 28.2. But I want to get the indication of council before I allow you to speak on the item, so that council will be convinced of the argument you want to advance. But if council support the proposal, there is no need to
Order.
Mwango.
Hey, lo muntu.
Mwango. Asenza kanje baba. Asenza kanje. Mwango. Listen, order, councillors. Uma Mwango ngiphendula elinye ikhansela ngisakhuluma ukwazi ukuthi ngithi ngikhuluma uthi speaker order ngoba ngizoke ngaqedi uku-address uBen. It's a sign of disrespect to your fellow councillor and to me as a speaker. Be patient, wait for us to conclude whatever issue, then you raise your hand, you'll get my attention. I will never suppress you, but this thing of while I'm responding to another councillor, you raise a point of order, please refrain doing that. Councillor Penn, I'm sure you are clear on what I'm trying to do. I still want to get an indication whether the proposed amendment is supported or not, so that I allow councillor to address us if the recommendation is not supported. If it's supported, we'll proceed with our meeting. But I can see that Mwango, you want to address the speaker, and Councillor Pillay, you want to address. Over to you, Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I get that we might want to debate the amendment, but I want to check from legal opinion whether this recommendation is competent enough based on Rule 28.2, because for me, it's all about whether the powers with the mayor and the city manager can spend money which is not budgeted for on that budget. So that's a question I think it must be answered legally before we debate the matter. Can we get legal opinion? Because you can remove 2.2, but it doesn't change the fact of what has taken place where the money has been incurred which is not budgeted for. So can we get clarity on that issue legally before we debate?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Mwango. What we are raising is what we have discussed with the legal. We are going to get that opinion. Let me hear from other councillors, but we are going to respond. The legal is noting that already they've advised me that they want to address this matter after councillors have expressed themselves. Councillor Pillay?
Mr. Speaker, I'm covered, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Madlala?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My apologies to Councillor Ben, but I think I missed the specific part that he wants to propose amendment on. If I can be assisted with that.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala. Councillor Ben is proposing that on page 23, item 2. Then is saying on the recommendation on item 2.2, he is proposing that that item be deleted in full because it is in conflict with Rule 28.2. That's what Councillor Ben is proposing. Can you see that item, Councillor Madlala? Okay, thank you very much. While I was referring to the item, I will then request our legal to address council on what is being raised by Councillor Mwango. Over to you, legal. We have a copy of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
When a municipal manager is to make a decision in terms of Rule of Order 28(1)(b), he needs to do two things. Firstly, he needs to consult with the mayor for the decision to be competent. However, if the if the decision has budgetary consequences, the municipal manager must.
Can you please speak close to your mic because we hardly hear you.
And if the decision, the effect of making the decision is that expenditure will be incurred, the deputy city manager, treasury, or his nominee must certify in writing that provision has been made for the expenditure in the current budget. So those are the two things that he needs to make. However, I think sub-rule 2 does not end there, Mr. Speaker. It proceeds to say if estimates for the financial year have not been adopted by council, it must be confirmed that provision for the expenditure has been or will be made in the estimates for the financial year. So in the event that a provision has not been made, what the sub-rule stipulates is that it must be confirmed by council that expenditure has been or will be made in the estimates for that financial year. So I take it that resolution 2 seeks to deal with the availability of a budget for this expenditure. So what it does, I have not seen the report itself, but from my reading of the presentation before us, it seems that the decision by the municipal manager will result in the incurring of expenditure, and that's there are no sufficient funds to cover that expenditure. So what needs then to be done is that it must be confirmed that provision for the expenditure has been or will be made in the estimates. So resolution 2.2 seeks to empower the deputy city manager to make sure that the surplus funds are available through an adjustments budget.
In other words,
Yeah, no, it's in other words, I do not think that 2.2 is in conflict with Rule of Order 28, Sub-Rule 2.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. In response to that opinion given.
Order. Councillors, I want to repeat this again because you continuously make these mistakes. You can't call a point of order on a legal opinion. You can't. Legal is here to guide us. Therefore, no one should call a point of order on a legal opinion. Now, councillors, based on the opinion and the advice I get from the legal on this item, therefore the proposal from Councillor Ben is being rejected. It means the rule or the recommendation will remain as it appears in the recommendation on item 2.2. Thank you very much.
With respect, Mr. Speaker.
Let's proceed.
With respect.
Yeah, thank you.
Point of clarity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, councillors.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Anipen, then
Point of
Councillor
clarity.
Pen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not to put into question the opinion given.
Order.
Not to put into question the opinion given by legal, and that opinion notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, the report clearly says that, and we're looking at the last paragraph on page 24, with regard to additional funding required, members are advised that currently funding is not yet identified, but will be sourced from other units and subsequently incorporated in the adjustment budget which would be submitted to Council in February 2023. Now, we've looked at the adjustment budget, Mr. Speaker, and it seems as though this allocation has not been made in the adjustment budget.
Yeah, Councillor Anipen, you're out of order. What the Speaker has already ruled on the proposed amendment from Councillor Ben. What's going to happen now? On this item, I've got speakers. I want to give speakers now a chance to debate on the item. Then later, we are not in the list, Councillor Anipen, you won't be able to debate, but you can't smartly your views in the middle of a discussion while you don't have, you have not submitted your name. Councillor Pillay, you are the first.
No, Mr. Speaker, I was not expressing my views. I was requesting a point of clarity before you so rudely interrupted me.
Councillor Pillay, you'll be the first after I've dealt with Councillor Anipen. Order, Anipen, lower your hand.
No, Mr. Speaker, I requested a point of clarity before you rudely interrupted me.
Lower your hand. Councillor Pen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect, sir, you cannot not hear my amendment because you don't like it. And you're saying that because legal has said that, has expressed a view on the last phrase. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, I categorically disagree with what legal has said because the introductory word says...
No, let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. Councillor Penn, I want to say this for the last time. For the last time. Don't ever raise a point of order when legal is giving an opinion on how council should be guided on the issues. I'm making an appeal. Don't do that. It's a request that I want to make to you. Therefore, the matter that we are discussing now is closed. Let's have
Mr. Speaker, you haven't heard me on the amendment.
Councillor Pillay.
You haven't heard me on the amendment.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
can't-
Speaker.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
No, but you can't vote. Sorry, my opinion. You can't. Councillor Pillay.
Speaker.
Thank
So-
you, Mr.
so-
Speaker.
Speakers.
Speaker.
Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of
Mr.
order, Speaker.
The DLC
Point of order,
have
Speaker.
always supported.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor
This-
Pillay. Councillor
Point of
Pillay.
order, Speaker.
Councillor Pillay. Just Councillor Mvubu, then Councillor Mchetwa, Councillor Yoki, and Madlala.
No, thanks, Speaker.
Order.
I was directing your attention to Councillor Kuma because his hand was up, but I can just repeat what he wanted to say. There is a ruling. Why you keep on entertaining these members? Because legal made a ruling, and you clearly stated that after the legal opinion has been canvassed and has been given, it's not open for a debate. So let's just go to all the speakers that are lined up to speak and debate on the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Already I've made a ruling on that regard. Mchetwa.
Thank you, Speaker. Let's deal with the process here, Mr. Speaker. There was an amendment proposed by Councillor Ben. You put that amendment to legal. Legal made an opinion. Councillor Ben has not presented his views on the amendment to you so that this council...
Order. Kancane baba Mchetwa.
Mr. Speaker?
Councillor, no.
No, I'm being threatened here by the
No,
EFF.
lower your hand. Keep quiet. Lower
No,
your hand.
I'm being threatened by the EFF. Threatening my life.
Lower your hand.
I need protection.
No, lower your hand. Lower your hand.
Mr. Speaker, I need protection.
Lower your hand. Lower your hand.
They threatened me.
Lower your hand. Listen, councillors. Order. Councillor Kumete and Councillor Kambule. Councillor Kumete and Councillor Kambule, please stop what you are doing. You are being destructive. Please respect council. Babu Mchetwa.
Speaker.
No, I'm
Order,
not taking your
please.
hands because you are destructive.
Speaker, uzwangu ukuthi kwenzekeni la.
No, I don't want even to hear. I don't want even to hear. Yeah. Mchetwa.
Awukwazi ungezwa Speaker khona
Mr. Speaker, if I'm murdered today, my blood will be on your shoulder.
Mchetwa.
Mr. Speaker, if I am...
Lower your hands. Lower your hands.
No, I want you on the record.
No,
Lower your
that is
hands.
wrong.
Mr. Speaker,
Kumete.
No,
Mr. Speaker, I want you on the record. If I am assassinated today, my blood is on your shoulder.
No, Speaker. No, Speaker.
Order. Councillors, order. Order, councillors, order.
Aba withdraw a statement.
No.
Sesiyasaba.
Councillors, order. Kumete. Order. Councillors, can I be
Mr. Speaker,
attention,
there is
please?
an assassination threat on me. I'm the secretary of the IFP caucus. There's an assassination threat on me.
Whip of
And
the
I want you
ANC.
to record it that if I'm
Can you please
assassinated, my blood is
call
on your
order in
shoulder.
your people there? Whip of the ANC, please assist for ANC councillors to be in order. Please. Listen, order councillors. Please be quiet. Councillor Kumete and Councillor Kambule, I saw you exchanging words, both of you. In other words, you were in breach of the code of conduct because you decided to speak without being recognized by the speaker. And you were disrespectful and destructive. When I saw you doing that, I warned you and said, stop what you are doing, because Councillor Mthethwa was on the floor. When I'm doing that, you are now raising your hand. You want my attention to allow you to address council. While firstly, you are wrong to speak without being recognized. Noma bekuthiwa ngizwanga ukuthi benibangani. Bengamele from the beginning in Bange. Ngoba you can't speak in this meeting without being recognized. Uma nicabana nibanga izinto zenu, don't bring counsel. Bawumthetho, proceed.
Speaker, let me just...
Order.
Let me just be brief. You have not afforded Councillor Ben an opportunity to table and motivate for the amendment that he's proposing. Please, can you do that?
Order, councillors. Councillor Ben made two proposals. The first proposal, there was no need for us to debate and to vote on it because there was an opinion already made earlier. Then I confirmed that what is being proposed is correct and it will happen because already we have been advised on that. Then on the second proposal to delete the recommendation on 2.2 in full, we requested an opinion whether the current recommendation is in conflict with Rule 28.2 or not. Then legal advised us that no, the rule, the recommendation as it stands is not in conflict with Rule 28.4. Then what I did, point 2, I'm sorry, what I did, I took the legal opinion to council to say it means the proposed amendment won't happen because it's not in conflict with Rule 28.2. I then proceeded with this list in the speakers on the matter. Now, I'm not sure, Councillor Mthethwa, if I allow Councillor Ben to speak on the first proposal or the second proposal. Councillor Mthethwa?
Councillor Ben is proposing an amendment. Mr. Speaker, please allow him to table the amendment. That's all we're asking.
Okay. Thank you. I understand what you are saying. That's why earlier I said, if an amendment is proposed, I have to ask council whether the proposal is accepted or not. Then if it is not supported, then the speaker will allow Councillor Ben to speak. But the reason why I did not allow Councillor Ben to speak is before we were at this stage, councillors requested an opinion. It means we are debating something already. There is an opinion on the matter. But I will allow Councillor Ben to speak. But councillors, do you support the proposed amendment or not? Okay, that's fine. Councillor Ben?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make an amendment to my amendment, which will take the sting out of... may I just have that slip back?
Order.
Can I have that slip back and I'll tell you what words I'm deleting? Can I come and get that amendment and I'll tell you what words I want to delete?
Councillor Ben, now I'm giving you a chance to speak on this amendment because council does not support what I'm dealing with now. I will see if you are proposing another amendment. Let's deal with this first.
My amendment will be less words than what you've got there. So if you bring me that document, I'll take out what doesn't need to be there.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Chair, point of order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, no, you see, councillors. Councillor Ben and the chair are wasting council time.
Exactly. With respect,
because
Speaker,
listen,
that's not
Order, Ben, listen. Councillors, I've already ruled on the matter. We proceeded. Councillor Mthethwa is bringing us back on the matter. I'm now allowing Councillor Ben to speak. Now you want to withdraw the amendment.
I didn't say that, Mr. Speaker.
Now, councillors, let me do this.
The words in
I'm
the
not
amendment.
entertaining any amendment now because you don't want to speak on your own proposal. I'm giving you a
Sesizoqimba-ke manje la.
chance. Now you want to withdraw it.
I do want to
Councillor
speak,
Pillay,
Mr. Speaker.
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to
you,
speak
Mr.
to the
Speaker.
amendment.
No.
May I now
Councillor
speak
Pillay,
to the
order,
amendment, please?
order.
May I now speak to the amendment,
No,
please?
no.
Mr. Speaker,
No.
please afford me
I'm
some
not
respect
allowing
here,
you to
Mr.
speak
Speaker.
because you refuse
I'm
to speak.
entitled to be heard
Yeah,
in this.
all right,
No,
Please
no,
afford me
Councillor
some
Pillay,
respect,
go.
Mr. Speaker.
Please behave, Councillor
Pillay.
Ben.
Speaker.
Please behave.
Councillor Pillay, order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the DLC have always supported the expanded public works program that have brought great relief in terms of poverty alleviations and have provided much needed financial support to thousands of unemployed youths in EThekwini. This program is a national initiative and it is paramount that as a city we take full advantage of this opportunity. By exceeding the national grant funding forecast, it seems that certain officials have not been doing the planning well enough to budget for the excessive shortfall. The Auditor General was very critical in the report in respect of bad management planning. This is something we as a city must take cognizance of, Mr. Speaker. The DLC is of the strong view that the city should pursue National Treasury to recover this huge shortfall of funding that will ease the city's purse. Mr. Speaker, the DLC notes that a lot of EPWP staff have been recruited in DSW cleaning program and the safer volunteer program. We therefore will be looking forward to a cleaner and safer city. The DLC supports this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mngango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. While one respects the legal opinion, but I disagree with the legal, I don't believe that we can commit the municipality without knowing where the money will be available. To say you will adjust in February is not really enough. You are committing council without even knowing for sure the money will be available from adjustment budget. Further to that, the rule says it must done in writing. As council here, we are expected to do ratification, and there is nothing in writing before us. Ratification means we're acting on something that was something that's valid. Like for example, we are giving a formal consent. What consent are we giving here? We don't even know whether the money will be available or not. So if we disagree with this one, and also this council is wasting a lot of money on overtime. And now you're coming and say you want to spend money on EPWP. Why can't you hire people permanently? You spend 700 million rand on
time, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mngango. We have already dealt with an amendment from Councillor Ben, seconded by Councillor Kisson. Councillor Pekde. Pekde?
Why don't you let me speak?
Are we now on the substantive item? Thank you very much, Speaker. Yeah, in scrutinizing the submission, one is reminded of the intention of the EPW program as being a reduction in unemployment, providing short-term income relief, providing and facilitating access to training, and essentially those who were previously disadvantaged. When it concerns EThekwini, individuals are so employed, are apparently deployed across the following departments: EPWP, Administration, Safer City, Volunteers Program, Urban Management Zone, iTrump, Durban Solid Waste, Community-Based Water Agents, the Social Sector, and lastly the Kunubia Cleaning Sector. According to the same submission, the municipality is mandated, or rather expected, to create 83,893 job opportunities, although there is no mention how this is supposed to be funded. It is alleged that the municipality currently employs 4,538 individuals in terms of this EPWP program. Although it doesn't give a breakdown of the category under which, for example, ghost employees, deceased, otherwise remunerated, or dual employment within other spheres of government is facilitated. What it does mention is the fact that this extended program, already designated as a short-term employment, yet facilitating some politically connected individuals who are employed since 2003, will cost us 263 million, of which national government, the initiator, and custodian through the Department of Public Works will only contribute 61 million. The remaining 201 million to be funded by the basic services deprived the EThekwini ratepayer. So what does this report wish this council to consider? One, yet another 6 months extension until end June 2023. And two, for the CFO to identify savings during the adjustment budget to sustain the 201 million required for this extension of 6 months. So it is an unbudgeted extension, yet without any mention or any exit clause or intended funding come 1 July 2023, which, as we will later see in interrogating the adjustment budget, the CFO was unable to do. So where will this money come from for this expenditure expected and approved in December, which the DA believes is contradictory to the rules of this very council? Clearly not the last we've heard of this matter, is it? But it also doesn't end there, as besides the 4,538 ghosts deceased sleeping under trees or working from home EPWP employees, in January this council approved an additional 159 million to sustain temporary employment for 7,000 individuals under the Roads and Stormwater Department. But as we heard earlier, things are not going well with the rollout or the extension of the Siya Bambele project, as the previously deprived are starting to ask, when will their turn come? But yet it still doesn't stop there, as another 360 million.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order?
Yes, Chair. You know, I'm a bit confused. Councillor is speaking about the Siya Bambela project. Bambelo api, Oban. Can we get clarity? Because as we are trying to follow the Siya Bambela project, we were not aware of it in the city.
Thank you. It's referring to Bambele. Proceed, Councillor Pector.
Thank you, Chair.
Order.
Maybe we should listen, then we'll realize where we're going wrong. But it doesn't stop at 360 million, as there are also approximately 10,000 people employed under the President's Employment or PEP program, the cost of which is still to be properly qualified and quantified. So by quick calculation, we are taking approximately 22,500 temporary employees, at least that we are aware of, to assist the 26,000 permanent employees, thus a staggering 48,500 bodies that should be dedicated towards service delivery, yet as we can honestly say, and looking around, that is not happening, is it? The Democratic Alliance placed on record and requested to be minuted a comprehensive report to the Governance and HR Committee reflecting the ID numbers, names, addresses, date of employ, cluster or sector deployed, and the ward to which they are deployed for everyone employed in such a government-initiated poverty alleviation or municipality-initiated and aligned program. In closing, note that the Democratic Alliance remains in support of programs designated to alleviate poverty and bringing dignity to our people, but it has to be funded by those who initiate and are the custodian, not by the ratepayers who remain deprived of street lighting, who have to drive streets riddled with potholes and overgrown by weeds, beaches inaccessible due to sewage flowing down the streets, or becoming the victim of crime due to continued load shedding. The DA, for these reasons, will not support this expenditure. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pector. Councillor Alipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IFP notes this item, but expresses concern at the manner in which it has been processed. Firstly, the IFP supports the EPWP in principle. It is a means of providing employment. It supplements support to the CSW unit and provides basic services to citizens in the city. Nevertheless, one must express concern about the administration and management of this program. Last year, a report from MPAC indicated that the program had enlisted a large number of ghost employees, and opinion shared by the AG based on a report presented to us earlier last month. Secondly, the manner in which this decision was taken through the use of Section 28 of the Rules of Order leaves a lot to be desired. And it is the opinion of the IFP that it tantamounts gross abuse of power. Surely the officials who managed this program should have been aware that the program was nearing an end and could have had its, this item tabled before the full council, and proper engagement should have been done, debated, especially given the magnitude of the financial implications. The IFP has always advocated for these programs to be pilot initiatives that finally give rise to more permanent and sustainable employment opportunities. Seemingly, this is beyond the current administration's ability to comprehend and achieve. The IFP notes this item with serious concerns and reservations and places on record its concerns around the abuse of power to steamroll political agendas at the expense of many ratepayers' money. We encourage the mayor and his team to exercise a greater measure of dexterity in dealing with this anomalies in this program. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nepen. Councillor Kuzwayo.
No, siyabonga Speaker. Sibonge kuzo zona zonke ikhulumi kodwa ke asiqale kube khona into esilungisayo nje ezimbalwa Speaker. Ukhansela uMncango made a reference la ukuthi I decision ethathwe city manager no mayor wrong according to into ibisho iDA ngokuthi bathi basicommit kwimali esingenayo. Masuke la si approve ibudget suke si approve esinama programs and projects esuke singenayo imali yawo kodwa suke sikholelwa ukuthi as we go umkhandlu uzo collect revenue and therefore be able to fund those projects. So it's incorrect ukuthi kuthiwe they took a wrong decision. Ngidluleke lapho. Akusethusi-ke ukuthi oza kwethu abaningi kumaqembu aphikisayo abayithandi le program ye-EPWP. Kuvamile ukuthi into ezisiza kakhulu abantu abamnyama abahluphekayo abaqhamuka emalokishini abaqhamuka emakhaya bengaziseki. So akuyona into oqale ukuthi beyenze. Kodwa le program ye-EPWP isibe khona isikhathi eside lapha eThekwini. Since yalontsha ngo-2003 ngicabanga ukuthi akekho umuntu ongayazi ukuthi amagalelo ayangakanani. Ikakhulukazi ekulekeleleni abasebenzi bethu bomkhandlu la esingakwazi sifinyelele khona ukuthi befike bezoprovide le service yokuthi umsebenzi womkhandlu wokuhlanza itheku nazonke lezi zinto ezibalwayo wenzeke. Uma ke Speaker singenza iphutha namhlanje lokuthi sithi sinethuba lokuthi siqhubeze iprogram ekwazi ukuthi silekelele kanjena okusho ukuthi will be failing in our duties as amakhansela uqinisekisa ukuthi lo mkhandlu aqhubeke uphile nokuservice abantu ngokufanelekile. Yabona Speaker, umuntu ongazi ukuthi ama EPWP ahola imali encane kangakanani enza umsebenzi omkhulu kangakanani kulula ukuthi engahlala la akhulume la emkhandlweni ukuthi akayisupport iprogram ukuthi kutholakala imali yokuthi asupport. Kodwa umuntu owaziyo okahamba egroundini asebenze nabo abone ukuthi ama conditions abasebenza kuona anjani would tell you ukuthi fanele senze yonke into esemandleni ethu ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi le program siyayiseka futhi uma umkhandlu uba sekwiposition yokuthi improve si-improve ukuze indlela eoperator ngayo ibe ngcono. Ngizowahlehlisa kancaneke amakhansela ngwabuyisele kumlando ukuthi sifike kanjani ukuthi kuze kwenziwe le ratification. La Speaker sa approve ngicabanga ukuthi kwakuyi council ka September if kwangesiyona eka August a similar report, and that similar report yayikade inikeza umkhandlu i-extension le program up until end of December. Surely amakhansela would have known ukuthi akusho ukuthi makushawo end of December kube sekuphelile ngeproject. Kuyathusa ke namhlanje uma sekukhona ama comment athi besingazi yini ukuthi iprogram izokwenzeka kanje ize yenziwe through i rule of order. Uma isifika end of December kwase kuba khona inkinga yokuthi okusho ukuthi njengoba umkhandlu ku recess into ethinta iPWP fanele ukuthi imenze Akwazi ukuthi kwenzeke njalo emkhandlweni nama systems. Yingakho sathi amandla siwanikeza umeya no city manager ukuthi masingekho thina ama decisions awaqhubeka thathu. Bayithatha ke decision and lo decision ibe assist umkhandlu ukuthi uye phambili.
Order.
Councillor Mngqangwa, want to say something?
Order.
Yes, speak.
Yeah, Speaker, the councillor raised the issue of budget, and I want to draw him to attention to Finance Management Act, Section 18A, where it says an annual budget may only be funded from realistically anticipated revenues to be collected. Awona iqiniso ukuthi athi yena imali siya budget without knowing uqhamukapi. Ngicela ukuthi correct lokho ngoba it's misleading the house.
Okay, then proceed, Councillor Kuzwayo.
Sizoyidebate ngelinye ilanga.
Order, Councillor Kuzwayo, address Councillor Nothi Mngqangwa.
No siyabonga speaker. Ukuthi bengifuna ukuthi attention yakhe draweke ku page 4 where adjustment budget ezo presentwa la ukuthi le item ikhona la. So I think that covers abantu abaningi ade bekhala ngokuthi I delete and what have you. So ke somlomo the long and short of it ngoba sesispende u3 hours wonke sihlezi lana kodwa sekwe item 2 eyokuthi njengo African National Congress siyayeseka siyaseka isinqumo esathathwa ucity manager kanye no mayor wethu ohloniphekile uqinisekisa ukuthi program iyaqhubeka eEPWP futhi siyohlezi waseka wonke ama program alleviate poverty kubantu abaswele ikakhulukazi abantu bakithi abantsundu. So njenge African National Congress ke speaker sithi we support the ratification. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. We are on page 23, recommendation on page 24. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
No.
Thank you. Let me have the screen, please.
Speaker.
No.
Let me have the screen.
Speaker.
Right, secretariat.
Sorry, Speaker.
Take your positions. We are now voting. Let's avoid what happened where our numbers are being questioned. Make sure that you stand where you are placed, then you give us accurate numbers.
Speaker.
Let's get those who are voting yes. Councillor. Yes, Councillor.
No. I just wanted to check if you did not receive a speaker from the EFF regarding the item because I was waiting for you to call for the EFF speaker. I'm saying, Speaker, I was checking there on your list. I can hardly hear myself. Yeah,
You can speak. We can speak now.
Can you hear me? Guess what? No, that's fine now. No, I was checking on your list of speakers there because I'm being made aware there was a name that was sent from the side of the AFF to speak on this particular item before we can vote. So I'm just asking you to double check if maybe you might have skipped it by mistake.
No. Yeah, thanks, Councillor. No, in my list, there was only Councillor Pillay, number 1, Councillor 2, Mngqangwa. There was an amendment from Councillor Ben, seconded by Councillor Kison. The next speaker was Councillor Bekte. Councillor Anipen, the last speaker was Councillor Kuzwayo. Thank you. Let's have the screen. Those who are voting yes.
Yeah. So we might have to.
Those who are voting yes.
Support.
Those who are in support.
Leza insantsa.
Uyazi esontweni abantu baxakekile. Ufundiswa njani Ndona? Ufundiswa ngelabhe.
Qeda ukubala.
Sicela ukubongela ugwala osa actor njengohwiphu.
Siyakubongela Gwala.
Iyamfanela lento umphephetho abakithi.
Sinyukile kumphephetho siyabonga.
Perpetua.
Thank you. Those who are voting against. Those who are voting against.
Action SA.
Yes, we are my item now. Oh, three, eh? Oh, three.
Nifuna abantu abawu 4700 bohlala emakhaya.
Right, those who are voting against, no, those who are abstaining, sorry. Those who are abstaining. Thanks, let's add the numbers, Secretariat. Let me stand up a little bit. Working now. May I have your attention why we are still adding the numbers? There's a problem with the sound. Yes, now, councillors, at 11 o'clock there was an urgent ESCO meeting because there were 2 items that needed ESCO to convene urgently and discuss those. Now, we are going to break after I've announced the results on this item. We'll break for lunch. But what will happen, I'm going to give you an hour so that the first half of an hour, we are having refreshments. Then the second part of an hour, you go back to your caucus rooms and look at these items. There are 2 that we're discussing that urgent ESCO meeting at 11. Then when we come back at 4 o'clock, at least we had a chance to see those items and discuss and formulate position before we come to council at 4. Now currently, let's wait for the results on the item. Once we are done, we will break. Please, whips, chief whips of parties, make sure that 45 minutes, half of the hour we are eating. The second part, we are having caucuses. 4 o'clock, we're all back here. At 20. Umarian Kulumela la, go to 3, 25 past 4. Yeah, Umair is trying to assist me. Yeah, thank you. I've got the result. Those who are in support, 142. Those who are against, 56. There were no abstains. Therefore, the item is carried through. Let's break for lunch. We are back at 24 past 4. Thank you. Can you call the whip AFF? Councillors, there's a councillor who've lost classes. Mekona owatholile whether a kitchen or restroom or in the council venue. Please assist us. Anyone who have found classes that umungenazi ibuko sicela usize moyitholile usize khona ukhansela hlekeleza ibuko. If you find those classes, please bring them forward. Councillors, let me have your attention while you are waiting for the city manager. Let me have your attention, please. We are going to have some changes in our agenda. We are going to take the adjustment budget closer to our agenda than to deal with it at the end of the agenda of the ordinary council meeting so that we are done in dealing with the adjustment budget. Then we continue with other items later. I'm doing that because when we were adopting the approaches in the morning, there are councillors that have requested earlier in the morning to be excused at a particular time. Now, I don't want those councillors to leave before we deal the adjustment budgets because already their approaches were accepted by council. Those are the changes and the reason why I'm doing that, councillors. When we start, we're going to indicate where in our agenda will feature the adjustment budget. We are waiting for the city manager so that we proceed with the items. I'm told that is coming just now. Thank you.
Umbhele ngasawufuna umsebenzi asiqashe umbili ke manje.
Wasinda sobisi. Bese la umbili phezu kwakho.
Councillor Mncwango.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, before we adjourn for lunch, you did say there are 2 items that caucuses must go and debate and engage on. I did raise my hand because I was confused what items you're referring to. Now, till now, I don't know what are those items. Now, I'm not sure whether it will allow us then, whenever we receive those items. I see there's an email coming now at 10:05 with items, second agenda. I'm not sure the same items or not. I was raising my hand to ask a clarity whether we're going to give us items to engage as caucuses or not. So now, caucus have went to caucus. We don't know what to caucus because there was no items given to us. Now, you will ask then to have a 15 minutes caucus, Speaker, because we don't have those items even now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mncwango, for bringing that to my attention. In fact, it's a matter that I wanted to start with after the arrival of the city manager. But because we have already raised the matter, when I was making an announcement, I was assuming that from 11 o'clock, the Secretariat has prepared the report and the report has been circulated to all of you. After my announcement, I was then informed that no, the report has not yet circulated to all of you. Hence, the point we are raising is correct. Yes, once I get an indication that all councillors have got the report that I was referring to, again, I have to be fair to all of you and give you time to engage to those reports, because Secretariat confirmed what we are saying, of which I agree that you'll be given time to engage those reports, because even now that report have not been circulated yet. Thanks, Councillor Mncwango. City Manager, let's proceed. Councillor Ngomen.
Thank you, Speaker. I was going to ask my colleague, the Councillor Mnganga, to be considerate of his fellow councillors. Since he came in, they no more speaking.
City Manager, we were on order. City Manager, we are on page 25, I'm sorry. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Investment report for the month end of 30 November 2022, committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed? Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 5, budget statement report for the month ended 30th November 2022, committee recommend.
Yeah, item 5.
Item order, Mr. Speaker.
No.
It's item number 4 now.
Item 4.
Sorry, Speaker. Item number 4, EThekwini Municipality's public tender awards for the month ended 30th November 2022. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Is the recommendation noted?
Noted.
City Manager. Let's deal with item 5. I will then. Is the 5, eh? Okay, thank you. I will then ask His Worship the Mayor. Item 5. Yes. Budget statement. City Manager.
Budget statement report for the month ended 30th November 2022. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation noted? Yes. Now we're in page 27. The second report, I will ask His Worship to present the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to table the second report of the Executive Committee to the Council.
Thank you very much, His Worship. City Manager.
The second report of the Executive Committee from their meeting of the 30th of the 1st, 2023. Item number 1, COCTA assessment of the EThekwini Municipality Integrated Development Plan for 2021-2022. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. I've got speakers on this item. In my list, I've got Councillor Z. Mnganga. I've got Councillor Ngomalo from the IFP. I have Councillor Mandlala and Councillor Kaunda to be the last. In that order, Councillor Mnganga.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, these are reports that are not worth celebrating. Because I wonder, Speaker, what exactly we can celebrate when you've got 4.5 on financial management and 4.7 on good governance out of 5. We know very well we are poorly managing our finances. We are far from good governance. Now, I think it's something that this kind of report needs us to do introspection. And I will really call on the Mayor and his executive to do thorough introspection, because we can't be celebrating mediocrity. I don't understand what exactly you can say you achieved just because COCTA fabricate whatever reports they are doing. For me, I feel these reports are just fabricated, and the seat doesn't deserve any of this cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The IFP welcomed the report, but our concern is that the municipality receive good rating on papers, with this not necessarily being translated into tangible services delivery on the ground. Some of the responsibilities of COCTA is to put people and their concerns first and ensure constant contact with communities through effective public participation platforms. and to make sure that the municipality create condition for decent living by consistently delivering municipality service to right quality and standard. We wonder where does these ratings come from when this municipality is failing to give a proper basic service delivery to the residents of EThekwini. Where is this 84.83 comes from when the electricity is giving problem to the people? Where does this 84.83 comes from when the municipality does not collect the waste on time at the city and the city is full of waste? Municipal road, where does this 84.83 comes from when the road that needs to be maintained by this municipality have potholes even in the city? Where does this 84.3 comes from when the streets are dark and most of them are reported, but the municipality is not doing anything to fix this street light? We wonder where does this 84.83 comes from when parks, open spaces and playfield are not treated well. Siyafisa ukudlulisa ukuthi engathi ke nabahlonishwa laba bakokokta engathi uma bewenza ama recommendation bengangasebenzisa ipolitiki phakathi but be rate umasipala ngalokho abalindele ukuthi be rate ngakho. Umuntu uthoza kakhulu.
You very much Councillor Nxumalo, Councillor Madlala.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngicela ukuqala nje ngibonge ku Councillor Nxumalo oqeda ukukhuluma ngoba ugcine ngokuthi uyathokoza kusho ukuthi ke iyamthokozisa kakhulu le report ephambi kwethu. Honorable Speaker, ngicela ukuqala nje ngokuthi ngiphikisane ngikhabe ngezandla ngeinyawo zombili inkulumo engeyinhle ekade yenziwa uKhansela uMncwango. uKhansela uMncwango kufanele ayifunde lento yokuthi aphikise ireport angacasti ama aspersions on ama authors report. Lento yokuthi athi report is fabricated inobungozi bokuthi yenze ukuthi abantu bagcine bengasamthembi nje uhulumeni boya sengathi uhulumeni uyilento efana naye uKhansela uMncwango yomuntu ongathembekile nje ongamshiya namhlanje ulale linye iqembu yavuka uselinye ngakusasa. uKokta ngoba ibhalwe ngesingisi le ngizoyisho ngesizulu mina ukwenzela ukuthi abantu bakithi bezwe. uKokta awusho kule report ukuthi si onke imigwaqo yaseThekwini idaladi zegolide kunoju nobisi. uKokta uneyigaba ayibekile asikala ngazo. Isigaba sokuqala isigaba se-service delivery. Kulezo sigaba usinikeze okungconywana uma uqhathanisa nokwedlule kwa 2021. Kodwa siyasho nathi lapho ukuthi baningi kakhulu ama areas of improvement. Kuningi kakhulu ekumele sikulungise ukuze into eshiwoyo ephepheni ikwazi ukuthi ihambisane nento eziwa amalunga omphakathi lapha phansi. Isigaba sesibili municipal transformation uguquko kwekamasipala. Ngeke ngawumsebenzi wakamasipala la ngifika ngiqashiwe edepo enabantu abangaphezulu ka 300 mhlawumbe sasingaphansi kuka 50 thina bendlu yebala. Kugcwele laba bomdabu abesifazane kwakungekho ngisho noyedwa ngaphandle komama wayesebenza reception. Uma ubuka uqhathanisa leso sikhathi nesikhathi samanje kusho nje umasipala senze kahle kakhulu kule nto ekuthiwa i-transformation okuguquko ekutheni abasebenzi bakamasipala uma ubabona ngokwezibalo zabo balingane nabantu babonayo emgwaqweni. Ngoba abantu abamnyama bengaphezulu ka 60% nje la eThekwini kufanele nasemsebenzini abantu kuzona zonke izigaba zomsebenzi babe ngaphezulu kwa 60% abantu abamnyama. Kunama issues ekuthiwa cross cutting, kune issue ye local economic development nakhona esithe ukwenza kangconywana kodwa ekunezikhala kusafanele sibuyele siyolungisa kuzona. Kune issue ye financial management out of 5 esithole u 4.5 okusho ukuthi khona okuningi okunye kusafanele sibuye siye kukona siyokulungisa kodwa senze kangcono kakhulu kunesikhathi esedlule kune issue ye good governance khona out of 5 esenze 4.7 esenze kangcono kakhulu kwesinye isikhathi ke uma uthi lento uye uthatha ngelukuluku uyungayiboni ukuthi uyingcenye yayo nawo into ye good governance akuyona into ekufanele sishane ngayo leyo kufanele sibe proud ngayo sonke ngoba sonke la siyiphathi ye governance and siyiphathi good governance leyo nto leyo entails into efana nokuthi ukuza la emhlanganweni sifike ngesikhathi umhlangano seqale ngesikhathi umhlangano ulandele iagenda iziyophela uphele si attend imhlangano yamakomiti sibiza imhlangano yemphakathi that's part of good governance so sonke la kufanele celebrate ukuthi we've contributed to good governance akekho umuntu ekufanele enze lento esho ubaba umncwangu ukuthi kufanele sifike sisenze izinto ezingqubekela phambili bese siyayibalekela ngoba sisaba ukuthi ngecelebrate kodwa ke vele ke ungathi usathi usacelebrate kwenye iphathi uthi ucelebrate nawe yavuka usekwenye iphathi siyabonga kakhulu sithatha kakhulu le party ethi kuningi okusadingeka ukwenziwa ukuze amalungu omphakathi uma kuthiwa senze kahle avume nawe ukuthi senze kahle ngenxa ukuthi lentuthuko ezakuona ikahle siyabonga kakhulu
His worship Mayor
ngiyabonga somlomo usengikhavile kokuningi ukhansela Madlala kodwa there are few things that we should be doing as this council. Firstly is to admit that there are challenges of infrastructure in this city like any other city in South Africa. In Cape Town recently they've been experiencing the issue of sewer leaks because these challenges are all over the country, but we need to accept that there are challenges, but challenges do not shade away the good work that we are doing as this city. If we can make a reference, it's so unfortunate that some of the councillors, they only attend council meetings here. They do not visit areas where people are residing. So just to recognize that there are roads that have been surfaced in rural areas in this city. So that does not shade away that there are problems, so therefore there are no roads that have just been constructed. There are roads that are being constructed as we speak, as we are seated here. There are communities that are being electrified as we are seated here. Last weekend, I was at Ekanyeni in Ward 15, where we'll be electrifying more than 1,700 households by the very same municipality. So that is service delivery. So it doesn't remove that the challenges that exist then are therefore suggesting that there's nothing that is being done. We accept the challenges and we are on course in terms of putting plans to address those challenges. But the only challenge that we have is that those who were part of enjoying the benefits of apartheid, who are seated in this council, today they are the ones who are pointing fingers because they must remember that the majority of people residing in this city were left without water, were left without electricity, were left without roads, were left without houses. But today, this government has delivered to those communities. So sisho ukuthi ke asingakhohlwa ukuthi sisukaphi futhi bayayiveza abanye kumanje akubathinti nje ukuthi abantu aba 4700 fanele bohlala emakhaya abakwe EPWP ngoba abanandaba nabantu babakhumbula abantu mase kufanele kuvotwe ukuthi uzani ke sesingapha ningabavoteli abanivotele lapha. So ngezindlela okubalekile we need to run this city together together with you as opposition parties, the leading parties and all of this. Let us work together to rebuild this city. This city has got potential. Last weekend with the city manager we went to Cape Town. In that Cape Town we met the CEO of Heineken. We convinced the CEO of Heineken that this city is ready for the investment and that investment will be coming to the city. So therefore, it's important that we work together to build a good image of this city. The reason why some people decided not to visit EThekwini is because some of us, like Councillor Mncwanga, bangazathi baba yiliphi ikhaya labo basuka la namhlanje bephile la bevukela mase betshana abantu abangeze eThekwini. So those are the things that we should put aside and just service the people of EThekwini. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Councillors, is the report noted? Is the report noted? Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
After, sorry, City Manager, after item 2, in page 28, once we are done with this item, we will deal with the adjustment budget. City Manager.
Item number 2, first draft, chapters 1 and 2 of the 2023-2024 Integrated Development Plan. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Yeah, I was checking speakers. There are no speakers. City Manager. Yeah. Before we go to the third report of the Executive Committee, I will request His Worship the Mayor to present the adjustment budget and allow him to say or have made few remarks. Then after that, I will take hands. Whoever want to contribute or to engage the adjustment report, you don't have to be the speakers list because it's part of the supplementary agenda. I will then take whoever want to comment on the adjustment budget. His Worship.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to present the fifth report of the Executive Committee where the adjustment budget is located. I thank you.
Thank you very much. But Mayor, as I've indicated that I will also, after presenting the report, I will give you some minutes to make some remarks before we allow Council to engage. Over to you, His Worship.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to table this adjustment budget, which takes place against the backdrop of a constrained economic environment occasioned by floods, COVID-19, prolonged load shedding, and the 2021 civil unrest. Despite these challenges, Honorable Speaker, we are happy that the finances of the municipality remain sound and healthy. This was confirmed by Auditor General as the municipality received an unqualified audit report for 2021-2022. Furthermore, the city maintained its investment grade credit rating of AA+ in the long term and A1+ in the short term with a positive outlook. However, the slow economic growth globally has adversely affected our consumers, and as a result, we had undertaken unprecedented steps to cushion our residents. These included providing debt relief package to help consumers after the floods. As we speak, there is a package for those who are part of the debts of the municipality to pay their debts and make arrangement, which was ending today. We want to thank residents who took advantage of this program, which ends today. Honorable Speaker, the focus of this adjustment budget is on prioritizing infrastructure repairs, maintenance, and upgrades. The recent natural disasters have taught us that the importance of a sustained maintenance and building of resilient infrastructure is critical. This is not only critical in saving lives, but also in attracting new investments in the city and creating much-needed job opportunities. Therefore, we are confident that this adjustment budget will unleash the economic potential of our municipality. Honorable Speaker and councillors, in the electricity, engineering, infrastructure, and strengthening communication and community engagements. Apart from the devastating April and May 2022 floods, which destroyed our infrastructure, we are acutely aware that because of our historical background, the majority of people of EThekwini were deliberately excluded from accessing some of the most basic services such as water, electricity, roads, and many other amenities. In terms of human settlements, the apartheid spatial development planning forced black people and Africans in particular to reside far away from areas of employment and economic activities. This is the legacy we are continuously trying to undo, and you can't undo it, Honorable Speaker, with 29 years of democracy when this thing was done in more than 350 years. Whilst great progress has been made in making basic services accessible to all and building integrated human settlements, the challenge of rapid urbanization means that addressing service delivery backlog will remain a moving target. We want to assure you that this democratic government remains steadfast in ensuring that there is a better life for all. Therefore, the adjustment budget we are tabling today is meant to make meaningful impact in the provision of houses, to reduce the number of people residing in informal settlements, particularly in flood-prone areas. At the same time, this adjustment budget, Honourable Speaker, will consolidate the work the municipality had already started in the repairing and restoration of water and sanitation infrastructure. The work we have started in Umlazi to repair water and sanitation infrastructure along the Umlazi Canal will ensure that people in the Durban South receive better services. While these repairs are ongoing, some of colleagues have decided to score cheap political points with this issue by asking the court to force us to do exactly what we are already doing. Honorable councillors, we want to plead with everyone, regardless of our different political views, to work with us to find lasting solutions to the challenges confronting our city. I therefore table this adjustment budget, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, His Worship. Let me note hands for those who want to engage. Now, let me start from that side. I will start from that side next to Councillor Mwangu, you are number 1. Then, this is Councillor Kwale. Yes, you are number 2, Councillor, with the black jacket. Then, Councillor, you are number 3. I think this Councillor.
Somlom. I just.
Babu Kuala.
Hello.
You are number 3, Kacheni. You are number 3. Then you Councillor Mvubu, you are number 4. Then Councillor Bekte, you are number 5. You can lower your port, you are number 1. I've already noted you. Then Councillor Pile, you are number 6. You must remember your numbers. Councillor Pile, you are number 6. Then there is Councillor Ngwengwe, there is Councillor Sisoga, there's the Deputy Mayor, then there's Councillor Madlala, then the Mayor will then the mayor will be the last. In that order, councillors. You must. Yeah, the first councillor.
Speaker, the adjusted budget was only received by councillors this morning. It is impossible between then and now to properly review and evaluate this 148-page document, debate it and vote on it. This again is a shocking example of poor governance by the municipality. The residents of EThekwini deserve better from this council. For this reason, Action SA will be voting against the adjusted budget.
Thank you. Councillor Kuala.
I would like to say, death be not proud. I'm saying this simply because the city is dead. I can't mention who killed the city financially, but we are being led by Amaqabane Katambo. Pity enough, everything in the city is falling apart compared to what it was when we were young. Every financial year, a budget is tabled and MFMA makes provision for the revision of an approved annual budget via an adjustment budget as per section 28 of the MFMA provides. With regard to water and sanitation adjustment budget, that's where you can tell ukuthi la kukhokhelwa uPete ngokuthi kukweleta uPaul. Just a minor example. If as a city we're not considering a consequence management as a rebuild of the city, it simply means AG will always come with findings and recommendations only to find none is being executed to change the situation we're drowning in. By ignoring such behavior, we now had to learn to go out there and tell citizens that we had no money.
Order, councillors, let's allow Councillor Kuala to debate. Councillor Kuala.
We had to tell the citizen that municipality had no money, but we bill the citizen every month with no failure to do so. If we keep on taking citizens for granted like this, watch the space. People voted us simply because they trusted us to deliver accordingly. The city is compromised, as the citizens are more compromised in terms of service delivered.
So look, Kuala, your time is up. Kajen?
The authorities must have conscience in what we leave to citizens. And this is gazetted.
No.
It's also legislative. And it's on the bills of rights, not that we're doing the citizens a favor. Speaker, Auditor General uzamile ukusivula amehlo as council. And all of us, we knew very well the capacity is not there. But everyone is competent. One may ask himself for himself, where is the problem? Why as municipality we are not spending? Because it is true to spend.
There's a point of order. His worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are all obliged to respect the rules of this House. When the Speaker has asked the Honorable Councillor to stop presenting his input, he must respect that. And the lento yesikhathi ihamba ngamavoto watholile. So manje amavoto abemancane awafinyeleli kahle lesikhathi esingaphezulu. So sizocela ukuthi seek respect ukuthi speak a ruling ka Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nawe Mayor uhleli ngamavote ANC kuphela lapha.
Listen, Kuala. Councillors, the point of order raised by the mayor is sustained. The mayor is correct. Councillor Kuala is quite aware of the allocation of time to parties, but is deliberate in what he's doing. But we'll find a way with the whip of the party to deal with that matter. Councillor Kacheni? No, you are not recognized. Kacheni?
Point of order, Somlo.
Not recognized. I'm not taking your order. Kacheni?
Point of order, Somlo.
No, I'm not taking a point of order.
Ngifuna ukuxolisa Somlo ngoba mina ngumuntu onenhlonipho.
Kacheni?
Ngiyayihlonipha into enisho bengabonanga Somlomo ngiyaxolisa.
Whip, can you speak to your member? Whip, Kumete? Whip? Councillor Kumete? Can you speak to Kuala to behave? Thank you. Kacheni?
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Ngicabanga ukuthi le adjustment budget isinika iopportunity enkulu kakhulu ukuthi lapho esingenzanga khona kahle njengomkhandlu noma inqolo masonto la ihambe khona yashayisa ikwazi ukuthi ilungisa amaphutha la khona amaphutha. We welcome ama initiative akhona umkhandlu ozokwazi uku-improve ngawo i-service delivery kubantu baseThekwini, especially ama grant esiwatholayo njengoba ebonakala ukuthi awu 600 plus million. I think they will make a serious impact kubantu baseThekwini, especially kwi-sanitation, kumanzi, ugesi lo osihluphayo eThekwini nezindlu zabantu ekade behlala eindaweni la abadilekele khona izindlu kunge ukuthi umkhandlo idilizile kodwa kuyi floods. Ngalawo mazwi somlomo ngiyacabanga ukuthi also kufanele la ukuze si-avoid lento ka-AG ukuthi afike elokhu ezophawula ngezinto ezingalunganga eThekwini si-avoid izinto ezinjengalezi ezenzeka noma ezikhulunywa kagesi ukuthi we have spent so much of money that has been not budgeted for. You allocate a budget of 131 million, but you end up spending twice or 50% or 100% more of what you had budgeted for. Those things are not allowed and they shouldn't be allowed moving forward as umkhandlu. Ngalawo mazi si EFF siyayi supporter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mvubu.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. We just going to be very brief. First of all, we welcome the adjustment budgets and all these items are going to be prioritized. We welcome it because when we sharply raise the issues that's faced by the municipality in terms of the services and the collapsing infrastructure which led to the spillages and everything else that comes with that. We were not just grandstanding, because we must deal with that as well, because there are some parties here who came and joined the chorus to say whatever debts we were raising, they are in support. Now, the budget gives us an opportunity because it's an adjustment of the budget to be dealing with the issues that we're raising here in this council. Now, when there is an allocation of budgets to deal with those issues, it's hypocritical to get some of these parties to say now they are not going to be supporting the very same budget that is going to be dealing with the issues that were raised here in this council. So we want to state this categorically clear, Speaker, that we are going to follow the money.
The time is up, Councillor.
But nevertheless, we do support the budget. Thank you.
EFF ANC Alliance. EFF ANC Alliance.
Councillor Pector.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that a pair of glasses maybe we were looking for earlier could be the mayor's, because he seems to be oblivious to what's happening around him. We may not walk everywhere where he walks, but you just have to drive into the city to see the urban decay. Even this morning, and I'll send him some photographs of what it looks like when you come into your city. You know, so it's one thing to boast about us building roads that fall apart within a year, where the weeds come through, where the people maybe be walking on tar now as opposed to a gravel road previously, but now there's a criminal hiding behind every bush, because in the olden days, the unemployment was not at 50%. So we can talk a lot of things and we can make ourselves believe that, but the reality is around it. Anybody that's got eyes can see it. In listening, we hear about COVID, we hear about the unrest, we hear about the floods, all of which had happened before we tabled the 22-23 budget. It's not something new. It didn't happen now. We took that in consideration, and if you go back to the speech where we had the budget, that was exactly the same. What maybe has just happened is we now owe 9 billion rand, and we've got 22.8 billion outstanding. We take that in consideration as well. And I go back to the adjustment budget. Yes, we are very elated to see that the funding that was promised is starting to come through, because as we know, we have not been able to utilize our beaches. Everywhere where you go, there's a stench of feces hanging over the city. And we know that the roads and stormwater, your coastal stormwater, your sanitation, your water, everything has come to a standstill. There is no vehicles to run out with. There are no fittings. There's the minuscule things where officials are running around asking the public to buy them a small fitting so they can fix a tap that was stolen during the night. So one is very happy to see that this is going to be addressed. One would just wonder to which extent. Which brings us back, if we've got all of these things missing and there's nothing to work with. There's no vehicle. We see a shortfall on fuel, on tires. We see that we need all of these things to be fixed. One would wonder what it is that the officials come to do when they come to work every day if there's nothing for them to work with. The tools of trade is not there. They can't get to where they need to be. They've got nothing to work with. So what is it that they do if they're not fixing it? Because obviously that's why they come to work. So one would wonder if we then go towards a performance bonus, which attracts our attention, 66.6 million rand. And I know it's for the lower grade people, and we approved it, or this council approved it in December. So that was 71. It came a little bit off. I don't know how we were so far out. It's quite a few rand. But we also need to take in consideration what do we each contribute. During COVID, the same officials were working staggered shifts, were working from home, or not working at all. And I think it's almost that they haven't learned coming back to start with it, again, looking around the city. And they were paid full wages at the time. The only party, actually, that in this house that came and said we would donate half our salary with the rest of the country, which went burdened under job losses, half wages, and all that type of thing. The municipal staff did not. The municipal staff had full remuneration, although they're not at work. Now we're sitting in a situation they've got no tools yet, and the mayor just the other day himself said they're quite lazy. But today we are asked to approve 66.6 million for performance bonuses. Now, I don't know, in the private sector, I had some discussion with people last night on this, and the crowd said we haven't had increases in 5 years for the same reasons, the floods, the COVID, and all the rest, but we are rewarding staff for doing what? Because they've got no tools to work with, do they? The other one that attracts our attention is the sanitation and the hire of toilets. I recall a few years ago, 35 million that we're still looking for, because the toilets were never even delivered, let alone the houses that were built where they were supposed to be standing. That's 8 years now. I still haven't seen it, the house. And I've got photographic evidence of these same toilets that are on hire that are standing at places where they're not even utilized. People don't know that they're there. They've just been parked off where there's not even a walkthrough, instead of prioritizing to where they should be or could be used. With 46 million, one would wonder how many of those houses that we are building could have had sanitation, or maybe permanent sanitation, where we've got transit camps of people sitting there 10, 15 years later, still waiting for a house to be built, which is never going to happen. Do we know that, of course? And then looking at, I just turned the page. Something that we can't afford is the Mayor Paula EPWP program, 201 million. We just went through that just now. It says they must find savings within their own department to pay for that. So we don't have the money for that. But yet we've approved that. So at which states are we going to now improvise to make up for that 201 million? Because somewhere in this, something is not going to be fixed, because we've got 201 million shortfall. And I can go further into the security service, but I'm not going to dwell there. So one would have hoped to see more money going towards the infrastructure, because the reality is, if we don't fix it now, there's going to be nothing to fix in a couple of months' time. For the same reason that the DA did not support the original budget, it's those things that we don't see, those things that are just colored in for various, in general, that type of thing. No, we're not going to support this. It's not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pete. Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the DLC understands that the adjustment budget is a requirement, but what we are concerned about is, and we always raise this during the budget processes, that sometimes because of the time constraints, we do what is called fiscal dumping, and use the adjustment budget as a tool to later on correct these things. However, it's important, the adjustment budget is a very important process. And it seeks to bring about greater service delivery in the city where it's most needed. And we have been through really a bad period in this past couple of years. And the flooding has really devastated our communities and the infrastructure. I also want to state categorically, but here I don't have much time, is that we cannot paint every official with the same brush. If their contract in terms of performance bonus, they worked hard, it's warranted, understand that. But also, we need to do something to motivate all employees of the city so everybody works very effectively and efficiently in the interest of our communities in terms of service delivery. The DLC will support this adjustment.
Point of order,
we are
Sablo.
disappointed
Point of order,
that
Sablo.
our committees didn't have fair oversight of the adjustment. Yes. Thank you.
Let's allow Councillor Kwala to raise a point of order.
Somlomo ngokuhloniphana nje angazi noma bengithethiswa njengehlongandlebeni kodwa ngibona uphile naye ekhuluma isikhathi sesedlula. Asiyilungise lento ungabikho umuntu ozokhonjwa ngenjumbane. Mhlambe sesigcile kule nto inauguration kanti akufanele.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kwala. Your point of order is sustained. Councillor Pillay, your time has expired. Councillor Soga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I find it very disturbing that whenever it's time for this full council to attend to issues of budgets, DA in particular will be at pains to make sure that we do not approve budgets. And then once that time has passed, they come here again to say, to point fingers of things that have not been done. Now I'm asking myself, maybe you'll assist me because I'm new here, how are we expected to deliver when we do not approve budgets? I think we need to make up our minds and decide on which side we sit on. Having said that, I believe that the budget that has been presented will address all the challenges that are on the ground in terms of ensuring that we do provide services to our people. One of the very critical tasks for us as councillors sitting in this full council is to make sure that we provide services to our people. Now we cannot sit here and then try and block and frustrate and put all stumbling blocks and red tapes towards approving the budget. The budget is sound and it aims to ensure that service is seen and felt on the ground. Then we cannot sit here and then entertain people that are going to be presenting photos as a portfolio of evidence. You need to be on the ground from what to what, corner to corner, from 100 to 111 to ensure and see and feel the delivery for our people. Only then will I entertain whatever you try to put forth. As the African National Congress, we feel and we are very much confident that the adjustment that has been presented will adequately service the people of EThekwini. Therefore, we move that we adopt the adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mwengwe.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillors, the ANC has committed to do more and better as we move forward. We have pledged to listen to our people, have open channels of communications. I think while we were running 22-23 budget, there were issues that have been raised by the communities. We have listened to them. And as in ANC, we want to make sure that like through this adjustment budget, we'll respond where our community have raised some issues. And we are so confused why the DA don't want to see abantu base Nanda, abantu base Mpumalanga, abantu base Mbumbulu bethola izinsiza eziqhamuka uhulumeni. Uma kufanele izinto ziyakubona, kufanele kuthiwe lozo zinto ayifanele noma azibafanele, uma zikhona kuthiwe azisetshenziswa ngoba nje ziyoshintsha impilo zabantu eindaweni la khona bekholela ukuthi abantu bakhona kufanele bahlaze bese isimweni sokuthi endaweni engagculisi kodwa bona bebephila eindaweni zabadla izambulo likaPondo. Njengo ANC soqhubeka sisupport le budget futhi esithemba ukuthi kulezi inyangane ezimbalwa soba siyisebenzisa izosenza sihleleke kahle silungiselela u2023-2024 budget. Siyayisupport ibudget siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mngwengwe. Then I will now ask Councillor Madlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu Honorable Speaker. Sibonge kuma councillors asekhulumile kule budget, kule adjustment budget futhi I support. Kuyamangaza kakhulu ukuthi singathi uma sihlele ekhaya kube sekuba khona usisi ocomplainayo ngokuthi la ekhaya ukudla kuthengiwe, la ekhaya amanzi awekho, la ekhaya ingubo igugile, abale zonke izinto ezirong la ekhaya. Bese mase kubizwe umhlangano ukuthi sekuzohlanganiswa ukuthi kwazi ukuthi kutholakala amasento ukuthi ithengwe lezi zinto bese yaphikisana nalowo mhlangano afika athi ngeke ayisupport leyo nto, okusho ukuthi nje beyithakathela nje ufuna ukuthi kuzwakale kabi ngoba ekugcineni zonke lezi zinto ekade ibalwa ukhansela uBen ethi zirong ngedolobha kuyiqi ukhansela uBiecht zi right impela beqinisile. Umbuzo ukuthi what is to be done? What is to be done is to adjust the budget that was allocated so that we can attend to those things. And any attempt to block the adjustment smacks of hypocrisy because you cannot direct us to things that are wrong and when we are providing solutions to fix them and then you are opposing those solutions, meaning that you are never interested in the first place in the fixing of those issues. For instance, Honorable Speaker, this adjustment budget is directed at and focusing on disaster recovery, hence the grants that have been allocated. For instance, let me make an example. We are allocating 40 million rands to coastal and stormwater maintenance. Now we know what during our floods, infrastructure, especially stormwater, was devastated, and it's one of the reasons you'll find that there's water flowing everywhere and sometimes there's sewer flowing everywhere because of those blockages. And if any mvula ingase ine today, you can't be sure that other houses might be flooded. And therefore, it was important that we allocate money to fix that. We've allocated 20 million rands for roads and stormwater. We know that our roads needs fixing and we are attending to that. For instance, we've allocated 3.5 million rands to electrical networks. We know that half of our electricity infrastructure was underwater during the floods. And although there was recovery and it's working now, but there are still issues of trips every day because some of the work that was done there was just done to get by. It was not a fully fledged maintenance. We are allocating money to do that. We're allocating through this adjustment budget, for instance, 3.5 million rands to the maintenance of buildings. Councillor Beck spoke of the bad buildings in the city. Some of the buildings were damaged during the storm. Some of the buildings were already bad. Some of those buildings belongs to us, and we need to fix those buildings. Some of it is City Hall. You'll find that there are leaks in some of the rooms there. They need to be fixed. Here is the allocation of the budget that the DA is voting against. We've allocated 9.8 million rands to water material supply, 18 million rands to sanitation, etc., etc. As the ANC, we support this budget. Siyabonga.
I will now allow the Deputy Mayor. I receive a donation of 3 minutes from the ANC to the Deputy Mayor. Over to you, Deputy Mayor.
Somlomo Sibonge, Honorable Mayor, Banbase EThekwini. As the NFP, we support the adjustment budget. Allow me to quote one of the verses in the Bible that read like this: "Come, let us rebuild the broken walls." As the NFP, we are saying to the people of EThekwini, this is the opportunity for us to work for you, because when you assess, we have had 12 months La ebesingasebenzi kahle khona in some of the critical aspect esikhuluma about infrastructure. We are now saying that it is paramount for us as councillors to make a commitment so that we can work for our people, because grandstanding ayisizi because yenza ukuthi silahlekelwe isikhathi. Yes, kufanele siyidlale oversight yethu as councillors, kodwa sigade ukuthi ekuyidlaleni kwethu asivimbini service delivery. Umuthi uyayibheka kahle le adjustment budget yabantu ikhuluma ngabantu, ikhuluma ngezinto abantu on the ground. Umuya khona abantu abahlezi bekhuluma ngazo. Into ke njenge NFP esifuna ukuyiregister moving forward. Ethi mayor sifisa ukuthi inhlelo zokulwa necorruption in our city zi-intensify ngoba sibona ukuthi esinye sesihlava esidala ukuthi ama programs ekhona, esidala ukuthi ibudget ikhona kodwa igcina ingafiki kubantu. Siyazi ke somlomo ukuthi namhlanje this adjustment budget yabantu izovotelwa ama progressive forces. They understand very well why are they here. They understand very well the pain yabantu basemlazi. They understand very well the pain yabantu basengonyameni. They understand very well the pain yabantu bakaMashu. They will vote for this budget so that the people on the ground will benefit. Ngoba uma sikhuluma ukuthi sibuka i-adjustment budget sikhuluma iqiniso lokuthi asikali ngani.
Point of order,
So uma
Somlo.
sihleli la endlini
Point of order.
Point of order.
Kwala.
Ngicela ukubuza Somlomo, i-NFP ina how many minutes kuyilokuzana?
i-NFP inabangani abanika ama minutes njenge block. Point of
Listening
order
is a
over
skill.
yakho wena.
Listening is a skill, but however, the counter-revolutionary will always hinder any progress. Sengiphetha somlomo, sifisa ukuthi kubantu baseThekwini kufanele bazi ukuthi this council, there are women and men who are committed in making the point that service delivery accelerates as the NFP's nesiqubulo esithi nothing else but service delivery. Sithi kohlalo bamakomiti abaphume bahambe bayosebenza. Sithi emakomitini onke akusetshenzwe so that this adjustment budget izokwazi ukuthi idile nezinto abantu abazifunayo. Uma si-account sonke ngoba udaba lama video somlomo nokhambe kushuthi izithombe mhlambe ngelilanga kumele sibheke lento ukuthi sikwi career right yini mangabe sila endlini mhlambe kahle kahle career yethu sisiyayibona ukuthi cha sikahle masikwezinye indawo ngoba abantu bakithi abayifuni ipoliticking. Asikho isise NFP, asikho isise EFF, asikho ese ANC, kodwa abantu bakithi bafuna imfuno ngokulinganayo. I-National Freedom Party iyayisupporta ibudget yabantu.
Thunywe
Thank you.
umntwana. On a point of order.
Thank you, order.
On a point of order, Chair.
His worship.
On a point
His
of order,
worship,
Chair.
Mayor.
Chair. Speaker.
Order.
Speaker.
Order.
Speaker. Slal.
Yes.
On a point of order.
Order.
The point of order useqedile.
No, I did raise my hand a little earlier on.
Right.
I think, Speaker, it's important that you correct this. In your opening remarks before the Deputy Mayor spoke, you indicated that the ANC had donated 3 minutes to the Speaker. I think ordinarily when someone donates to you, you thank them. I don't think the Deputy Mayor is on record thanking the ANC for the few minutes that she
Ngenapho wena.
Siyabonga ungasho lutho.
Usayindoda noma ungashongo
Ungasho lutho Billy.
Order. Sorry.
Just
Sorry.
say thank you, Deputy Mayor.
His worship.
To the ANC.
Just a second. There's a hand there. Order. Order.
Samlo.
Yes.
See African Independent Congress. Besicela kule item no ke sifumane i-caucus ye5 minutes.
Oh wedwa.
Sicela i5 minutes siyo caucus.
Bangaki?
Sicela i5 minutes ye caucus.
Order. Order.
Uyedwa mhlaba.
Order.
Uyedwa.
Order. Order. Order.
Uyedwa.
Councillors. Councillors. Councillor Mhlaba. Order. Order. Councillors. Order. Let's not waste time. Councillor Mhlaba. I will not grant you the request that you are forwarding to me because the debate is almost concluded. The debate is almost concluded. The mayor is the last speaker on the matter. Then the matter will be subjected to the approval of council. Therefore, your request is
I raised
you
my
should
hand
have made
before
the request
Deputy
earlier
Mayor.
before we start the meeting. His worship.
No, Speaker, ngiyacela no.
Angibonge.
Order.
Angibonge Somlomo.
Speaker. Order, Speaker.
Order.
Speaker, just a clarity. Which rule are you using that a member can ask a caucus towards the end of a debate? Which rule? Can you be specific? Which rule are you using? Because my belief is a member can raise an issue at any stage in order. He's asking for a caucus, and we have no reason why you must deny someone that right to go and have a caucus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Mwango. Councillor Mwango. Order, councillors. Councillor Mwango, listen, councillors, listen. One of the responsibilities of the Speaker of Council is to manage time of council. At the same time, not to suppress debate, to allow councillors to freely express themselves. But the Speaker at the same time have to see where intentionally councillors intend to waste the time of council. Normally, Councillor Mwango, if there are issues that need to be caucused by political parties, when the item is being tabled, those political parties will request time for caucuses. Therefore, you can't keep quiet for more than 10 speakers. When we allow the last speaker on the item, you then request a caucus. I can't allow that. For me, deliberately, you intend to waste time of council. That is the reason why I'm refusing to give that item. We're already done with the matter. But Mayor?
Angibonge Somlomo. Okokuqala nje Somlomo engifuna ukwenza ukwembula ukuthi obani DA.
Order.
Kuyona le debate. I-Democratic Alliance ayikaze ivotele ibudget. So mangabithi namhlanje sizikuyivotela ibudget imislead abantu baseThekwini. Masikhuluma ngokufaka kwamanzi emalokishini endaweni ezisemakhaya abakaze bavota nathi siyolungisa inkinga zabantu bakithi abahlezi einkingeni ezadalwa abanye babo khokho babo. Okwesibili, i-Democratic Alliance ikhala ngokuthi asilwisane nobugebengu nakho okuzokwenziwa. La esihlezi khona eduzana nje ngemumva kune satellite police station Metropolis esikhuluma ngayo ku agenda yanamhlanje esivuliwe operator etafuleni ngokunjalo kune satellite Metropolis ngoba sifuna ukuthi ifootprint eMetropolis ibe khona endaweni la kade ingekho khona. Okwesithathu sizoqinisekisa njengomkhandlu lo olapha namhlanje ukuthi sizothatha imali yomphakathi lapha ya ePoundeni eliseduze adjacent to Durban station obokuyipound yeMetropolis sizoyishintsha le ndawo kumanje iBAC approvile icontract ukuthi siyokwakha izindlu lapha ya ezizohlala labantu abahlezi phansi kwamabridge ababamba abantu inkunzi eThekwini nakuba singesibaqede bonke ngaleyo ndawo khona ezinye sizihlonzile indawo zokuthi sehlisa izinga lobugebengu ukuthi sikwazi ukucontrola sazi ukuthi abantu abaseThekwini bakuphi ba located kuphi imovement yaseThekwini njani. Engeke ithandeke ukuzwa iDemocratic Alliance ukuthi into ekuthiwa iconsequence management ikhona manje. Yingakho nje abanye bethu sazi ukuthi uhedwa kaSCM akasaspendelwanga icorruption. Ususpendelwe ukuthi kushort imaterial kwesinye isikhathi kuma stores. Ususpendelwe ukuthi iSCM yethu kunokuthi ifast track service delivery iyayidelay service delivery. So lokho ke ukukhombisa ukuthi consequence management ikhona is under suspension as we speak. Ekwesibili bazonqena ukusho ukuthi mawuhamba kwinkaba edolobha sekuqalile ukubonakala inhlanzeko ngoba angeke bekuvume abakubona ngamehlo ngoba bayitshena mawuphikisa fanele uvala amehlo ngisho nokubona kunenguquko kodwa ume nje uqonge uthi akwenziwa lutho lezi nguquko ezibonakalayo nazo ziyiphathe consequence management kodwa siyonixoxela ngelinye ilanga kodwa ke okubalekile somlomo ukuthi thina njengomasipala focus emsebenzini okulungisa inkinga zabantu bakithi kumanje sikhuluma nje sonyusa isibalo sama metropolis esiwaqeqesha njalo ngonyaka sikhule siye ku400 ngoba sifuna ukujaha lesasibalo sokuthi metropolis fanele ngabe kade abano 5000 kodwa siyayilungisa ke leyo nkinga sizonyusa izibalo ze metropolis so that if footprint ye metropolis itholakale endaweni eziningi eThekwini sayibona ukuthi capable inama capabilities esiwadinga imetropolis ngesikhathi seunrest manikhumbula kahle ngesikhathi seunrest abantu ababe visible kakhulu imetropolis
akayeke ukumemeza
Thank you, Your Worship. The time is
siyabonga
expired.
somlomo ukuthi manje abezwa kahle
Thank
fanele
you,
ngimemeza
councillors. Is the adjustment budget approved?
Agreed.
Thank you. There is an indication of some of you don't support it. Let me have the screen. Let me have the screen. Secretariat, please check your positions so that no movement, councillors, no movement, close the doors. No one should go out, no one should come in during the voting process. Right, Secretariat, I'm sure now you are ready. A whip of council, I'm sure you are ready, we are now starting. Those who are saying yes, those who support the item.
Bayabona bantu.
Awusiyabonga Gwala.
Kwenze kahle uhamba umthu. Hawu.
Enkosi engathi ngahleze ngekho unkosi.
Phakamisa mhlaba.
Shuthu unkosi isiqalekiso la.
Athina amapiano.
Protector somlomo. Protector somlomo. Khona ubaba.
Speaker.
Cross the floor. Speak.
Hello ma. Oh sorry, I'm in council.
Siyabonga ukuhamba kwamthu.
Speaker, I'm still directing this meeting. City Manager, what a joke.
Mhlaba.
This is more than embarrassing. Thank you. Are you done, Whip? Are you fine now? Right. Those who are against? Those who are against?
Phamisa mthwetho. Phamisa. Phakamisa mthetho abantu bakubone.
Fundisi.
Mthetho abantu abakubone kahle.
Ungayiphasa isile budget.
Nomnqango. Losuka la ushutha ama video ke njalo.
Umnqango udisturbekile. Icase yakhe understand.
Umnqango waphakamisa unyawo nje wena abantu bephakamisa izandla lapho wekubheka.
It's better to wear a plain shirt, Craig. Better. Flies won't follow you.
Are you? Thank you. Those who abstain? There's a hand there. Those who abstain?
Hey, ukufika
Thank you.
kancane kuzonile izinto
Let's add the
kuphela.
numbers. Order. Those who are in support of the item, 133. Those who are against, 49. Those who abstain, 4. No, sorry, 1. Therefore, the item is being carried through. Thank you.
Umnqangu stepchild se DA.
Order. Let's proceed.
Speaker,
I will now request Councillor Yoki.
Speaker, you know, we've gone through to today with most of our councillors maintaining the decorum of this council that is befitting. And my question is directed at you. We've come to the latter part of the proceedings, and in terms of Rule 16, we've noticed that you seem to be ignoring the conduct that's playing out in the opposite benches, not the opposition, the blatant disregard for the rules of council, the etiquette and the decorum, and you've said nothing for the last 10 to 15 minutes. So, Speaker, I'm appealing to you to please manage this council befitting of a council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Order. Councillor Yoki, you are 100% correct. That's why all the time when you open our meeting, I remind you. But some of you intentionally, you open your mic, you exchange words, you talk one another. But at a time where some of you feel uncomfortable with some of the statements that you made, you jump and bring to the attention of the speaker. When it suits you, you don't bring me. Yeah, let me make an appeal. At the same time, sitting here, I'm watching. I don't want to be abused. Let me tell you why I'm saying that. The behavior that Councillor Yoki is referring to from the opposite side, she is correct, and I agree with her. These councillors are wrong. But the thing has been happening that side, this side, and here. No. Let me tell you. You see, Councillor Nchetwa, Councillor Pekte, Councillor Yoki, Councillor Mngati in front of you. No. Councillor Pili, sorry. Councillor Pili. While other councillors was opening his mic, joking with other councillors. But, no, I'm trying making an example that let's not try to waste council time with something that sometimes become uncomfortable when it's done to you. Now, as a speaker of council, Councillor Yoki is correct, is assisting me. But I'm saying let's be consistent. Yeah, let's be consistent. Councillors, let's proceed. Thank you very much.
Speaker,
I will now...
Speaker?
Yes, who's speaking?
Councillor Begantuli, to your left.
To my left, yes.
Yes. If you may please allow me to take you to subsection section 16 of the Rules of Order.
Order.
Section 16
yes.
of the Rules of Order, subsection E,
yeah.
On number 1. It speaks to using an electronic device in a manner in which disturbs or disrupts a meeting. During the take of a vote, you, Speaker, were on a phone, which certainly was a way of undermining a process. And Speaker, if you may please offer a house an apology unto that, so that a bad behavior is not condoned through your own actions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I apologize for being on the phone. There was a urgent matter I'm addressing relating to the sitting that we have. But we are quite, I apologize. Councillors, let's proceed. But Mayor, may you please table the third report?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I present the third report of the Executive Committee to the Council? Thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We're on to the third report of the Executive Committee for its meeting, which was held on the 14th of the 2nd, 2023. Second one was on the 21st of the 2nd, 2023. First item is appointment of chairpersons of the Section 80 committees and chairpersons of the statutory committee process. It is recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Somlo,
For speakers,
can we have a clarity la? A bit.
Right.
On page 31.
Page 31.
Yes. Lapha ngibona committee number 2. Economic Development and Planning and Trading Services.
Yeah, let's do this first, Councillor Kwa. Let me apologize to you and to Council. On page 30, item 1, I've got speakers, but already I asked the Council to approve without giving those speakers a chance to speak because I opened a wrong page in my speakers list. Apologies for that. I have to correct it to go to page 30, item 1, and allow those speakers to speak. Then when we come to the page we are referring to, Councillor Kuala will then allow you a chance to address Council on what we want to bring to our attention. Let's deal with page 30, item 1 first, because I made a mistake by jumping that item in my list of speakers. In the list, I've got Councillor, page 30, item 1, Councillor Mwango, Councillor, there's a proposed amendment, but here is on page 33, not page 30 back there. And Councillor Ben, you want to propose an amendment on page 33, not page 30. It means maybe there's a misprint. Then there's Councillor back there. Then there's Councillor Nkosi. Councillor Nkosi apologized. Then there's Councillor Madala. In that order, while maybe Councillor Ben and Beck, we are correcting the amendment because it's referring to page.
Mr. Speaker,
32.
the amended words are on page 33. So if you'd like, I give you permission to write page 30 instead of page 33 at the top of the letter, of the notice. Please just make that handwritten change yourself. I give you authority to do so.
Not on page 30.
It's on page 30.
Okay.
Page 30 is the item, but the new wording is on page 33. That's where I got confused.
Okay. The item is on page 30, 31, 32, but the recommendations are in 33.
Yes.
Where
the item is on page 30. You're correct.
Yeah,
Please change it on our behalf.
yes, I can see where you are proposing an amendment. The proposed amendment is on item is item 1, page 30, but the proposed amendment is the recommendation on 1.1 on page 33 of the agenda to add the word at the end of the recommendation 1.1 regarding as follows: which committee shall be called the Finance and Procurement Committee. I'm sure, councillors, you get the proposed amendment. I will read again so that it said on page 30, item 1, the proposed amendment is on page 33 of the agenda to add the words at the end of the recommendation 1.1, which read as follows: which committee shall be called the Finance and Procurement Committee. Councillors, is the proposed amendment supported? Is not supported? I will now allow Councillor Bekde to address council on the proposed amendment. Over to you, Councillor Pett.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. One would wonder why there is the resistance against it, because the Finance and Procurement Committee would be the committee that the ambit of the finances as well as the procurement that relates to it would fall under one committee. If you don't separate that, one would wonder under which committee the procurement will then resort, because it doesn't fall within any scope of any of the others except the Finance Committee. That was the committee that existed before. It was known as the Finance and Procurement Committee. And if one would then have to separate the responsibilities, one would wonder, where were you taking it? So what would the Finance Committee consider and put before thatself, if not the finance and the procurement and oversight over SCM? Hence the fact we will just have to clarify it's the finance and procurement which will then encapsulate the SCM and the tenders as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pete. Councillor Mtetwa.
No, thank you, Chair. No, I just want to raise a point of clarity here on the recommendations on this item.
Page 33.
Page 33, yes. The recommendation. I see the recommendations to note the appointment of committee chairperson is lumped together with the resignation of the former chairperson of ethics and the name of councillors only being put forward. It's still part of this recommendation. And also the change in the DA membership of the ethics committee is all part of one recommendation. But my understanding is that those are separate processes. If there's a vacancy in the leadership, the chairperson of the ethics committee, it means this council must then elect a new chairperson. It cannot be that the
Speaker.
LCS just appointed
Order, Speaker.
a chairperson.
There's a point of order. Councillor Mngango.
Speaker, I think Councillor is confusing us. I thought we were debating the amendment. Now he's back on an item, or I'm the one who's confused. I thought we were debating the amendment by the DA.
Yeah, thank you.
But now the DA is now talking on an item itself, away from the amendment. So I'm getting confused exactly what's going on. What are we doing?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mngango. Your point of order is sustained. I thought Councillor Mtetwa is speaking on the amendment, but is bringing a new matter. You are correct. Your point of order is sustained. The proposed amendment, councillors.
Mr. Speaker,
I've allowed.
Can I speak as a seconder to the amendment?
Yes, you speak. I've allowed Councillor Beck to address you. Then I will allow Ben. Then Mngango. Then Madlala. Councillor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Bitker was speaking as the proposer of the amendment, and I speak as the seconder. Because if there's, well, there are many things wrong in the city, but one of the biggest things that are wrong in the city is SCM, supply chain management. And the essence of the proposal is to bring to the fore the need to pay much more attention to detail into how the SCM unit is operating, how it's capacitated. I can report from an LLF meeting a week ago that the staff within the SCM unit were complaining that more functions have been brought into the SCM unit from line departments, yet there's no staff, there's no capacitation of the unit. I think it's generally well recognized that the SCM unit is not functioning well. We have the head of the unit under suspension without any reasons given. These are issues which we need to consider, so that's why we would like procurement to be brought to the fore as part of the deliberations within the committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mngango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I think sometimes we just oppose for the sake of opposing. What is being raised by the DA does make sense when it comes to oversight. You just approve the budget. It goes through procurement. Now, when do you play oversight? As much as councillors don't interfere with procurement processes, but they must play oversight. Now, the finance and procurement can't be separated. So it makes sense when the DA is proposing that have finance and procurement committee. I don't understand why the ANC would object to that just because coming from the DA. I think we must be reasonable here and really do what's best for this municipality. I think the ANC is just being unreasonable for no reason, and their alliance. I think the motivation by DA makes sense. The Action SA will support.
Thank you. Yes, councillors. Angazi ukuthi yini lelikhona ukuthi mekukhuluma lenye councillor ke silalele. Yabo akhulume without any disruption aqede, so that we save time, we move with speed, and we allow the speaker to guide the meeting accordingly. Yabo some of us angazi ukuthi yini lelikhulu ukuthula emhlanganweni ungakhonjiwe. Yabo. Now ngiyabona mhlawumbe ukuthi kuzomela nginenzele i-workshop yokufunda ukuthula. Khazelo Madlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Speaker. Let me
Order. Madlala has been recognized. Therefore, abanye thula.
Yes, let me start by thanking the Speaker for the workshop. I think it will come in handy. Secondly, we recognize and we accept the challenges that we are going through, especially in terms of the processes regarding procurement. One of the interventions that have been made, thanks to the newly engaged city manager, is that the committees, the SCM committees, one of the issues that were identified as a weakness was that there was a juniorization of that committee. So DCMs have been reinstated to those committees. They are now chaired by those by DCMs. That assists in terms of the delays, because at some point they were chaired by people that were said to be junior and therefore sometimes did not have the requisite mandate to deal with some of the issues and to take decisions on the spot. Now the DCMs are sitting there and things are starting to move. Secondly, I accept what, as the ANC, we accept some of the issues raised by councillors across. One of which is the issues that might have been raised in the LLF. Now, those issues cannot be resolved by changing the name, by a mere change of the name of the committee. They need us to zoom in and work on those. So the change of the name will not necessarily change how the committee works and how the committee functions. For instance, Councillor Mngwango says we are opposing for the sake of opposing. I'm saying you are correct, Councillor Mngwango, but I think we are opposing for the sake of opposing, where people are just proposing for the sake of proposing. because the finance committee as it stands, that is where the head SCM reports. So if there's a committee that needs to deal with procurement issues and resolve all the bottlenecks, the finance committee is in the right place to do that. You don't need to add the words and procurement for the committee to then work better, because there's nothing that will come in with the word which is outside the scope and mandate of the committee itself, unless something else is being proposed. Let me remind you that at some point we adopted the country adopted the Municipal Finance Management Act, which prohibits councillors from getting involved in anything procurement related. And I shudder to think what the community and people out there will think if councillors are saying we are going to a meeting of the Finance and Procurement Committee. The word alone says something cringe-worthy. So we are not going to support this, not because we don't support the reforms that are being proposed, if there are any reforms, but the name alone is not going to change anything for us, except to create an impression that councillors in EThekwini are now involved in procurement. With those, we're not going to support. But we will support what Councillor Umthetwa, remember when he was out of order. We will support what he was proposing when he is proposing it when he is in order.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. You were the last on the proposed amendment on page 18, item 1.1, I need to conclude this matter by getting an indication that the proposed amendment is not supported or is supported after the argument has been advanced to persuade council to support the amendment. Let me check. Those who are in support of the amendment. Those who are in support of the amendment, let me have the numbers, Secretariat, quickly.
Senibuyisa izitsha zase 99. Sebebuyisela izitsha emuva. Intethe zibeletheke.
Akuxoshwa umuntu lana kuya-amendwa hayi khona umuntu okhishwe esikhundleni.
Thank you. Those who are against. Let's thank you. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Let's get the numbers if we are done. Secretariat, get the numbers. Yeah. Thank you. Those who are in support, 60 of the amendment. Those who are against, 108. There's no one who abstain. Therefore, the proposed amendment does not enjoy the majority support of council. Therefore, it won't be supported. Thank you. But before we proceed with the substantive item in the agenda, as I've indicated that I've got speakers, I want to order. I want to allow legal to have a comment on the report that we are discussing, because they've looked at the report, they've advised me that there's something that needs to be corrected in the report. Let me give them a chance to address council and highlight where they see that things went wrong. Over to you, Likan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have noted that following the resignation of Councillor Ntokozo Sibia as chairperson of the Ethics Committee, we've noted that following the resignation of Councillor Ntokozo Sibia as chairperson of the Ethics Committee, there is a proposal to appoint Councillor Octavia Nolubabalo Mthembu as chairperson of the Ethics Committee. And there is no open nomination process that has been provided for in the report. And we think that that might be problematic because there needs to be an open nomination process that needs to be followed for every councillor to have a chance to make a nomination. And that is not provided for in the report. And we have brought it to the attention of the Speaker that might present problems. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, legal. Therefore, councillors, it means the executive committee overstepped their responsibilities in terms of discussing the item and also attach the name. It's the responsibility of council to receive nominations from members of council and votes, and whoever get the number of votes or majority of votes become the chair of ethics. Now, based on the guidance and the opinion from legal, I therefore suggest that we must do the correction. Now, what I want us to do, order, what I want us to do in the report is to remove the part where a name of Councillor Mthembu Zondi has been proposed as the chair of ethics. We remove that. Now, after removing that, we open the matter to council for nominations for the chair of ethics. Then after receiving nominations, as we normally do, he will ask you whether you're available or not. We get the seconder of those who support you. Then, if there are more than one candidate, council members will vote. Then whoever gets the majority of numbers then become the chair of ethics, so that we comply with the rules, because currently this is in conflict with the relevant rules and legislation. I suggest, councillors, so that we are in order.
Agreed.
I suggest we do that. Thank you very much, Councillor Kwala, then Mwango, then Mchetwa.
No, somlo masibonge kodwa mhlambe ubuka lelo phutha nje kuphela kodwa maningi amaphutha kule report. Kodwa ngiyacabanga mhlawumbe ngoba uyibhaliwe la uthi kwauhlela umhlangano omhla 14 February uzorecalla ke it's a Valentine's Day. Mhlawumbe omeya neexecutive babengekho emhlanganweni ngelokhuza. Uma ukhumbula la somlo ngikhulume ngaleya page u31 whereby we have economic development planning and trading services in a report by ESCO, not by a committee, just an ordinary committee, but an ESCO okuyi-mother board yalomkhandlu. Ithebula ishiwe ke phambi kwethu, but isenaleya ero trading services ongafanele ube lapha. Bese izoba no establishela ukuthi ukhansela uMia has resigned. Utshelwe ukhansela uJimmy. But still uzothi uThabani Mia is the chairperson. So ngicabanga ukuthi le osuyiveza manje loophole. Ngampela le report akufanele ngabe siyayiconsider as a council. Funa ngabe ibuyele emuva nje boyilungisa wonke lamaphutha. Bese ibuya kahle even nange special council ingabuya isi-sorted because page 32 ithwese kuzanya ukuamendwa awazi ukuchitshela kuchitshelwana kube kuphethe umbimbi musani ukuhlaza umbimbi elokho ebenamapheshi ngathi uBrandwood akona umplaselwa lo funa lento iqonde nje ithi thwiso omlomo bese siyayiconsider.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I've been covered by Honourable Gwala on a question of Councillor Umeya, but I just want to move on second paragraph, Speaker, where it reads.
Which page?
Page 30.
Page 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second paragraph read as a way of a background. The EThekwini Municipality was officially established in November 2021. I think it should say the EThekwini Council, not the municipality, because I don't believe the municipality was established last year or 2021. So I will assume it should say EThekwini Council.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango, for those corrections. Councillor Mtetwa.
Slalo, I want to distance DA members of the Executive Committee from this embarrassment. Because the issues that Councillor Gwala is covering, especially with economic development and planning and trading services, the Executive Committee discussed those issues a week or so ago, and there were resolutions taken. As to why this report is here in this format and in this manner, I don't know. Because now it sends a message as if Executive Committee members don't know what they are doing, we're clueless. Certainly the DA members are not clueless. So I would support a recommendation from Ukwala to say this report must be withdrawn because it is riddled with irregularities and you can't even, I could be a leg. But what I would want to find out, why is it that this report, after the ESCO had deliberated on it and made recommendations and changes, it still serves here in front of us in this way with such mistakes. But in essence, I'm supporting Kwale to say, let's just withdraw this entire report and for ESCO to go and rework it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Madla, then Mayor.
Siyabonga kakhulu mhlonishwa uSpeaker. Cha bengishilo ukuthi sizovumelana no Council umthetho ngesikhathi out of order kodwa angisavumelani nale proposal yakhe. La ngivumelana naye khona ukuthi kuliqiniso ukuthi iyahlala executive committee ngaleli ya viki. Yabuye yahlala executive committee enye ya ilungisa okunye kwezinto esizibona la. Mhlawumbe kufaneleke kube khona ukuxolisa ukuthi okunye report ifike isenamaphutha iexecutive committee eyawalungisayo. Kodwa angifisi ukuthi ngivumelana naleyo ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi report inamaphutha bese siyibuyisela emuva ngoba report ingaba namaphutha kodwa kuwona amaphutha fatal. Amaphutha singakwazi ukuthi siwalungise. Isibonelo nje ilesi sokuthi usigayide kahle umhlonipheki lapha yana wezomthetho ngokuthi asenze kanjani. No speaker ohloniphekile wayiqondisa into yokuthi ngenxa ukuthi sisusile igama lapha ya okusho ukuthi njengamanje sihleli la sile council kune vacancy kasihlalo we-ethics committee. Now ekufanele kulandele ukuthi si allow process yokukhetha usihlalo we-ethics committee. Ebese kulandele iprocess elandelayo esizoyenza nje kalula kade siwa propose ama amendment lapha yangaphesheya yokuthi silungise le section ye report nama recommendations. Uma kuukuthi ngoba akhona ama record ukuthi sa resolve kanjani kulama matters, kuyabonakala ukuthi asifuna ukumosha kakhulu isikhathi secouncil. Singacela ukuthi le matter ime stand down, si entertain amanye ama matters, allowing uSecretariat ukuthi ahambe uyolungisa ireport, sibuye kuyona le agenda namhlanje siyibuyise sesiyithola isinezinto ezilungile ngenxa yokuthi akukona ukuthi siyoqala phansi kufanele kuyoqala phansi umhlangano wahlala umhlangano wa resolve, siyazi ukuthi umhlangano wa resolve kanjani zonke lezi zinto ezinye esizibona la wayilungisa umhlangano sekuukulungisa nje ukuthi ireport ephambi kwethu kube ireport ezwakalayo. Ukulungisa ke lokho kade kusho umhlonipheki uGwala ukuthi ireport ka speaker izinto ekade izikhuluma ezinye zazo izikhulume emva kokuthi isihlalile i-executive committee. Ngakho ke bengeke ukwazi ukubuyela emuva uyoshintsha inkulumo eyenziwa i-executive committee ngenxa yokuthi sewune latest information as if isihlalile i-executive committee enye. Isibonelo ukuthi i-executive committee egcinile ukuhlala ibinokhansela uMiya owayekhethiwe njengosihlalo wekomiti. Nakuba uSpeaker ngenzeka ukuthi bese yitholile okanye bengakayitholi incwadi kodwa ayentertainwanga i-executive committee. Ngakho ke i-executive committee ehlalile nama minutes ayo awayazi indaba yokuthi ukhansela uMiya usesulile. Leyo ndaba imayifika la so ayikwazi ukushintsha inqumo ze-executive committee into yokusula kaMiya eyenzeke isihlalile i-executive committee. Bengithi nje ngilungise leyo part encane kumhlonipheki ngale kwaloko ngicabanga ukuthi sinaleso siphakamiso nje sokuthi uma ukuthi kuyabonakala ukuthi izosilibaza izinto ukuthi siloku sisenzo is no ala sithi kuyimisa kancane report sifake ema IC uSecretariat ayilungise lezi zintwana ezincane ngoba izintwana ezincane nje ngaleso sikhathi singakwenza singapick up kule report sibe sikusebenza yiloku kokugcwalisa ivacancy yaka ethics ngoba kade kufanele ukuthi seyideclare ivacancy njengamanje kufanele sithi uqeda lomhlangano sibe sigcwalisiwe leso sikhala ngenxa ukuthi uma kungenzekile lokho khona ukuaffecteke singaba nako njengale council. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Xuma.
Speaker, thanks, Speaker. I think Councillor Madlalo ngikhavile, but I think for the sake of records, kuma committee recommendations 1.2, it must also be fixed there. Ingagcini ithi Councillor Thabani Miya as the chairperson of Human Settlement and Infrastructure Committee. It must further say is a chairperson of Human Settlement Infrastructure Committee and also Trade and Services. Thanks, Speaker.
But akayona nje.
Thank you. Councillor Kumete.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngiyamuza uKhansela uMadlala uyabeka isisoka sakhe kodwa siyagwegwa. Manje methi asimise ngoba ipackage le item esikhuluma ngayo so vota kanjani kukhona esikuphakhile aside. Shuthi sokuphakha konke kuhambe kuyolingisa bese kubuya konke kubuke kanye kanye if that is the case. Asikwazi ukuhlukanisa sibe siqhubeka nokunye.
Thank you, Mayor.
Siyabonga Somlomo. Ngicathi ngihambisana nohlokohloko uKhansela uMadlala ukuthi singakulungisa okunye kodwa siseparate matter ye-ethics committee. Kodwa ngifuna ukuthi siyiphendule kahle le kaKhansela uGwala ngoba iconcern yakhe becabanga ukuthi into ye-trading services isahambisana no-economic development. Cha ngokwe recommendation seyilungisiwe. Shuthi ngezinja sasiyona i-issue mawubheka ama recommendations. uKhansela uMvubu ngenxa ukuthi kufanele uhlalo weESCO uhlalo wekomiti akhethwe iESCO njengamanje singakwazi ukuthi sishiye leyo because iESCO izothi mayihlangana imkhethe ngomhlangano olandelayo abe uhlalo welokho into ebefunakala njengamanje la ukuthi abe imember yeexecutive. So umkhandlu through report yakhe esivumelene ngayo somlomo ebisho ukuthi usereplacewe ukhansela uMia so isisinikeza ilunga leexecutive then sesobuyele emumva ke sothi nangu uhlalo we-economic development and planning ngoba ohlalo abakhethwa i-council bakhethwa i-executive ngiyabonga hlalo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I need to make a ruling on the matter so that to save time. Councillors, order.
So sorry speaker ngixolisa ukhansela uKhawunde sengisikwe ngathi ukhansela uMia bekwaka economic development cha human settlement and infrastructure ngenza ethi ngokwama records kube correct ngiyabonga.
Yeah. Councillors, this item page 30 item 1 to page 33 with its recommendation. The whole item will be withdrawn for now and allow the Secretariat to correct mistakes contained in the report as highlighted by the speakers. Then once those corrections have been made, they will bring the report back. Then we will continue to discuss it. If there are councillors who want to express themselves on the report, then the report will then be adopted. I therefore rule. Thank you very much. Let's now proceed to, because we're dealing with page 30 to 33, it means we'll now allow the mayor to table the fourth report while we allow the Secretariat to make those corrections. His Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I table the fourth report of the Executive Committee to the Council.
City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It starts with the report of the Community Services Committee meeting which was held on the 9th of the 2nd, 2023. Item 1.1, request for authority to endorse Gandhi settlement in Phoenix as World Heritage Site. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got Councillor G. Kavenda, the speaker in my list. Then I have Councillor Sokavase. Councillor Kavenda.
Speaker, I withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sokavase.
Ngiyabonga baba Speaker. I-report icela nje ukuthi sivumeleke uPRC ukuthi ukwazi ukuvumela umsebenzi osuwenziwe ukuthi sohambise lapha ya kwi-organization i-UNESCO lo msebenzi ukuthi indawo leya elapha ePhoenix kamakade bona uGandhi ubaba uGandhi uyibizwe ibe yinto yethu yokugcina amasiko nesintu sethu esikhona sihambise soyibhalisa lapha ya enhlanganweni enkulu yomhlaba ebizwa ngokuthi United Nations Education Scientific and Cultural Organization UNESCO. Lokho sikwenza ngokuthi sinikeze ke inhloko yakwa PRC ukuthi ixoxisane nabo bonke abantu ngoba lesa sikhungo siyisikhungo esibhekelelwe kakhulu kwezamafa amafake and the research institute as a recognized provincial heritage body kuumzimba la akuhlala khona izindawo lezi ezigciniwe ezinoqava okukhulu ezindaweni zethu ezinhle so ke besicela ke ukuthi sinikezwe lelo gunya siyacabanga ukuthi nabangaphesheya ke make bengathi nje abayivumi lena ke sebeyosho ukuthi abazazi nokuthi baphuma ngakuphi baya ngakuphi futhi.
Thank you, Councillor Sokabase. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. City Manager.
Thank you very much. The next report is a request for approval and promulgation of EThekwini Municipality Public Health Bylaw. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Mr. Manager.
Item 1.3, request for approval of promulgation of EThekwini Municipality Food, Milk and Milk Products Bylaw of 2022. Committee recommends.
Page 35, item 1.3. I've got Councillor Nkosi, who have already left the meeting. Then there's Councillor Ndlovu and Councillor Madlala. Councillor Ndlovu. Councillor A. Ndlovu.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo ukuthola ithuba covered nangogwalehleka nangogwalejabula.
Thank you. I'm not sure because Councillor Madlala was out for a few minutes, but we are now. Councillor Madlala, I'm told we are covered.
Covered, Somlomo.
Councillor Madlala is saying it's covered. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed. Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
On to the report of the Governance and Human Resources Committee for their meeting, which was held on the 15th of the 2nd, 2023. Item 2.1, proposed creation of sustainable energy component within the electricity unit structure. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango, Councillor E. Smith, Councillor Kwala, then Madlala, in that order. Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, this proposal here won't really be a solution. While we are not opposed to it, but I think it's high time that the city move away from trying to rescue ESCOM. We can't do it with ESCOM anymore, and we can't see IPPs as a challenge or a competition to us as a city. It's high time where we should work with independent power producers so that we can have more energy, more power to our grid. It doesn't make sense, Honourable Speaker, why IPPs are listed as a challenge or a competition. It should be an opportunity that the city really take on board, because we should really increase our power. I think our issue is we can't really deal with the issue if we can't deal with illegal connection. And it's a challenge that the city must confront. We know illegal connection where there is nyoga, and was bold enough to address the issue of nyoga in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango. Councillor Smith.
Oh yeah. Hello, Speaker. Long day for us all. Today, there have been a lot of issues that have been raised in the city about accountability measures, about how our budgets are being spent. Today's item speaks to the creation of sustainable energy component under the electricity units organogram to fulfill key strategic roles for the current future sustainability of the electricity unit in EThekwini. While the Democratic Alliance supports the idea of the municipality, where there's minimal disruption to residents, ratepayers, and commercial activities within the metro, one cannot negate the fact that we have been calling for the filling of vacancies within the electricity department to assist in the growing outages for a while now. While we understand there are generation issues from ESCOM's end, who itself can be seen marred with issues of corruption and internal problems, the introduction of sustainable energy gives the city an opportunity to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. With this, we would also note that the energy availability for 2022 cited at 58.64%, with 25 incidents of load shedding between January 2022 and April 2022, has had an impact on the infrastructure in EThekwini. However, maintenance of the electricity infrastructure in the metro falls to the municipality and not ESCOM. The municipality is responsible for the operation of its infrastructure and the maintenance thereof. This includes 1,000+ streetlights in every ward that are problematic, and the wonderful RMS system that we have, who are now scrapping 2 billion rand down the line. But not to mention the amount of meters that are not read in the municipality. These all fall under the ambit of the municipality. When we start talking about meter readings of 168, 5 months on in, we start talking about 36,783 meters, 4 months on, and so on and so forth. It starts to paint a very grim picture of how we are recuperating our funds in the city. Overall, we're talking about 35% recuperation of metered readings in the municipality. That is under EThekwini Municipality. That is under our electricity department. This, coupled by the unwillingness to recoup the monies owed by the people in our very city, as well as the parastatals whose bills and departments grow and grow with minimal action, to fund initiatives such as the sustainability initiatives we want to incorporate into the electricity department, might I add, we have to talk to the engineers in the know. We have to have a plan going forward. Unfortunately, both the departments across the board, as well as the municipality, need to grow teeth and start tackling the issues without fear or favor, to start recouping the amounts of money that is owed to this municipality. The city should not take this, should not be lenient. We should be serious about if we want to fund initiatives we are talking about, we should recoup the monies which are owed. Besides that, we are also tasked with servicing our residents appropriately, who are already losing 24 hours in electricity outages and beyond that, who are already losing the contents of their fridges and incurring extra costs.
Order.
Order.
While businesses see better municipalities.
Point of order. Point of order. Mayor.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo, ngobuya sizwe isiZulu ukhansela uSmith.
Not today.
Bengizocela ukuthi ahlale nje odabeni lolu esiphezukwana ngoba engathi usendize kakhulu. Kanti okunye bengicela ukubuza nje Somlomo ukuthi kuvumelekile nikule ndle yakho ukuthi ikhansela lifike ligqoke ishirt mase laligoqa liveze ingalo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, I'm sure you understand that you must confine yourself to the point in the agenda. Proceed.
Okay.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, to fund the sustainable electricity component we are talking about, we cannot live on debt. We have to get the money from somewhere, but we've been saying time and time again we need to fund critical vacancies. We need to start doing activities from the end of the municipality, which brings us money in. From time and time again, the Human Settlements and Infrastructure Committee has asked for this to be done. We need money to make these things happen. We cannot have a wish list and hope to God that it happens without a plan in the future. The reality is that we have to supply our residents. And this is what this issue talks to, the supply of energy to our residents in different parts of in forms. Unfortunately, we have to get a lot more serious if we want to do that. We cannot have a wish list. We cannot keep on saying, yes, we're servicing the residents, as what we said before, as what is so merrily said, but many streetlights remain unfixed. The same electricity from the same service unit we are talking about needs to be done. We have to service our ratepayers as well. We cannot be having the 24+ outage we are talking about. There's a responsibility to this municipality to service this infrastructure, and that's what it needs to do. The residents are crying out. They are saying enough is enough. We cannot go on like this. They are asked to pay their bills, but we do not service them appropriately. And unfortunately, we are sitting in a time where crime is also rampant. The supply of electricity is pertinent to that, pertinent to the safety of our communities. And that is one thing we need to do. We cannot neglect our residents and ratepayers in this municipality any longer. We cannot allow them to go through with infrastructure we do not maintain. With that, the people on the ground are tired. They are saying they are tired. And we are tired. Protect me, please, Speaker. I don't appreciate the comments from coming from across the room there.
Okay, thank you. Order,
Sorry,
councillors.
sorry. I just heard somebody
no.
say, shut up to me, Speaker.
No. Smith, order, councillors. Order, councillors. I think Councillor Smith is better to address the speaker, not to address your colleagues. Councillors, let's allow Councillor Smith to conclude. He has been recognized. Proceed.
Right. Speaker, if we're going to use an analogy of the municipality, it is a car that we have to put fuel in, that we have to use to fund initiatives, what I'm speaking to. The reality is we have to capacitate our departments as best as possible. We have to ensure that the vacancies we've been talking to are filled, and we have to ensure that our teams are supplied on the ground to be able to cope with the demands that are placed on them. That the issues with SCM are addressed appropriately. We've mentioned this time and time before, but it has to be done accordingly. If we don't put fuel in the car, we cannot expect it to go very far. And this sustainable energy within the unit, within the electricity department, needs fuel to run. And if people cannot see, and we do not put fuel in that car, the ratepayers are already dwindling, and they're already talking about leaving. Do we really want to find ourselves in that situation? I leave that to everybody to think about.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kuala.
Thank you, Speaker. As IFP, this terminology is looking promising. Since 2019, we had terminologies that affected us directly, namely #Tumamina and Angolas. But this sustainable energy component is very much promising, since we have load shedding after we're trying to recover from COVID-19 and looting. And in the near future, we need to try and scrutinize such terminologies. As IFP, we support this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Madala.
Ngiyaxolisa Councillor Speaker. No, siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyaxolisa nje ukuthi ngizoyisho ngesizulu lento kanti uCouncillor Smith ebeyisho ngesingisi lapha ngaphesheya kodwa ke kulungile kuyohlangana phakathi. Cha bandla kuyiqiniso ukuthi sithe sikhuluma ngeitimela uCouncillor Smith wa decide ukukhuluma ngamahashi nokuba kuyinhlobo ze transport zombili lezi kodwa cha namhlanje lokho besikhuluma ngako la bekuyitimela impela nkosiyami bekungeyona amahashi kuba sengathi akayifundanga uyifunda ireport futhi akayihluphanga ngaloko uvele wa decide ukuthi ngoba kunegama elithi electricity nje akakhulume ngeenkinga ebhekene nogesi ekuyinkinga esizaziyo ke nokho kodwa ireport ebeyingakhulumi kakhulu ngazo ireport ke ithi sicela imvume kwi-council yokuthi sakhe uhlaka lapha ya olubizwa ngokuthi i-sustainable energy component lolu hlaka ngokweproposal ephambi kwethu sifisa ukuqasha abantu abathathu nje kuphela abawochwepheshe entweni eziqondene nalento esifuna ukuyenza into efuna ukwenziwa la ukuthi into ekhulunywayo emhlabeni wonke njengamanje yilento ebizwa ukuthi just energy transition okanye ukuthi ugesi thatha zonke lezi zinkinga kade isho uCouncillor Smith lapha ya ukuthi ugesi waka Eskom awutholakali kahle kuneyinkinga enjani now buya sengathi sonke simuvela ngasekutheni kube khona abanye abantu abazosiproducela ugesi ngaphezulu kuka Eskom uma lokho kwenzeka njengoba sekuqalile kwenzeka la eThekwini into ekuyenzile ukuthi sesiqalile siluza imali uzokhumbula ukuthi uCouncillor Smith uke washo lapha ukuthi kufanele sikhathazeke kakhulu about finding the money now instead of finding the money you are losing the money ireport lapha ya ithi kulesi sikhashana nje esedlule sesiluze u6 billion rands ekufanele ngabe siwucollectile through electricity kodwa siyawuluza uma ubuka lokho kudalwa yini kudalwa ukuthi kunabantu njengamanje asebenama solar panels phezulu kwezindlu zabo kunabantu asebenamanye ama alternative sources of energy abawasebenzisayo kanti ugesi lo esuthenga ka Eskom bese sudayisela abahlali enye yezinto esigenerator ngazo irevenue eningi ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sithuthukise ngayo idolobha. Now ke kudingeke ukuthi silakheke le component esikhuluma ngayo ukuze into yokuqala ngenxa yokuthi ama distribution networks abawasebenzisayo ama independent power producers lawa azowasebenzisa awethu I base load abazoyisebenzisa ile yethu esiyithengile. Now uma ngabe sisuka siyothenga ugesi ka Eskom so uthenga sinokulindela ukuthi abantu esizoba supply abangaka bese siyathola ukuthi ukhansela usokhabasa kade silindele ukuthi sizomsupply sakwazi ukumsupply ngoba useyisupplyile ngolunye uhlobo lwe-energy kodwa usaplugile la kuthina asitholi lutho thina ngokuthi ukhona into aseyenzile kodwa inetwork esebenzayo yethu uma ebuya ebakhona lama independent power producers under ekhula eze eba kwizinga lokuthi sefuna ukudayisela umphakathi ugesi awazoyakha ama distribution network amasha bazosebenzisa lawa wethu ngakho ke kufanele kube khona abantu abazohlala bayicwaninge bayicubungule kahle yonke lemboni babheke ukuthi sizolahlekelwa kangakanani siwumkhandlu kungakanani singakwenza zingakanani inguquko ekumele sizenze ukuze sikwazi ukubhekana nesikhathi esizayo esiguquguqukayo uma singakwenzi lokho siyokhala eminyango njengekhova singasayithola imali nesimo sokusupply kagesi singasasicontrol njengomkhandlu one responsibility yokwenza leyo nto exact so le section esiproposa ukuyakha ifuna ukubheka lokho nje kuphela futhi izothi uma ngabe iloku silethela ama report njalo njalo ukuze sihlale siseyintweni siyile council ukuze mekukhona inqumo efanele siyithathe ishesha ukuze siresponde kuzona zonke lezi zinto kade zishiwo sikwazi ukuresponda ngesikhathi ngakho ke njenge ANC siyayisupporta le report sithe ngathi kungashesha ukuze sisheshe sazi ukuthi yini eyenzeka ku industry yini kufanele siyenze njengomkhandlu ukuze singabe umkhandlu ojika kude sikwazi ukuthi ngoba abanye bethu abakhona la edolobheni sidlalile intuma siyazi lento ukuthi umzimba uyajika eduze uma uyidlalile intuma ungafani nogqim siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
Somlomo, sorry ngane speaker.
Yes, Councillor Kuzwa.
Kunopoti anodumayo la nganoma uzwa mina ngedwa yini. Esicela abantu besound besilungisele ngoba impela uyaduma impela upotiyana.
Yes, I can now hear there's an irritating sound. Yeah, it looked like maybe some of the mics are having this. So thank you very much, Councillor Kuzwayo. The team will address that while we proceed. City Manager.
Thank you, Speaker. Item number 2.2. Memorandum of Understanding between EThekwini Municipality and KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education. Committee recommends.
We're on page 40, item 2.2. I've got Councillor Kwala and Councillor Lushaba. Councillor Kwala.
Asibonge Somlomo la ngathi kwenzeke kahle kakhulu. Ngoba nje uStandard Bank ebhenka no FNB engabhenki kwaStandard Bank ikhomba ukuthi we are going la siyothola khona isolution. Iqiniso ukuthi ungathola ukuthi ingane kaPresident ifunda phesheya eAmerica. So angeke akwazi ukudeliberate ngeinkinga eaffecta ingane ekhuluma ngesikole. So la uma sesinale memorandum of understanding with education ngokwazi ke Somlomo into yaseyikoleni ithi ingane lapha ngokwe safety is being compromised ngokwe service lately umkhandlu usuyafeyila kunezingane ke izibuyele ekhaya ngenxa ukuthi amanzi awekho esikoleni but abantu abadeliver amanzi ithina njengomkhandlu. So maninga maloophole adaleka ezikoleni kungathi we are not a caring city kungathi asinayo ivision ka 2030. Ngicabanga ukuthi le masimnika uGodide imingaphuthuma nje impela ngoba inkinga ayiningi lapha kanti izingane ziyikusasa. Ngelinye ilanga sobe singasasekho thina la sekuyibona abaholi bakusasa. Ngiyayibonga le SIFP, we agree upon.
Kazalushaba.
Siyabonga Somlomo. No Somlomo siyakholela ukuthi le memorandum of understanding between EThekwini Municipality and EKZN Department of Education izosiza kakhulu si leadership yaseThekwini ngoba ikhuluma ngokubambisana phakathi kwethu nomnyango wezemfundo kwaZulu-Natal. Ngoba siyakholela ukuthi enye itask yethu njenge leadership yedolobha ukuthi senze sure ukuthi we create a conducive environment to our schools and children. Now Somloma siyakholela futhi ukuthi ngokusebenza ngokubambisana ne Department of Education kaZulu-Natal sikwazi ukuthi senze ukuthi silekelele ezikolweni isibonele nje Somlomo ukuthi esikoleni makunenkinga yama ground noma kunenkinga yokusika utshani njengeTheku sinxenxe noma sikhulumisane nama department are relevant njengo PRC ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi balekelele ezikolweni ukuthi ama ground ayenziwe ama ground are right ukuthi ingane zethu zikwazi ukudlala khona. Sikwazi ukuthi futhi makunezihlahla kunotshani obungasikiwe ngoba idepartment mhlambe iseneyingqinamba ezithize sikwazi njengeTheku siprovide iservice kulezo ndawo. Njengombutho ke onakekelayo umbutho wabantu ukhongolose siyayisupporta le item. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shaba. Councillors, is the recommendation supported?
Agreed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on to item number 2.3, which is basically the item about the request for approval of business process management policy committee recommends.
Page 41, item 2.3. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager. Yes. Now councillors, I was just checking order. I was just checking whether have we exhausted all the items in our main agenda. It looked like we will remain with the notice of motions from page 43. But what I want us to do, maybe so that we move to the first and the second supplementary. Let's just conclude everything in the main agenda. Therefore, this was the last report that has been approved now. Yeah, there's no other report. There is an MPEC report. Yes. Sorry, son. City Manager, we are correct. We are now on the There's a notice of motion in page 43. Councillors, we are on page 43, the notice of motion. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. Well, Mr. Manager, we're on 42 on the notice of motion before we deal with the impact report. Let's follow that order. The notice of motion is from Councillor Hector Kevin, is seconded by Councillor Zoe Solomon. But what I will do, I will just allow Councillor Hector to summarize, not to go into details on the motion, because councillors have already read the motion. Over to you, Councillor Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby table the motion in terms of Section 18 of the Rules of Order. Mr. Speaker, as it states in the motion, we saw a horrific tragedy take place in Ethekwini Municipality on the 24th of December last year, where a truck took a wrong route and unfortunately a number of lives, including mothers, fathers, and a number of children were lost. This motion is not against the trucking industry, which is vital for our economy and driving the economy of our city. But we have a real situation where the trucking industry is poorly controlled and we don't have enough measures in place to maintain the law and order that is necessary. These trucks are now venturing into our residential areas. You'll know in your area, Mr. Speaker, where you have a problem with the tankers and trucks.
Order, councillors, order.
And trucks, passing your house at all times of night, which pose a danger to our residents. So I request, all this is asking that the city improve the efforts.
Councillor Hector?
Yes.
Just a second. Councillors. Councillors. Yeah, councillors, you see, after Councillor Spear, from Councillor Mkhize to Councillor Zondi, you see, that group, Whip of Council, can you please pay attention in that group? There's a deliberate intention there to disrupt council. Yeah, please assist me to bring order. From Mkhize to Zondi to Councillor Stole, yeah, and Pewa there. Please, councillors, behave. Please, councillor, proceed.
Thanks very much for the protection, Mr. Speaker. I think it's very important, and all that we're proposing is that we empower our Metro Police, especially in the Clarewood Basin, where we have the designated trucking unit. We give them the tools to be able to do the job, and we get our transport authorities in the city to put up adequate signage so that Metro Police can enforce the bylaws that are already there. And this will restrict the trucks entering our residential areas. It'll ultimately save lives, save the infrastructure that is being demolished. Our residential roads are not designed for these trucks, and that is all that we're proposing. So I would like Council to please support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, councillors, is the motion supported? Is the motion supported? Right. I'm getting an indication that those who are not in support of the motion, let me have the screen so that we decide. Secretariat, those who are in support of the motion, please raise your hands. Those who are in support. Secretariat. Are you done, Secretariat? Please lower your hands. Thank you. Those who are against the motion? Those who are against the motion?
Mhlaba.
Yeah. May I get an indication, Secretariat, are you done? Sorted? Huh?
Speaker, ngathi khona into
Thank
wrong
you.
lapha.
Those who abstain?
NFP.
But some
Secretariat?
Sengaze nikhalela umuntu oyedwa.
The
We are in the
NFP,
game of numbers.
let's-
You will learn that as you go along.
let's reflect all the votes.
singing for us up.
Are you sorted now? The whip have guided you. Fine. Thank you. Those who abstain? Those who abstain? Whip.
Speaker,
Yes?
Ujep and KZNI, they are against, but they appeared. Yes. Oh, thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, it has been corrected. Thank you. Those who are voting, who abstain? None. Secretary, please add the numbers. Siyabonga those who are in support of the motion, 72. Those who are against the motion, 88. There were no abstentions. Therefore, the motion is not being supported by the majority of council members. Thank you, City Manager. Let's proceed. We will now we're still dealing with motions, page 44. Page 44 in the main agenda. There is a motion from Councillor Penn. Is seconded by Councillor Mhlongo. Councillor Penn.
Thank you,
Order.
Mr. Speaker. I so move in terms of Rule 18, the motion as...
Order. Councillor Penn, proceed.
Yes, I so move the motion in terms of section 18 as set out on page 44 of the agenda.
Councillor Koma. Order. Councillor Koma. Councillor Koma. Order. Councillor Koma.
Thanks.
No, I'm not, order. I'm not calling you, Councillor Koma, to speak. I'm surprised by what you are doing because,
Okay, no, it's
order, councillors. Order. Councillor Mgwengwe, you are clapping hands. I don't know what is happening. Order, councillors. Councillor Koma. Where is Kambule? Because I think there's a problem there in the EFF benches. Yeah. Councillors, let's allow the meeting to proceed. Don't be destructive. Councillor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I now speak to the motion?
Yes, you can present the motion.
Well, can I present it?
Yes, present it.
Well, I now present the motion as set out on page 44. Can I now speak to the motion?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Let us take stock quickly. The municipality has about 25,500 employees. In addition, EPW has about 4,600 people. Zimbabwe project has 7,300. Safer Cities has, I don't know how many, let's say 2,000. PEP program should have about 470 because it started off at 111 wards at 37 people, which makes 4,000, but it's now got about 10,000 people according to Councillor Sabelo. So that's about 22,500 rand. 22,500 people, sorry. Who are these people? Where do they live? Where do they do the work which they're engaged to do? Are they real people? What tasks are they actually doing? All this motion seeks to do is to introduce some community-based oversight, and by community-based I mean I include the ward councillor and the PR councillor for the ward, as to who these people are and what their connection they have with the wards in which they are alleged to come from. This motion has been coming for a long time. I have asked for this detail previously in respect of the EPWP program and the Safer Cities program by emails to the officials. That was in August 2022 after the incoming ward committee said, Councillor, who are the EPWP people from your ward and who are the Safer Cities people from your ward? And I had to say, I don't know. I said I'll ask, and I haven't got the information. But it was the combination of all the figures mentioned in the January 2023 meeting which made me realize I really need to get a grip on the individuals who participate in these programs in Ward 30. So I asked that the benefits and the practicalities be looked into with a view to distributing the information to the ward councillor, the PR councillors for any particular ward or for every ward, and the secretary of the ward committee, so that we can have a look at these people, see if they do actually come from Ward 30, see if they are actual real people, and if not, to report accordingly. This will be lots of data, I agree, but it is manageable. If there's 22,500 people divided by 111 wards, that's a list of about 200 people per ward. I think we could manage that, certainly in Ward 30. Of course, we want as many people as possible to have an income, however modest that income might be. But when that income is from the public purse, adequate oversight should be provided. So let's be clear on this point. This motion is not about the merits of these programs and whether or not they should continue. The motion is about who is receiving the funds from these programs. With that in mind, one wonders what objections anyone might have to this motion and why anyone might want to vote against it, unless you have something which you're trying to hide. There are suspicions that these programs are an integral part of the governing party's patronage network in EThekwini, the foot soldiers who do the work for the ANC. Let's see how much truth there might be in those suspicions by turning the spotlight of community scrutiny on the identity of these beneficiaries. I anticipate that someone from the governing party is going to cite the Poppy Act, saying that the identity of the individuals is confidential and protected. While that is true in many circumstances, I believe that the need for community scrutiny in respect of these programs, which are paid out of public funds, override the general protection offered by the Poppy Act. Mr. Mayor, at the FSES meeting on Wednesday, the 22nd of February, you implored opposition parties to be constructive and to help the governing party to do things better in EThekwini. Here is a test of your commitment to the mindset behind that plea. This notice of motion is so self-evident that all councillors should surely support it. It is completely non-partisan. I urge all councillors to support this notice of motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Penn. Councillors, is the motion supported?
No. Speaker, I'm going to speak.
Let me have the screen, please.
Yeah, I'm seconding.
Let me have the screen. Councillor, your hand is up.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm seconding the motion. Can I speak?
You can address, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm not going to touch more on a number of aspects that my colleague has already spoken about, but let me emphasize that this motion is an indication that DA is on the side of the poor and on the side of the residents who are supposed to be served by EPWP Zibambele and PEP employees. If approved, this will intensify the fight against alleged corruption activities, engulfing these programs. There are strong allegations, Speaker, that some officials and politicians have put their private businesses' employees under the payroll of EPWP or PEP or Zibambele. Allegations are strong that even their domestic workers are getting paid by these programs to do their domestic work. This has profound effect on the alleviation of poverty and the quality of service our residents are receiving. So, Speaker, I'm urging all the parties to support this. There is no deductive logic why, if a party is against corruption, will say no to such motion, except if they have spied out the land and they have already know the truth, or they are part of the problem. Great leaders instigate preemptive measures, and good leaders instigate combative measures. And misleaders take part in the corrupt activities and defend it. We have to stop shadowboxing, but fight ingeniously for the poor people. In a situation where government has sunk deep in the quagmire of corruption and maladministration, on the other hand, we have to cut off the vicious cycle of ugly poverty being handed down from generation to generation, parent to child. Heroes must rise and defeat unscrupulous zeros. We urge all parties to support this motion. Thank you.
May I have the screen, please? Those who are in support of the motion, they will say yes. Those who are in support of the motion. Secretariat.
Order, Speaker. Umnqangu uyangena uyavota nomlungu.
Come again?
Councillor Mnqangu nomlungu bangena manje.
Thank you. Order.
Speaker.
Order.
I wasn't allowed to vote because I've entered late.
Order. I will rely on my team on the ground with the whip.
Point of order.
No shouting. No shouting. No shouting.
Point of order. The rules remain the same. No man who fall.
Wait, Baba, we're voting now.
Speaker, it will be unfair.
Switch off your mic. Switch your mic off.
No, Speaker, it's unfair.
Switch your mic off. Switch your mic off. Kaluk Pega.
Justice for Action SA, Chairperson.
Secretariat, are you done?
Justice for Action SA.
Secretariat.
Bishop Stewart in Wekwal.
Justice for Action
Those who are
SA.
voting against.
Justice for Action SA.
Those who are against, Kuala.
Justice, yeah, Action SA.
Those who are voting against. Right? Are we done? Right? Those who abstain?
APC.
Babukpel.
Hayi bo nanje APC kwathiwe zero manje nenzani kanti? Nanje APC. Oh ya uyabona ke nanso ke inkinga. Nanso ke inkinga.
Those who abstain?
Kwala usungazikhala ngaka kwenza umehluko.
APC. Secretariat. Secretariat, are you done now? Whip, can I get an indication that counting has been concluded? Thank you. Let me have the numbers, Secretariat, please. Right. Those who are in support of the motion by Councillor Ben is 83. Those who are against, 92. Those who abstain, only one. Therefore, the motion is rejected by the majority. Councillors,
Ask nicely.
order.
Nervous.
We are now going to receive the MPEC report. Is contained on the page after the motion on page 45. I will now hand over to the chair of MPEC, Councillor Oma, to present the MPEC report for noting. Councillor Oma.
Thank you.
Order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me take this opportunity and present the report of the MPEC on an assessment of Municipal Public Accounts Committee functionality on unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure oversight for the quarter 1, 2020-2023 with its recommendation. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillors. Is the report noted?
Noted.
We will move with speed to note items for notings. They are in page 47. Are all these items, councillors, noted?
Noted.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are done with the main agenda. We'll now move to our in our first supplementary agenda, where the fifth report of the executive committee is contained. I will now hand over to His Worship the Mayor to table the report. But Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are now reverting to the fifth report. We therefore table it for the council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
The first report is the report of the Finance, Security and Emergency Committee in their meeting held on the 22nd of the 2nd, 2023, item 1.1, public tender awards of EThekwini Municipality for the month ended on 31st December 2022. Committee recommends.
Councillors, because you received this agenda, and then only very few of you who have submitted speakers on this item. I will just take hands for those who want to engage on the item, but those who have submitted, I will definitely give them a chance to speak. We are on page 3, item 1. Are the recommendations agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillor Pen.
There's an issue I would like to address in this report. May I speak?
Come again?
There was an issue in this report
Right.
which I'd like to speak to.
Yes, you can speak.
Thank you. Colleagues, please listen up. The contract which I'm referring to.
Councillor Pen.
Speak.
Sorry.
Councillor
Pen. Councillor Mandlala.
Cha ubaba uBen sicela angasitreatisi okwesebenzisa kwakhe. Siqhamuka kwi-experience embi kabi la belungu bebesibiza kanje khona isasithusa lento omlungu mengabe simemeza kanje.
Wesihlalo.
Yes.
May I address you, please?
Order.
Councillor Madlala is correct to raise his concerns, but where I'm concerned about, where I would want your intervention, is when he starts racially profiling Councillor Ben. He's correct to raise his concerns the way he has been addressed, but racial profiling should not be allowed in the House.
Yeah. You see, councillors, I know that ICC to some of you is comfortable. It's nice to be here.
Believe me, we don't want to be here.
Yeah, that's why sometimes.
Especially since you delayed this meeting.
Order. When I try to push the agenda and to make you to focus, you want to deal with other issues. You see now, Councillor Ben deliberately makes statements knowing very well that it is provocative. Deliberately invite provocation. Now the whole council now must be reduced in discussing what has been said by Ben. We are losing time. I don't know, councillors, why to enjoy unnecessary debates. Can we request Councillor Ben to withdraw what you've uttered and focus on the issue we are discussing? You can't address your fellow councillors. You address the speaker. You know very well in terms of the rules. I don't want to be seen as if I'm harsh to some of you. That's why I'm appealing to withdraw. Then you talk on the issue in the agenda so that we don't discuss all these things now being raised because of your deliberate utterances that you have made. Please, Councillor Ben, withdraw, then you proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I think you're referring to the words, colleagues, listen up, please, or words to that effect. I happily withdraw those words. I happily withdraw those words. They are unemotional. They just, anyway, let's not explain. I withdraw those words.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. The issue I want to speak to relates to 2 contracts, 2 awards, which were in the list of tender awards. There was no value given for each of the awards, but in response to questions asked, it became apparent that it related to the senior citizens vouchers and the fact that, and here's the interesting part which I hope colleagues are listening to, the fact that the cost to the municipality of each senior citizen voucher was 600 Rand. The amount of groceries each senior citizen got was 500 Rand. There was a charge of 100 Rand paid to an intermediary for each of the 500 vouchers times 111 wards. So there's lots of 100 Rand amounts for a task which the municipality should surely have been able to do itself. Because those were simply gift cards at Pick and Pay, Boxer, Checkers and wherever. So the fact that intermediaries were employed at the cost of
Point of
5.5
order.
million Rand each
Point of
to
order,
arrange
Sondlo.
gift cards.
There's a point of order.
Inqola emasondo ngampela u76. U77 nje somlomo le inqola emasondo le engaphesheya kwethu.
Now, Councillor Kuala, let's allow Councillor Ben to conclude his point, then we'll deal with that.
Okay.
We'll deal with the numbers. Councillor Ben, sorry about that.
Questions were asked at the FSES committee meeting, and I understand questions are being asked
Mina,
elsewhere. Because
angimsoli
we heard earlier in response to the
Angimsoli
questions.
ungizwe mchunu angimsoli.
Mr. Speaker, please protect me.
You are protected. Please proceed, Councillor Ben.
Protection normally means silence, Mr. Speaker, but I'll continue.
Order,
The
Councillor.
fact is
Order.
that something stinks about this contract, which is why it's being investigated, and I hope it'll be thoroughly investigated, and I hope that colleagues all now realize that the Gogos and others only got 500 Rand worth of groceries, not 600 Rand worth of
Time is
groceries,
almost up.
because some middleman scooped the other 100 Rand for each
Point of order,
senior
Speaker.
citizen's voucher. Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillors, we are dealing with item 1.1. Is the recommendation agreed? Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much. Item number 1.2, quarterly report on withdrawals from municipal bank account in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Committee recommends.
Okay. 1.2. Okay. Thank you very much. It's page 4. Item 1.2. Is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Noted.
Item 1.3.
Somlomo. Somlomo.
Yes.
Ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha. Lento eyinamba iyasiqhatha kanti ukhongolo sesukhonzile kodwa akufanele ukhongolo sebese udlala ngathi la endlini. Inamba somlomo ayizona lezi ezithebulishwe lapha. Iqiniso nje somlomo kunje na uhleli lapho iqala lapha einambeni.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Babu Kwala, to bring that to my attention. The whip of council and the team that manage numbers will address that concern. Can you please, Secretariat, make sure that numbers reflect the number of people in council? Thank Councillor Kwala for bringing that to my attention. Thank you, City Manager.
Item number 1.3, investment report for the month
Order.
ended 31st December
Now,
2022.
Order.
Committee recommends.
We are on 1.3. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Item 1.4, revenue management deposit tariff 2023 to 2024. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation agreed? 1.4.
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Item 1.5, memorandum of understanding between EThekwini Municipality, Durban Metropolis Service and Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center. Committee recommends.
1.5, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Speaker,
Yes.
ubuke phezulu.
Order.
Usicela ubuye ubuke phezulu ungabe usubheka phansi one way because misiphakamisa awusazi.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. You wanted to speak on which item?
Speaker, in tariff IFP
Give us a page and the item.
page 5 1.4.
Page 5, 1.4.
Sesidlulile nje.
Sorry.
No, I know, Speaker, mhlampe noma umuntu engekasa deliberate kuyona, but istand say IFP, we're not gonna support that item. It
Okay.
needs to be registered. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Secretary, please record that. City Manager.
Item 1.6, budget statement report for the month ended 31st of January 2023. Committee recommends.
Page 7, 1.6 is the resolution agreed. Councillor Pen?
Agreed. Noted.
Noted. Is for noting, Councillor Pen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the monthly horror story of the state of the municipality in many respects, not all respects, many respects. We have declining revenue from the trading services. We have many unread meters, and any ward council will tell you how many people moan about that. We have the water losses we've heard a lot about, and probably the biggest problem of all is the increasing debtors touching 22.7 billion. But there's one in particular I want to touch on, and Mr. Mayor, I look to you to please, through the Speaker, to answer the question of the Transnet debt. You mentioned at a previous council meeting that the arbitration had been finalised and we'll be getting a report soon. That was, I think, in December, and we're now 2 months later, and we still haven't seen anything at FSES or here in council about the status of the Transnet debt. It was pleasing to note that it had been climbing at the rate of 30,000 a month, but it seems that during the month of January it only went up by 30 million a month. It only went up by 3 million this month, so at least somebody's watching it now. But can we please have a fulfillment of the undertaking to bring to committee and to council a full report on the status of the Transnet debt and whether it actually is good debt or not, and whether it's going to be paid or not paid, and when that issue is going to be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mandlala, and then Mayor.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Speaker. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi le report lapha phambi kwethu sizoyinota as it is here for noting, but I think on item 1.6.2, in future I would like the writers of the report to actually make a distinction there. It says there is a 15,300,000 and something in terms of UIFW. Now it lumps everything together and you don't know which of those, because those can happen at the same time, but it can also be one of all of those. So for us, just for ease of reference, for us as the council meeting, when these reports come to us, at least they need to be specified which one of those is that. Because, for instance, if it's an irregular expenditure, you'll find that value was received from that, but for some reason it was irregular. But if it's fruitless or if it's wasteful, then it's something else, or if it's unauthorized for that matter. So I think there needs to be a distinction so that we know what we are dealing with, because we have some of the very colorful councillors here who want to make a hill out of a molehill. Thank you.
Thank you. His Worship the Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to respond to the comment by Honorable Councillor Ben that the arbitration dealt with other matters, but there were matters that the service provider felt that they need to be elevated to court. So we'll wait the outcome of those matters. So we'll patiently wait what constitutes the outcome of the court. Thank you very much.
Councillors, is the commission noted? Noted. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Item 1.7, investment report for the month ended 31st January 2023. Committee recommends.
In 1.7 is page 8. Councillors, is the commission noted?
Noted.
City Manager.
Item 1.8, progress report on 1.5 billion rands borrowing for capital budget dated the 6th of February 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Councillor Ndlovu. V. Ndlovu.
Siyabonga Speaker, EFF.
Councillor Beck and then committee.
Siyabonga Speaker, EFF iyahambisana nalolu hlelo lwamasipala. However, if lo mkhandlu olidwa ile inhlangano ehleli ngaphesheya usihlonipha, they will understand ukuthi we had stated in the past very clearly, categorically clearly, so that we don't appreciate Absa Bank. So I think they are going to do what is right and not use Absa. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Pector.
Thank you, Chair. You must listen well now. Chair, yes, we are sitting here not to debate whether the loan must be taken. That was already previously approved by this council by majority, and at that point, the DA did not support it. We are here to see what is the favorable, well, the favorable tender, let's call it for that, and it's the development bank. It's definitely not ABSA. We're not going in alphabetical order. The reality is we are wanting to do another borrowing of 1.5 billion. We are looking at the terms, even the terms that are favorable in terms of the development bank is still going to cost us an arm and a leg, a few toes and a few more things. If you look at what our debt is at the moment, we're just over 9 billion. That's what we are out already, so we want to add 1.5 to it. Our outstanding debt is 22.8 billion. And it feels like it's easier to borrow instead of putting that energy to see if we cannot recover. It's not the 700,000 that's on parastatals and government debt. It's the rest of it's out there. And we just feel if we can recover 10%, that will give us 2.8 billion. That will put us in a deficit of 800,000 on this one. So even if it's favorable, we're not here to approve it. We did not support it in the first instance, and we're not going to support it again, because it's not about the terms. It's about the fact that we should put in other measures and not dig ourselves in deeper and deeper. We should be recovering the outstanding debt, and that's how we should be doing it, not by borrowing. So the DA will not be supporting this item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kometa. Then Mngango will follow.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi as much as the budget ne adjustment nakho konke sihlale siku supporter is the IFP, but ikhona la sesihamba khona sibuka ukuthi kusibuyisele emuva. It's not assisting us to keep on supporting izinto esingaboni ukuthi kwenzakalani in terms of service delivery and assisting our communities, whereas fanele sithathe imali zabakho kubentela each and every time sikhokhe back lezi imali. So in this item, IFP will abstain. Thank you.
Councillor Mngango, followed by Pile Hlengwa, then the mayor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, it's a pity we can't ask and get answers here. But I'm interested to understand if we are going with DBSA, already there is an infrastructure fund within DBSA where the president have allocated about 18 billion for the next 3 budget cycle, which means this time around we've got 6 billion rand sitting there within DBSA. Whether when we look for this loan, are we then tapping in on the IF because there's a money sitting there for infrastructure? So here you asking for a loan to deal with the issue of infrastructure. Are we asking for blended financing from DBSA, or are we just going to go for a loan? Because here you only talk about a loan. Just asking if there any way city manager can look at the issue of blended financing with DBSA, because the money is there within DBSA for infrastructure.
Thank you. Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the DLC never supported loan borrowings for the very same reason, for the fact that we place our city in a very critical situation financially, especially when we are with our current economic times. And this period of borrowing means that, we should be tightening our belts and implementing austerity measures as opposed to just, it doesn't matter, we may have supported the loan borrowing by a majority of the council last time, but we can always say no now and wait and see. The DLC also proposed that we should fast track or try and get as much money as we can possibly from our debtors, and that will certainly cover up for this loan borrowing that we want to engage in. The DLC will not support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor?
Thank you.
No, sorry. There was Councillor Sheng before you. Yeah. Sorry, apologies, Bob Clengo.
Angibonge Somdom. Yona iminyaka yami isihambile ngiyakhumbula speaker ukuthi ngisakhula igama lethi zwakele lalisho umqhaka ngasekhaya. Si APF si umqhaka siyayisupporta namanje. Mhlambe bengaba kuhle ukuthi since iDA against ukuthi sitsheleke lezi imali mhlambe ibuyisa ingcenye yomhlaba labahleli nawo sikwazi ukurentisa kwabanye abantu ukuze sikwazi ukuraise le revenue esidingayo ukuze sideliver eThekwini. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Mayor?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, we've got to balance our books so that when we attend and respond to the aspirations of people of EThekwini, we do that in real terms. This city requires more funding for the infrastructure, Honorable Speaker. That is undisputable. But if you look at the money that you'll be getting from national government, it is conditional. It is going to be directed to all the projects that we've identified which were severely damaged by floods in this city. So therefore, to ensure that we respond to the needs of the community of EThekwini, we still need this, which is a long decision that we have taken, that this should be effected to our books. So I wonder if councillors do not understand the bulk of the money that we are also owed is from the people who are ratepayers, who some of them have lost jobs, some of them can't afford to pay for services anymore because of many economical challenges. So therefore, if we say we must put pressure to collect from them, it's not going to be possible. But the departments and entities that owes us, we've been tabling the reports in the committee, Honorable Speaker, which indicates the magnitude of the work that we are doing to collect. We have even went to the extreme where we have said we must shut down operations, services in those entities, and we continue to do that. The last report we received to the committee even indicated that now in March, how many entities are going to be shut down, because we are intensifying our collection strategy as a city. So that is being conducted. But we'll be also attending to the issues of people who are not paying us, but who are consuming our services. So that's a plan that is already in place. Mayithi ke iDA somlomo ayisupport lento kufanele ngoba ishilo ukuthi kwa budget ayikazi isupport. So ngiyaxakekela abanye abalenga lapho abanjengomncwangu ukuthi mhlawumbe ngoba sasanda kufika yini ngoba le issue ya discusswa kudala futhi ke sekuyaqedelwa la. Shuti decision is already there. We are just completing the processes. We went for public consultations. People commented on this. We received positive comments. Now we are proceeding with our decision. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Is the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
No, we are against.
Sorry.
IFP. Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Let me get the screen, please. Right, let me start with those who are in support, those who are saying yes. Those who are saying yes. sengihlala kakhulu phansi.
Nangomhla 20 March.
Uthandeni ngcono ngobuye ajaha umoya la, ungonakele lutho. Awugijimisi.
Uyogijima.
Neni manje?
Yeah. Ngcono mina ngikwazi umsho ogama.
Hey ngeke sikwazi. Thina nina ngcono ningashintshana nini usiyabulela. Eh? Anyakaze kwena.
Yes, are we? Thank you. Those who are voting against? Order, order. Those who are voting against? Buempe. Right, those who abstain? Those who abstain?
Iyaxaka inkatha ngoba emhlathuze yayithatha imali.
Thulo lahlengwa nibabili.
Yeah, thank you.
Asikhona emhlathini.
Ake sibanike ithuba ke. Bahlanganisa kahle inamba bese beyasinikeza. Siyabonga. Those who are in support of the item that we were discussing, 109. Then those who are against, 50. Those who abstain, 15. Therefore, item 1.8 on page 8 is being carried through. Thank you very much. City Manager, let's proceed.
Thank you very much. The next item is item number 1.9, which is basically an item about a memorandum of agreement between EThekwini Municipality and Toyota South Africa Motors Committee recommends.
Is the item agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Item number one.
Sorry, I'm getting an indication, Councillor Pector.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just a quick one. I'm keeping everybody alive and happy so that they're more thirsty when they get home. Yes, this is a type of thing that we should be pursuing, this public-private partnership. And using the test case here of the newly formed UIP in Isipingo area, where they are now reaching out and taking hands with the Metro Police, but also while they are paying for that service. I think that's definitely the way to go. It gives us some kind of an income for the service that we render. It will also assist the residents of that area who are hamstrapped every afternoon when Toyota, as one of the biggest employers in the area, and a lot of vehicles do congest the road. There's also a lot of public transport involved. There's a lot of road rage involved. So definitely going in the right direction. One should just hope that it doesn't come at peril to the other areas, that the preference then goes to the Prospecting area and that other areas are neglected, because all of it falls within the same peak hour. And one would hope that the new recruits that we're going to be hearing in the next point, some of them will be deployed there. So because this is the way it should be going, that the public actually remunerate us for the services rendered by our forces. Thank you. The DA is in support of this.
Very much, Councillor Pector. Let's proceed, City Manager.
Item number 1.10, memorandum of agreement stroke understanding between the South African Police Services and the EThekwini Municipality on behalf of the Metropolitan Police Services. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Councillor Pete?
That's me again. Good evening. I hope you're listening. Yes, we are elated at this. This is long overdue. There's always been an agreement between the SAPS and Metro Police towards the training. And although this speaks to the training of recruits, and that goes to the previous point, as well as the other point that we seem to have run over the new precinct that's going to be founded here at the ICC, we are elated at this. But it doesn't stop there. The fact that we got clarity on the training of police dogs is just as exciting. At the moment, the Metro Police have a canine unit in name only. The last active dog was retired in 2022. The dogs that are still at the kennels are old, none of them have trained. So you've got no police officer going out with a dog at the moment, although we recently gave them new grounds. The officers that are there are all in the ages 40 and over, and the officers there are becoming too old to form a relationship with the dogs. So we'll have to look at this with this memorandum of understanding. It takes you about 4 months to train a handler and a dog going forward. At the moment, the canine unit is used exclusively with their brand new GTIs that were bought a few years ago to do escort services, and that's not what they're about. They dare to perform other duties, and that's what they should be doing. So one would hope that with this memorandum of understanding, we would be going out there, either procuring or asking for donations of dogs, and then also looking at recruits, the younger guys, giving those the opportunity to get trained so that we can actually establish a canine unit again. Because at the moment, I invite you to go to Kenya and Howden Road. There's only empty kennels, yet we've got people in that unit that are not doing what they should be doing. We are in support of this, and we ask that it be pursued vigorously. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There's a hand there on my far left. Councillor recognized.
No, sithokoza kakhulu Sihlalo. Isiqale esihle leso kufanele sishayele ihlombe ekulweni nobugebengu obusingethe idolobha lethu. Ukwenza isivumelwano esifana nalesi phakathi kwalezi inhlaka zombili kusinika ithemba lokuthi imibiko yobugebengu ikakhulu eThekwini izokwehla kakhulu. Lokhu kuzoba nomthelela ikakhulu kwezokuvakasha, kulekelele izivakashi zethu eqhamuka kwamanye amadolobha kanye nakwamanye amazwe ukuthi impela senza konke okusemandleni esinawo ukwenza idolobha lethu libe ngeliphephile. Siyinkatha yenkuleko yesizwe siyafisa ukwengeza ngokuthi lesi sivumelwano esihle kangaka sokusebenzisana sabezokuphepha engathi singazibona lezi inhlaka nasemalokishini sisebenzisana. Emalokishini ethu aseThekwini kwande ukuphepha ngoba kunamabhizinisi kulamalokishi aphazamisekayo kakhulu ngenxa yobugebengu, and yet lamabhizinisi adlala enkulu indima ukuletha umnotho wedolobha whereby tourist efisa ukuzosivakashela kulezi ndawo. Kodwa ke egcineke engezi ngenxa yokuthi kunezinye indawo enobugebengu kwamanye amalokishi ethu. Siyazi ke amabhizinisi asemalokishini ethu afana noYadini noMax's Lifestyle, ama-tourist ethu afisayo lezi indawo ukuthi azoyivakashela kodwa agcina ukuthi engafikanga ngenxa yobugebengu. Siyafisa ke futhi nokwengeza ngokuthi indawo zasemakhaya zisondezele omahamba nendlwane, ama-cases obugebengu nokuhlukunyezwa agcine engabikwanga noma athalaliswe ngenxa yokuthi lezi indawo lokuthi abazobeka kuzona zigcine zingekho eduze kwabo. Nanokuhlukunyezwa ke nje kwabantu, abantu bagcine bengayi ukuyowabika lama cases ngenxa yokuthi ama-police station akude nabo, noma umuntu efisa ukuthi ahamba ayobika kule ndawo yokuthola ukuthi akanayo imali. So ke ukunciphisa zonke lezi zinto lezi, ngicabanga ukuthi ke siyafisa ukuthi abasondezele umahamba nendlwane. Siyinkatha yenkuleko yesizwe ke siyayisupport le item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Komeni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm raising with a concern with the first councillor from the DA. He keeps saying, I hope you are listening. He's saying the same thing that was said by Councillor Ben, but in a more smart way. So he must refrain from doing that. We are catching him. Thank you very much, Speaker.
I'm glad it's working.
Thank you, Mayor.
Listen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, I think we must thank Councillor Berke for being honest and also give the credit where it is due. He is starting to recognize that the work that we are doing, we are aimed at protecting the investments of this municipality and the lives of ordinary citizens. So we appreciate that. That is more than welcome. So ingakho kwesokwenza kusemandleni ukuthi yonke le investment and efforts that we are putting will guarantee that we will also ensure that Metropolis and its footprint is found in each and every corner of this municipality with the numbers that we are putting in place. So therefore, as the ANC, we support this recommendation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. This is page 12, 1.10. Is the resolution agreed?
Agreed.
City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are now on to report of the Economic Development and Planning Committee in their meeting held on the 23rd of 2023, 2.1 draft 2023-2024 Municipal Spatial Development Framework Public Participation Process Plan. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Item 2.2, establishment of Pigeon Valley Special Rating Area. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation on 2.2 agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
2.3, request for authority to enter into and sign a strategic 3-year partnership agreement between the EThekwini Municipality and the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa to host the 8th Africa Agribusiness and Science Week in Durban. Committee recommends.
Page 15, 2.3. Is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
Item 2.4, approval of incentives as per Economic Development Incentive Policy. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Councillor Kolwane.
Councillor Kodlwana. Ngibonga ithuba somlomo. Having noted
Thank you, but
protection, having noted increased commercial and industrial activity, and it seeks to attract investment and targeted economic zones. Property rate rebates of 60% and above are a bit on the high end for a city with revenue collection issues. We implore the city in future.
Point of order.
Order.
Withdraw somlomo inhlamba lo ikhulumile.
Proceed, Councillor Kodwan.
Yeah. Ngingaqhubeka.
Proceed, Councillor. Order. Proceed, Councillor.
Ngiyabonga. We implore the city in future to be cautious of the rebates issued to companies who stand to make millions whilst we get minimum return on our investments. We further request that these privately owned companies give back to the communities they serve and build solid relationships to help uplift those in need. With that being said, as the EFF, we will agree and hope that these submissions are taken into consideration going forward. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Page 16, 1.4 is 2.4. I'm sorry. Is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Item 2.5, request for approval of the EThekwini Regional Hydrogen Strategy. Committee recommends.
Can I be noted the Freedom Fund doesn't agree?
Page 15, item 2.5. Is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
Speaker.
You failed to notice me. On item 2.4, the Freedom Front does not agree.
Item 2.6, request for approval of the planning sector tariffs for 2023-2024 financial year.
Speaker.
Committee recommends.
Page 18, item 2.6. Is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank
Speaker,
you. There is a hand.
can I try again?
There is a hand.
On item 2.4, the Freedom Front Plus do not agree.
Okay. Order.
Can it
Order.
be noted?
Order. Secretariat, let's record that. Thanks, councillors. City Manager.
Item now on to direct ESCO reports. Item 3.1, review of 2023-2024 tariffs for Human Settlements Unit. Committee recommends.
Page 19, item 3.1. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Speaker,
Councillor
isandla
Gumede,
sami nje besiphezulu.
Councillor Gumede, Councillor Pekte.
Speaker, nje ngicela silungise 2.6 i-IFPI support.
2.6. Okay.
Yebo.
Okay, thank you.
Sengakhuluma ke la
Yes.
3.1.
Yeah, 3.1, yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngicabanga ukuthi njengamanje iTheku as much as isibhekene nama challenges we not but kwesimone esi right ukuthi singalokhu usi raise ama tariffs noma abethwa kusibhedela kangakanani labantu ngicabanga ukuthi umeya uke washo ngokwakho ukuthi balahlekelwe imisebenzi uma ngabe sinyusa ama tariffs sithi abakhokhe ngani ziqhamuka lezi imali and i-service delivery yethu it's very much poor in a way that ngicabanga ukuthi umuntu umebuya manje uzobuya ngobumnyama i-load shedding uthi uyangena endlini ugesi awukho amanzi awekho so ama-tariff lawa kahlehle njengamanje fanele sithi ukuyibamba until sisothe iTheku lethu sisibuyisele endleleni sikwazi ukuthi uma ngabe siyokhuluma nabantu ukuthi abakhokha ama-tariffs sibakhokhisela into ekhona ngiyabona ke la ukuthi this is human settlement and ku state ukuthi u3% lo ngiyacabanga ukuthi khona nama companies abantu senesikhathi agcina even ukubanyusela imali due to isimo somnotho so ngiyacela nje somlomo ngempela uma ngabe sabantu abanonembeza nababathandayo abantu abasibeke kulendlu asingawanyusi lama tariffs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pekte.
Thank you, Chair.
Then will follow.
Going into this section now with tariffs, one has to take note of the following, that these tariffs, we are not naive, and we do understand that tariffs play a role when you want to balance the books going into a new budget. We're not naive with that. But the other part of it is that while some of these tariffs are acceptable and can probably be weaved into the new budget, there was not adequate time for the committees to actually debate it. It came to some of the committees, it was deferred from some of the committees. In other committees, it was not ready, and in some of the committees, it just did not come. And then to lump it together into one EXCO report and expect that within a day, there has to be debate between committees to make a proper recommendation, we feel is absolutely unacceptable. These are going to be today, we're going to go through them. The next time we will see them is once they've been debated and gone out for public participation, and they will come back as part of the proposals going into the new budget. The DA has not had time to actually go and see exactly where it fits in, once again, because of the time constraint. So at this point, the DA is going to be abstaining from this item and possibly the items going forward. You will note that some of the other committees where it was actually debated and we had the opportunity, we supported it because we had the time to interrogate. But you cannot just come and put it on the table and say, accept what we've done is right. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. But on this item, we will be abstaining. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hlengo.
Ngibonge Speaker.
ngesiZulu bekuthiwa umuntu akalahle. Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwathatha ushenge ukuthi kube khona ngonyama trust. Namanje ke ngicabanga ukuthi bayibambe kahle ozakwethu ngaphesheya. Ukunyuka kwama tariff kusho ukuthi abantu bakithi bazohlupheka emakhaya. Angicabanga ukuthi ngaba into enhle ukuthi sihlale la sivumelane for the sake yokuvumelana. Kodwa sibe siyibona ukuthi inqola iya eweni. Asikwazi ukunyusa ama tariff kulesimo esikusona. Sinesuwa egijima umgwaqo wonke abantu kumele bakwazi abakukhokhelayo bakubone futhi ukuze bakwazi ukuthi babe ne confidence in us as politicians who are sitting here today. We go out and make promises mase kufanele sibavukele singakwazi ukubavikela abantu abakithi. Ngiyahambisana nombono weIFP la ukuthi lama tariffs awanganyuswa. Ivote ke kumina into engabalekile ngoba vele ngedwa la noma ngangawina but it will go on record ukuthi we as African people first are against it. Ngiyabonga.
Awindoda Hlengwa.
Thank you very much. Order. We are last speaker is Worship Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mhlawumbe ekufanele sikubeke lapha ukuthi ukunyuka kwama tariffs kusuke kukhuluma ngento ye revenue. I revenue iyona assist ukuthi masi collector sikwazi ukudila nalezi zinto amakhansela akhala ngazo ukuthi izinto ayilungile ngoba imali esisebenza ngayo njengomkhandlu imali esicollector emphakathini. Uma ngabe ubheka lama percentage Honorable Speaker propose ukuthi kunyuke ngawo ngisabagadile nje abanye ngiyazi ukuthi nala esipropose khona 0% increase bazothi baya oppose ngoba bazobe ngayibhekanga kahle report. So okubalekile ukuthi siyakhe le revenue ukuze umkhandlu kwazi ukudlulisa ama services. Uma ngabe usufikelele ezingeni la khona ekuthiwa usakwazi ukuthi usebenze ngenxa ukuthi imali esiyitholayo ngoba baningi abantu abangakwazi uku-afforda amanye ama services. So kubalekile ukuthi le increment ikwazi uba reasonable ibe affordable kube increment ecabangela abantu bakithi ukuthi isimo se-economy sinjani. So therefore as ANC we propose that we move with these minimal increments and also the 0% ones that you have suggesting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Page 19, item 3.1. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let me have the screen, please, so that we check the numbers. Thank you. Those who are voting yes. Those who are voting yes, who are supporting the recommendation. Secretariat, please count the numbers. Hey, akufani ke move akona ukuthi yasophuma ngo10
bazokukhipha kwiblock wena
comment sort of water
bazokuxosha kwiblock
sakhona in comment le yama Are you fine? Thank you. You can lower your hands. Those who are voting against. Those who are against. Thank you. Those who abstain? Those who abstain?
Nangu umhlaba ecela iCaucus.
Thank you.
Sizombona kumuntu.
Thank you. Let's add the numbers. Thank you. Those who are in support, the number is 100. Those who are against, 23. Those who abstain, 44. Therefore, the item will be carried through with the majority of votes. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Item 3.2, tariffs for the utilization of Sizakala committee rooms for 2023-2024. Committee recommends.
Item 3.2, page 20, are the recommendation agreed?
No.
Right. There are those who are saying no. Have the screen again. Page 20, item 3.2. Right. Those who are in support, those voting yes. 3.3, 3.2. Page 20, 3.2. Secretariat, please, let's count. Those who are voting against? Those who are against? Councillor Hlengo, can I double check your votes? Councillor Hlengo, we are trying to record here. Your vote was yes, against, or?
Hayi somlomo. Somlomo ngivote against somlomo. Ngiphamise kahle nje.
I wanted to confirm that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, those who abstain, those who abstain, siyabonga kakhulu. Item 3.2, those who are in support of the item, 101. Those who are against, 23. Those who abstain, 43. Therefore, the item will be carried through. Thank you. City Manager.
Item 3.3, review of evaluation roll tariffs for 2023-2024 financial year. Committee recommends.
Item 3.3, are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. There's
0%.
There's no, let me have the screen.
Bando.
Sebe
0% in Fundeka.
kremile.
Can you look better? Order, order, order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, ngathi akekho ophikisanayo siyavuma sonke. Bese ngabona ukuthi u0.
Therefore, because there is a 0%, it means there's no objection.
Aye.
Councillor, let me have the screen, please. Quickly, Secretariat.
No, don't need a screen. You just have to record that we're abstaining.
Order.
Just record that the DA is abstaining. You don't need a screen.
Okay. Now he's trying to say we should not subject the matter to a vote because it's only them who are abstaining. Eh? Yeah, let's just record that. Let's just record
We're
that.
very progressive this side.
Yeah.
On a 0%.
Thank you, City
You
Manager.
understand the word progressive, Nyambos?
Order, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are now on to item number 3.4, review of tariffs for bulk fresh produce. Committee recommends.
Item 3.4, page 22. Are the recommendations agreed?
No.
Thank you. They are saying, we are saying no. Have the screen, please. Page 22, item 3.4. Those who are in support who are voting yes.
Ningazodidisa inkatha la, inkathi against la.
Right, those who are voting against, those who are against the item.
Mr. Phakamise isandla mqha.
Inkathi vota kabili ngeke.
Kata is confused.
Shootings about 26 ke makunjani.
Order. Thank you. Those who abstain.
Those who are confused,
Thank you. Let's have the numbers, Secretariat. Yeah, those who are in support, 101. Those who are against, 22. Those who abstain, 42. Therefore, the item is being carried through. Thank you very much, Councillor, City Manager.
Next item is 3.5 on page 24, review of tariffs for retail markets. Committee recommends.
Page 24, 3.5. This is not a zero increase.
Yes, Speaker. 0.
This is 0. Are the recommendation agreed, Councillors?
Agreed.
Speaker, we'll abstain. It's a point of principle. We'll abstain.
Therefore, the DA abstain. Please, Secretariat, record that. City Manager.
On page 25, item 3.6, review of tariffs for health unit. Committee recommends.
Page 25, item 3.6, from the EFF, Councillor Madlala.
Sibonga somlomo. La as EFF, we feel very strong that this is where we should focus on increasing tariffs in order to share the profit of the establishment imperialism goons. That air pollution poses a major threat to health and climate. Ambient air pollution in both cities and rural areas is causing fine particulate matter which result in stroke, heart disease, lung cancer, acute and chronic respiratory diseases. So EFF is supporter kakhulu lento kufuze ngabe si increase kakhulu la lo 5% nje siubona nje uyinto yokudlala ngoba manje fuze abe sisebenza ama meters alomkhandlu ngendlela efanele. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Agreed.
No.
Thank you.
No.
There are those who are against. Let me have the screen, please. Secretaries, please take your positions. Those who are in support who are voting yes. Those who are in support of the item, please raise your hand till you are counted.
Mthetho awunayo medical aid wena. Gwala Nthembi Meyili yokuqhatha.
Thank you. Those who are against? Those who are against? Siyabonga. Those who abstain? Thank Those who are against, 20. Those who abstain, 41. Therefore, the item will be carried through. Thank you very much. Right, councillors. We'll now move to the next item, City Manager.
On page 26, item number 3.7, review of tariffs for stadia and facilities unit. Committee recommends.
Item 3.7 is the recommendation agreed?
No.
Agreed.
No.
Thank you, City Manager. Sorry?
No.
Right, let me get the screen, please. Have the screen. Those who are in support who are saying yes. Ya namhlanje najima ngokuvota. Jima ngeingalo. Those who are saying yes, mengithanda ningaphakamisa lenganibali nijime ngempela nginike noma 10 minutes. Sorted, thank you. Those who are against?
Thiwa masiphakamisa isinomphelo somlomo uzobe usenze ozwakela.
Thank you, we're done. Those who abstain?
Ninyusa ngoba bomzala vela nisaya emabhida seniye eMpumalanga Stadium.
Thank you. May you lower your hands. Let me have the numbers, please. Right, those who are in support, 103. Those who are against, 21. Those who abstain, 41. Therefore, the item will be carried through. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are now on to item number 3.8 on page number 27, which is the review of rental housing tariffs for 2023-2024 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tusi from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF is the leftist organization pro-poor. We lead the majority of vulnerable class. Most people who occupy those buildings are domestic workers, security guards, patrol attendees, etc. And most of them have not even met the working wage. Some of the people are still recovering in the July unrest, which makes people to be unable to even pay the rent. 10% raise will be more difficult. We as the economic freedom fighters plead the EThekwini Municipality to maintain those buildings so residents can enjoy their value for money. Therefore, the EFF abstains.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Tusi. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
No.
Agreed.
Let me have the screen, please. Let me have the screen. Those who are voting yes. Order. Those who are voting yes.
Hayi bomhlaba.
Yeah, thank you. Those who are voting against. Siyabonga sesingahlisa izandla. Those who abstain. Those who abstain.
Asivoti ne-IFP kuphela.
Uqophe kumlando namhlanje.
Thank you. Thank you. Ya asinike ithimba ke lihlanganisele kahle inamba. Those who abstain, 61. The item will be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you. City Manager.
On page 28, item number 3.9, review of the electricity unit standard.
Those who are saying yes, please raise your hands.
Stage 6 is so shown up.
Thiwa somlomo mota siphakamisa izandla isikhathi eside uzobe ususenza ozwakele.
Thank you very much. Those who are voting against. Wala kuzo kwenzeka into embi emlandweni nje womasipala bonke ngixosha ime emhlanganweni. Those who are voting against.
Order, Speaker.
Thank you. Those who are voting, those who abstain. Councillor Mwango, sorry.
No, Speaker, I'm confused. What's this thing about Zwag? What's the meaning of Zwagele? I hear them, I keep saying.
Election
Those who abstain.
Mr. Mwango, you can't be personal.
Those who abstain.
Don't be personal.
Thank you. Let's serve the numbers, please.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Right, item 3.9.
Point of order, Speaker.
Those who are in support of the item, 98. Those who are against, 27. Those who abstain, 43. Therefore, the item would be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you. City Manager.
Point of order, Speaker.
Still on page 29. Item 3.10, review of 2023-2024 tariffs for parks, recreation and culture unit. Committee recommends.
Order. Let me take that hand first. Councillor, recognized. Beggar.
Thank you, Speaker. Besicela Your Worship the Mayor ahoxise ukubiza uhlalo wethu ngempatha uzwakele.
No, thank you.
Hey, kumnandi makusho wena.
Order.
Wena usumbiza ngempatho.
Order. Order.
Yaboma ithu kumnandi makusho wena.
Uyamteketisa.
Khona
Order. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let me have the screen, please. Have the screen. We are on page 29, item 3.10. Those who are in support who are saying yes. Those who are saying yes. 3.10, page 29. Right, thank you. Those who are voting against.
Ozwakele.
Speaker,
We're 20.
can I make a correction, Speaker?
Councillor Vubu.
I was drawing your attention to the board that we are 20, not 9.
Yeah, we are 26. The whip is listening with the team. Ugwala wathi bangidla ngiqede ngenye i-council la ngendaba yenamba ngisafunde inamba ekhulumisayo. Ugwala wagibela stage la efuna ukubona inamba ngamehlo.
Benothusi.
Bathi bangiphinda athi bangiphinda othusi befikele ngathi ngizobaxosha la emsebenzini babaleka.
Efaka ama-Chris Bande.
Those who abstain. Those who abstain.
Speaker. Speaker.
Yebo.
Can we be protected, Speaker?
Right.
Ozakwethu labathi bazonyusa ama-tariff, ama-press band namasokisi amhlophe. Can they withdraw that, Speaker?
Awuzuyimela leyo nto.
Thank you. Let's have the numbers, please. Right, those who are in support, 100. Those who are against, 24. Those who abstain, 43. Siyabonga. City Manager, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on to page 30, item number 311, review of City Hall tariffs for the 2023-2024 financial year. Committee comments.
Agreed. 3.11 are the supported councillors?
No.
Okay. Okay, let me do this. Is only actually saying not in support?
No.
Nibaningi. Right. Yeah, I was trying to persuade you to adopt an approach that was proposed by Mthetho at one of the meeting where they said no, DA abstain. Therefore, there's no need to vote because it's only DA who abstain. That I was asking whether it's only you who abstain so that we just record that and proceed. But because Goban Baningi, let's test that. Let's have the screen, please. 3.11, page 30. So vote because you go figure it. Right. Those who are saying yes. Those who are saying yes. Senkatele manyangi ngenyawo. Senkala cool pants.
Awukhupukanya wose.
Thank you. Yeah, ningahlisa izandla. Ukuba kuthiwa njena ama rules the council relax ngabe lo mhlangano kuphethe ihamba la phakathi kweni ngathi ngiyashumela. Manje ngizothi ngiyahlala ngiyahamba la ngikhuluma uthi umncango which rule speaker you are using. Manje even to leave the stage I must apply a rule. Give us a to me now on rule 26.11 I'm now leaving the stage. Thank you. Those who are voting against? Secretariat, please indicate if you are done. Thank you.
Ngizomtshela uNkosi
Those who
akuphucele
abstain.
isikhundla.
Mengmile why sound ihlupha. Those who abstain. Siyabonga, those who are in support of the item 104, those who are against 22, those who abstain 43. Therefore, the item would be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you. City Manager, let's move to the next item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Next item is on page 31. It is the next item is on page 31. It's item 3.12, promotion of access to Information Act, review of the 2023-2024 financial year fees for accessing municipal records. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
No. Thank you. Councillor Pete is saying no, it's only you or you speak on behalf of the DA or you are alone.
I'm speaking on behalf of the DA always.
Okay,
Abstaining, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Let me have the screen, please. Okay, it's only Nchaito, can we adopt that approach? Yeah, it's only DA that abstain. Let's record that. Thank you. City Manager.
On page 232, item 313, review of business licensing tariffs for 2023-2024 financial year. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed? 3.10?
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
Item 3.14.
No.
Review of tariffs for agribusiness agri-park for the 2023-2024 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Let's correct this because I'm getting an indication that item 3.13, the DA abstain.
Yes.
Thank you. We were now on 3.14. City Manager, are you done in reading that item?
Item 314, review of tariffs for agri-business agri-park for the 2023-2024 financial year. Committee recommends.
This is 0%. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Abstain.
DA abstain. City Manager.
On page number 34, item 315, ratification of Rule of Order 28, subsection 1B of the Rules of Order bylaw in relation to the approval of the funeral assistance of the late Councillor S.M. Memela in line with the Civic Funeral Policy. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Speaker. Speaker. Somlong.
Thank you. Councillor Mwango, Councillor Kuala, and Councillor Mcheto.
You're going to change it to red? Have my rules on, man. Okay, no. Honourable Speaker, I think one firstly need to understand the criteria being used. We're not against the recommendation, but I think we need to understand how the mayor arrived to the amounts to be spent for funerals. Secondly, I think legal must assist here. In terms of the rules, the city manager, in consultation with the mayor, make a decision on Rule 28. But these recommendations come as if the mayor is approving the budget, whereas we know very well councillors can't be involved in terms of approving the budget and or incurring expenditure for the municipality. Can we get a legal opinion on this one? Whether is the wording correct? Can the mayor commit the municipality on any budget matters? Thanks.
Thank you. We are noting your point. Legal will comment on that. Councillor Kuala.
Asibonge somlomo. Nansi into ade ngikhuluma ngayo earlier on. And we once raised this. Lento ivusa uhlevana ngoba sesokhuluma sidabukile. And futhi kukhona ukuthi kungazi ukuthi mhlambe asisenabo ubuntu. Kodwa iqiniso ukuthi umeya ngoba le policy it within office lakhe akasiza umeya ayilungise lento ngoba lento iyasiqhatha somlomo kuba ngathi sesidlala ipolitiki kanti we understand ukuthi ngesifo awukwazi ukumehlulela umuntu ngokaNkulunkulu kodwa mase kunezinto eseyingabalance. Some councillors athola 100,000 and you ask yourself ukuthi why kukhona bazo kwenzelwa i-funeral police ka 200,000. So iyasilimaza ngoba asi understand ayinayo ipolice ifuna ukuba ne guiding rules police yayo. So siyacela kumeya ukuthi lento akayenze ngoba funa abasi debate kwa we debate kodwa due to the finances angalingani iyasiqhatha. We appeal ukuthi ayilungiswe lento sazi ukuthi uma u200,000 200,000 kodwa kungabi ngazi ukuthi mhlambe umbese usika nganxanye imbi lento izosiqhatha lana emkhandlweni and ifanele sibe nelokhuzana funa sikwazi ukubambisana nokuzwelana. Angazi noma siqhathwa umeya ngoba we've been speaking and I'm the one who's speaking on behalf of the IFP. Ngicathi namhlanje okwesithathu ngikhuluma ngalento ne senior citizen ngayikhuluma kwaze kwaphela ithemba. Angazi mina inqolo emasonto sonto ibuye iqhube makunjani ngoba yilapho nabe ngiqhuba ngempela ke la. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much Councillor Gwala.
Kalapa.
Speaker, I'm not going to repeat everything that Councillor Gwala from the IFP said, because I think these are the issues I raised this morning, the inconsistencies in the application and the implementation of this policy, while respecting and sympathizing with the family of the departed colleague and his political family, the EFF. But as I said this morning, from now going forward, until such time that we tighten the controls around this policy, we will not be supporting anything that has got to do with the civic funeral policy. Therefore, with this one as well, we will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Hlengwa. Then the Mayor.
Matom Lung.
Councillor Hlengwa, Madlala, the Mayor.
Ngibonge Speaker. Umuntu uthakadlulise amazwi nje okududuza kwifamily na kwi-EFF. Kuyadabukisa ukuthi si push ipolitiki noma sekushoniwe bekufuza ukuthi sibe nobuntu mhlawumbe masifuna ukuyidebate le issue kanje ikhona indlela ukuthi sifake nje emotion sibe sizoyidebate ngelinye ilanga njengamanje bekufuza ngabe sizolana nomndeni sikwazi ukuthi support iEFF njoba ihanjelwe into ithi akuhanjelwanga nje iEFF kuphela ihanjelwe wonke ama revolutionary movement akhona la eSouth Africa. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi asingawascore ama point uma kushoniwe sizodlula.
Councillor Madlala.
Point of order somlomo.
Over nodlula.
Point of order.
Ngiyabonga somlomo cha sihlalo la iissue ayikho ngokuthi umuntu akasympathize nokwehlela colleague, but iissue here inge sustainability ukuthi is it 100 or 200. Ayikho ngokuthi asympathize no colleague, no. Manje ke ispeaker esendlule somlomo akungabe ngazathi khona esi against now.
Thank you Madlala.
Wena ke usudlebelekile ke
order. Councillor Madlala is recognized. Madlala.
In the interest of time, Honorable Speaker, I see that the mayor is noted. I'm sure he's going to cover me.
Thank you, His Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Nami ngifisa ukuthi egameni le-ANC siqhubeke dlulisa amazwi enduduzo kubafowethu be-EFF nomndeni wamamela sithi ke alale ngokuphumula udadewethu. Then bengifisa ke ukungena kule ukuthi isignature kameya ayisho ukuthi approve finance isho ukuthi uconsultiwe evidence yokuthi ucity manager kamananga wayithatha yedwa decision ungiconsultile se consultation kodwa decision ithathwa ucity manager bengithi angicacise leyo nto leyo. Okwesibili azokhumbula amalungu executive ukuthi debate eyaqhamuka kulolu daba sake saba nesimo se-COVID-19 sa-adjust ama-budgets kwasho ukuthi kwale budget ayisekho isi-limited yilapho kwaqhamuka khona ukuthi kurecommendwe 100,000 instead of 200,000 kodwa up until sabona sekunyuka isimo sokuthi revenue siyacollecteka sabuyela ku-200,000 and there is a resolution in this regard. So angazi ukuthi debate iqhamungaphi ngale nje kungabi nazwelo sifuna ukuxoxa into sihanjelwe engabe sisupporta ukuthi umndeni usupporteke. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Councillors, I've allowed you to engage on this tight item. Are the recommendation agreed?
Great.
No.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Is the only DA that is not in support?
No, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Mngcwabo.
You said you're gonna come back to legal on my issue I raised because what mayor is raising is not in writing. Here it says the mayor is approving.
No. Just and you are correct because I made a commitment to consult legal. Is my mistake? You are correct. Approaches. Yes, because you asked a question about the wording. Then I said legal will comment on the wording, the way the recommendation is crafted. I think I will ask legal to do that before we record the outcome of the decision. Mr. Mchian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our view is that the resolution is not properly captured. Firstly, the decision that was made is supposed to be ratified, not noted. And secondly, the resolution in the manner in which it is crafted seems to suggest that it was the mayor who took the decision. I think the mayor has already corrected that and stated that it was the city manager who made the decision in consultation with him. So yes, the resolution needs to be properly recorded.
Thank you very much, legal, for that advice. The Secretariat, please correct that so that the recommendation is in line with what has been said by the mayor and added by the legal opinion. There must be a distinction. The manner the recommendations are great. With those corrections from the mayor and the opinion from legal, I will also subject the matter to a vote because there were those who were saying, they are saying no, some are saying yes. Those who are in support? Those who are in support? Those who are saying yes?
Shy phone.
Empengela uhlengwa.
Ikuphi le document umeya akhuluma ngayo? Yazi ngiyafisa ukuyibona nje. Ke ngiyalelwe ngiyifuna.
Yekela phela ukuvota.
Mina angifuni inyembezi zengwenya. Mina ngifuna inyembezi zangampela. Ikuphi i-draft?
Yehlisa isandla.
Umeya. Oh, hayi Monday.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Those who are voting against? Those who are voting against?
Obvious. Lunch bar.
Yeah, thank you very much. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Thank you. Let me have the numbers. Right. Those who are in support of the item, 120. Those who are voting against, 43. Those who abstain, 1. Therefore, the item will be carried through. Thank you very much. If you look at our agenda, item 3.16, we have already dealt with an item that is adjustment budget. It means we are done now with the first supplementary agenda. Now, what's going to happen now? Listen. What's going to happen now? You remember that in our main council agenda, there was an item about the composition of the, about the establishment of additional committees, ethics chairperson, and some chairs of Section 80 committees. Council requested that report to be corrected. I'm told that report is now corrected, but there are no copies that have been made for all of you. What is going to happen, that report will be beamed on the screen with those corrections and recommendations. Once the report is beamed on the screen, I will then allow legal to speak on few items in that report before I subject it for debate to council. Secretariat, let's have that. Let me also remind you, councillors, that...
Speaker.
Let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
Let me finish. Let me remind you, councillors, that...
Share now. Oh, sorry.
We, councillors, we still have a report in the second supplementary agenda where some political parties requested time for caucuses because earlier that report was not ready. It means we still have to break to allow those councillors to interrogate the report before we discuss with the second supplementary agenda. Then there's in-committee agenda as well, so that you know what's going to happen. Let me get the report being beamed, but Nyambose, while the report is being beamed, you recognize Nyambose?
Look, Speaker, we want to cooperate with you, understanding the limitations that we are here, not at City Hall. We don't mind you beaming the report. We can read the report, but is it possible to get at least one copy per caucus?
Okay. I'm not sure, Nyambose, whether I think your request is fair.
Or even just send an email.
Yeah, your request is fair. Just to have a copy. I'm not sure, Secretariat, whether can you do that now to send an email to whips of parties so that they have electronical or in a soft copy format while the report is being beamed. I think Nyambo said the report is fair. I will ask my team to make sure that you all get the report electronically while you are here, if that is possible. I'm sure the team will look at that. But let's beam the report.
Speaker, besicela kokuzayo usivumele makuwukuthi sohlala kangaka sifaka ama-tracksuit namateki sicina zicathulo manje akusavumi lutho.
Umashasha ufuna ibheshu.
Right, the report has been beamed. I'm sure legal, you will just go straight to the items where you wanted to speak before we engage and vote on the matter. Over to you.
recommendation, I am going to speak to the recommendation and make proposals regarding how the recommendation should be captured. Now, what is important is that the report now records the factual background in a concise manner. But what is important is the is the recommendation. Before we go to the recommendation, I think it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we refer to the legislative basis for the resolution that is sought. There are principally two aspects that are dealt with in the recommendation. Firstly, it's the establishment and reconstitution of committees. Secondly, it's the appointment of chairpersons of committees. Now, these are Section 80 committees that are established to assist the executive committee. In terms of Section 80, I think subsection 1, it is the function and the responsibility of council to approve the establishment of Section 80 committees. If you look at the first recommendation, which is 1.1, the recommendation seeks council's approval for the creation of an additional support committee, which is the Security and Emergency Services Committee, and removing it from the Finance Committee. Now that, as I have said, is the function of council, and that resolution is properly captured in the sense that it is seeking the approval of this council to make that approval. And then the second resolution is for noting. Now, it is the function of the executive committee, as I have said, to appoint chairpersons of committees. And then the matter comes to this council simply for noting, because the executive committee will have done its part to appoint the chairperson of the committee. And that appointment becomes final upon approval by the executive committee. The 1.2 and 1.3 are here for noting. 1.2 is the appointment of Councillor Tabanimia of the EFF as the chairperson of the Human Settlements and Infrastructure Committee. That appointment was made by the executive committee, and the report before council today is simply for noting. 1.3 also is the appointment of Councillor Braveman Tembubuhle Ntuli of the ANC as the chairperson of the Economic Development and Planning Committee. That appointment was done and completed by the executive committee and is here for noting by council. 1.4 is a resolution that seeks to note the appointment of the deputy mayor, Councillor Zandile Prudence Mieni, as the chairperson of the Security and Emergency Services Committee. Now, you will recall that that committee is, there is a resolution that is sought from this council for the establishment of that committee. It could not, therefore, have been proper that EXCO appointed a committee that did not exist. So we are going to be proposing that that resolution be removed that when the committee has been established, EXCO then appoints a chairperson of the committee. So our proposal is therefore that resolution 1.4 be deleted in its entirety. And then we have already dealt with resolution 1.5 and 1.6. Mr. Speaker, we are going to be proposing that 1.6 be amended to read that the EThekwini Municipal Council approves the appointment of the chairperson of the Ethics Committee to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of Councillor Spear. So what that amendment seeks to do is to remove the name of Councillor Octavia Nolobabalo Mthembu in the recommendation, and the recommendation is just now going to request council to make an appointment of the chairperson of the Ethics Committee. I think that is all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Legal, for that guidance. It means let's go back to recommendation 1.1. Let's go back to recommendation 1.1. Now, because some of the recommendations are for approval, some are for noting, it means we'll go as they appear in the screen, but I can say that there are hands that are up who want to say something. Nyambosa, then the mayor, Nyambosa Kwada, then the mayor, Nyambosa Kwada, Councillor Mwango, then the mayor, before we approve. Nyambosa?
Mr. Speaker, we really do want to go. We've been here for more than 13 hours. I think this thing now is more confusing than it was before. Now, there are amendments and deletions proposed by legal, which we agree with. We therefore cannot be considering these recommendations as they are until such time that they are amended. Because we can't consider them and deliberate on them now until such time that they are amended. Secondly, I'm just not sure what is this obsession with mixing the ethics part of the report and the appointment of chairpersons of committee. One would have expected that that would come as a standalone item from the executive committee. Because remember, Mr. Speaker, that part is the part that is a report that comes from your office. So that is different to what ESCO decides. So one would have expected that you split this so that you make things easy for all of us to follow here. So, but until such time that these recommendations are amended and the necessary deletions are made as per the recommendation by legal, you can't be expected to then start discussing them. Which is why we had said earlier, because this thing is a mess really right now, that rather let's withdraw this report, take it back so that it can be cleaned, and then come back here as a proper report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Kwala.
Asibonga somlomo noma ke uNyambosa esekukhulumile. Kodwa seniqala ukusolisa ke manje njengabaholi balomkhandla. Kanti yini le ngempela enibhedlile kule item ngoba iyakhomba ukuthi imix masala inamapheshi ngazi ukuthi umblaselo. Why singayenzi ihlukana? Ngoba indlela emixwe ngayo la sekuze manje kuyasolisa ngazi ukuthi khona into esifihlelwe yona kanti akekho phela umuntu ozokhishwa la Akuna motion of no confidence. Akekho nje umuntu ozophuma esikhundleni sakhe ngoba no resignile as I report issue. Kodwa le report ayisasiniki ke manje ukuthula. So umethi unyambose asi withdrawele item namhlanje. Ikiyolungiswa kahle ibuyisa iitem ngoba nakho nje ukuthi nibhale lapha nesitshekisa izintamo sivele sigulela. Akusekhona funa belento siyifunda la ngelokhuza ngoba where are we going to consider this report on the screen? Asibambisane maqabana Khrizana. Asi withdraw lelokhuzana bese iyabuya nje kahle. Ngisho singabuya nge-special counsel akunankinga somlomo siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Mngqongo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, the main concern we are having with this item, we are being asked to approve this reconstitution of the committees, whereas the mayor and alliance that they have already had a press conference to announce these changes and already allocated individuals and publicly announced who are the chairpersons of those committees and even announced publicly the reconstitution of these committees. Then what are we doing in this council? Are we going to come here and rubber stamp what the ANC and the alliance have decided to do? Because it doesn't make sense to me why you will bring to council a recommendation when already you've pronounced on it publicly. Can then, if we agree to remove 1.4 on a basis of a legal opinion, then the mayor must apologize and withdraw the statement they made on this issue of reconstitution of committees, because we can't then sit here and rubber stamp something they already communicated publicly.
Thank you, His Worship, Mayor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think the councillors need to raise motions, not emotions. Councillor Mngqongo is raising emotions. So I suggest that since the legal advice and opinion that was given to us, there are things which ESCO can go back and rectify, because those things are not concerning the authority of the council. They just require the ESCO to decide on those things. But there are things here in this report which are also concerning the functionality of the municipality. If we leave this room or this council without dealing with some of the issues, we'll be adding on the dysfunctionality which does not exist. So we'll be creating it. So I suggest that let's deal with the aspect which can be dealt with as per the legal opinion. Then the things that ESCO, as per the Section 80 committees that needs rectification, those things will go back to ESCO to rectify them, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. If you listen carefully to the opinion expressed by legal, it does not suggest that it is wrong for council to discuss approved and note relevant points contained in the agenda. We are not in conflict with any rule or with any procedure by doing that. But legal is saying there are items where we have to note, there are items where you have to approve, there are items where you must totally remove that paragraph in the report. Of which I think that report, that guidance assists council to discuss this item properly. Therefore, I will suggest that we bin the report, as I've said, then I will go straight to those items as they appear in the report. Where we have to note, we note. Where we have to approve, we approve. Where we have to remove, we remove. We'll do that now, so that we don't waste time discussing one and the same thing. Let's do that. We'll start from 1.1, where it says council approve
Speaker.
the creation of the, yes, Councillor Nyambose.
Speaker, I still maintain Usuzo's confused and We can't deal with lolutiti or lapamwetu.
No. Listen, Nyambos, listen. Before I allow you to proceed, you see now what you are trying to advance. You are advancing a counter argument after a legal opinion and the ruling of the speaker. Now, you know that the debate you are starting, you won't win the debate because you are wrong. You can't raise a counter argument against the legal opinion or against the ruling that I've made.
Kuzofuna sikhulume nayo le legal opinion.
Okay.
Ngoba phela illegal
But for now, in terms of the rules,
speak.
in terms of the rules, let's check the list order. For now, while you still want to challenge the legal opinion, but in terms of the rules that guide council, let's check the rule that said the ruling of the speaker is final. Let's check that.
So
now, I've made the ruling.
Legal opinion, Samlo.
Kazelukwala,
Illegal esicelayo IFP ethi
The one you are challenging.
sikhuluma nge-item eyodwa but enama numbering nama paragraphs. Is it procedural in ukuthi sithi khona esokukhuluma khona esingesikhuluma on one item? Ngoba it doesn't make sense ukuthi i-item is item 1 page 30 i-container yonke lento esiyibalayo 1.1 that's ama recommendations, so we can't deal with i-recommendations it 1.1 thina we suggest as a council ukuthi ayibuyele emuva ngoba inamaluphola amaningi esiqalile. Ayikho into la ongathiwa ulegally ngobe ethi usuggesta ukhuluma naye isuggestion. Thina sikhuluma ukuthi akasitshela ukuthi lento esenifuna ukuyenza manje iyona yini ngamuphi section ngoba asikwazi ukuthi item eyodwa bese sithi solwesi amenda ibinga amendeki.
Councillors, please lower your hands. Please lower your hands. I can see you.
Sacela nje ayichaze lapho.
Order. Let me. Order, Councillor Kwala. Let me repeat myself. The view expressed or the legal opinion received does not suggest what you are saying. We have already received a legal opinion on the matter, which says, Speaker, 1.1, you can approve. Other item is for noting. But this paragraph 1.4 totally remove it from the report. It means the opinion Babu Kwala says you can approve the report based on the item as they appear and clearly outlined or explained by legal. That opinion you are requesting already, it has been provided. And I've made a ruling in that regard. Therefore, I can't allow legal to give us same legal opinion that already has been given. Now, councillors, let's save time and move straight to the report so that we conclude and deal with the other items in our agenda and the in-committee agenda. I want us to do that.
Somlo,
so that
Speaker.
No, siyashiyana ke manje sugijima ngempela.
Let's do this.
Somlo sikhuluma nge-item eyodwa.
Let's check Councillor Mngwango, then Yoki, then Tetwa.
Speaker, I'm just checking in terms of a procedure, shouldn't be doing a formal amendment where we agree on amendment as advised by legal, where we adopt the amendment, then we can able to vote, because right now you are confusing us. The amendment should seek to remove 1.4, then we support that amendment, then we can move forward, because it must be formal amendment signed by and seconded by councillors.
Okay.
Based on legal opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Yoki?
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, that's exactly what Councillor Mteto was trying to point out to you at the outset.
Order.
And that is when he made the recommendation that this report be withdrawn, amended, and then placed before us. Now, he had put forth a recommendation which was supported by Councillor Gwala. And if memory serves me correct, that recommendation has not been dealt with. So I'm not sure in terms of your ruling whether procedurally what we're doing now is correct. And I'm saying that we should deal with Councillor Mthethwa's recommendation, which was supported. The second point is that, with much respect, the legal opinion is merely a recommendation. We have 3 attorneys in the midst of the DA as well. We can also give our opinion. It does not mean, listen, it does not mean that you are bound to accept it. It's merely guidance. That's what opinion means. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah.
But your opinion is not
order,
welcome.
Order. Before we proceed, order. Councillor Yoki, let me address you with due respect. You see, many councillors here possess different qualifications in different fields. But this is not a space where when you debate an item in council, you will tell us your qualification and your area of specialization. Because in terms of the council procedures and rules, we have only legal department within the municipality that guide or assist council where the speaker need an opinion, not from specialists who are council members. I'm saying that so that in future we don't do that. That's why earlier I said to Councillor Visven, Councillor Vis, you are wrong when he was referring to Councillor Ben, because when Councillor Ben was making a statement, he never mentioned that he's a lawyer or he's an attorney or an advocate. He was raising an argument, but Councillor Reddy said, no, you are not a legal expert. We can't get a legal opinion from you. Hence, Councillor Visven was out of order and he was wrong. So that you don't repeat that in future. There are many people here with different qualification who are experts in their field. Right. I'm sure now you are clear, right? Thank you very much. Baba Munyambo, also you were next after Yoki.
I am a specialist in the field of being covered by yogis.
Thank you very much. I've received a proposed amendment on page 2 from Councillor Madlala, seconded by Councillor Sokabase, which read as follows: we delete item 1.4 and amend item 1.6 to read as follows: that council notes the vacancy at the ethics chair and undertake because I've got the deputy head from my office is going to assist me. Read.
Read, Tim. That the council notes the vacancy of the ethics chair and undertake the process to fill it. Signed by Councillor Madlala.
Funda Tim.
Yeah, thank you. This is the proposed. This is in line what was what was raised by Councillor Mwangu in terms of the amendment. Councillors, is the amendment supported?
Sorry, Samlo. Sorry, Samlo.
No, Babu Kwala, let me deal with the procedural issues first.
No, bengifuna ukwazi ngoba sikhulumile lento sayiphaka sathi iyo amendwa. Yini le amendwa futhi manje?
No. Councillors, is the order, is the proposed amendment supported?
Supported.
Okay, thank you very much. It means the There's no objection on the proposed amendment. It means now what is contained in item 1.6, 1.4 will be deleted in the report. It means you remove everything in 1.4 and in 1.6 we amend that 1.6 now will read as follows: that council note the vacancy of the ethics chair and undertake the process to fill it. That's what council support. Thank you very much. Let's make those, it means now we can now deal with the issues that have to be approved and those that have to, to be noted in the report. Nyambosa?
If you can please show us recommendation 1.2 and 1.3. There's a clarity that we're seeking there. Okay. If I may ask, because obviously we all came here not knowing the resignation of and subsequently falling ill of Councillor Mayor, what would then be the process? Is ESCO going to go back and revisit that item? If that is the case, because we spoke about that earlier, we already knew, it was on record, that Mayor had resigned. Why did it even come here still bearing Mayor's name? But in the main, I want to understand the process that's going to...
Councillor Mchaitwa, that one was explained earlier. When we were doing corrections, the mistake that happened in the previous report, it was corrected. ESCO overstepped because ESCO discussed and also include, right, the establishment of other committees, right? Now, I'm trying to assist you, but you are because of Madala.
Ngiyabonga, Honorable Speaker. Our recommendations.
Order.
The recommendations are as follows. 1.1 is that Council approves the creation of an additional support committee, namely security and emergency services, thus removing the aspect from finance, therefore remain with a separate finance committee. That is done. Then recommendation 1.2 then says that the EThekwini Municipal Council notes the appointment of Executive Committee member Tabani Mia of the EFF as the chairperson of the existing, as it was, Human Settlement and Infrastructure. This existing means that it has within it trading services. As the chairperson of Human Settlement and Infrastructure Committee, to fill the vacancy created by the removal of Abantu Bato Congress, Pilani Godfrey Mavundla as the member of the executive committee and automatically as chairperson of the aforementioned committee. Now 1.2 is a reflection of what took place at EXCO. This is what we did at EXCO. And this council must then note what we did in terms of the powers conferred upon us as executive committee members. And it cannot change on the basis of whatever else happened after that resolution was taken. Now, to respond directly to what is then going to happen after this meeting is that we are going to then go back to...
I'm covered. I'm covered.
Ngiyabonga Nyambos.
Yeah, councillors, let's do this. Let's do this because councillors, the report contain different things. We'll go from 1.1, 1.2 till we conclude. Right? Let's do that. Let me have on 1.1 first.
Somlomo. EIFP caucus.
Yes.
Saceli 10-minute caucus.
Can you come again? Order.
EIFP icela 10-minute caucus. Somlo.
On this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Mwango.
No, Honourable Speaker, I'm not sure whether we still need to go one by one. We already done an amendment. So we can now vote on the entire recommendation without filtering one by one because already we have removed whatever is a concern on the recommendation. Is there a need to go one by one? I don't understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kuala. I will give you 8 minutes, not 10.
Siyabonga.
Yeah, 8 minutes. I will give you 8.
Ngakuzwela wena umfundo sayemlazi.
Yabona uphatha umhlangano senikhathele senilambile.
Tokozo azurisaneleni. Ngaba
ukusibekezelela nje noma abanye sebozela. La somlomo sithuka sinenkinga la si-IFP. Asazi ke noma mhlambe konakele emsamo safanele siyoshisa impepho sicele inyanyeni sicele nakumvela inqango ukuthi siholwe ngokuyikho. Inkinga esihlangabezana nayo ke la ukuthi le item esikhuluma ngayo siyayichaza sithi it's an appointment of chairpersons of the Section 8 committees and chairperson of the statutory committee. So asazi ke nimixa kanjani ngokohlelo lwayo. Thina ke sinenkolelo ukuthi as much as singasiconvince kanjani ngo legal but u1.6 awubelong kule item. Ukube u1.6 ngenxa amaloophole nje amaningi esiwabalile sawaveza but u1.6 awubelong la. Kufuna ngabe nje awukho at all. So sizanika ke ithuba lokuthi ningabi wontamo olukhuni. Ithatheni imbono yabanye abantu. Iphutha vele livela kumuntu. Ngale kumuntu alikho iphutha. Akwamukela ukuthi kunephutha la bese kuyaconsider ukuthi ke mhlambe yini engenzeka. Hayi kodwa amendment le esiyitholile. Ngoba la nifuna ukusifunza into totally wrong. Ngoba la sikhuluma ngenye into kodwa kubhalwe enye into. Even wesi ke manje sikhuluma lento sesiveza lapha kuma screen ayikho iprinting ekhomba ukuthi lento khathi sikhuluma ngesikhathi esikhulume ngaso ihambe yayoprintwa yabuya isishintshile. Already sakhuluma ngayo lelo khuzana la ku page 30 bese kufanele lento ngabe ihambe yayoprintwa sabuyiselwa into esisiconvinceayo ukuthi we need to support i-item. But mayise kanje SIFP ke so sixolisa kakhulu kulabo nje abazophoxeka cha sikho kule item. Siyabonga.
Okay, thank you. Let me explain in council what's going to happen now. Thank you, Councillor Kwala. Your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks, Honourable Speaker. I think to avoid the confusion, I think ESCO also confused everyone by treating ethics as Section 80 instead of Section 79, because ethics is a committee of council, which means the committee will have to elect its own chairperson. So now it comes as if it's a committee where ESCO can appoint a chairperson, which is Section 80. So can we differentiate that? Remove this issue, take it back to ethics. Let the ethics committee elect its own chairperson, because it can't be recommended by council. So let the ethics committee members amongst themselves elect a chairperson. That's Section 79 of committees, not 80. Because the confusion now, chairperson, we're going to take the whole day here. Can you just remove this item? Let the committee do its work by removing this clause. Then we can vote on this recommendation. It's simple. Doesn't need any debate. Remove this part of ethics. Let its committee recommend its own chairperson. At the time they can convene as members of a committee. Then we can move ahead, chairperson.
Thank you. I think, councillors, I've allowed you sufficient time to express yourself, and I've listened to your argument. But let me tell you now what's going to happen. What's going to happen now? Can you have the report on the screen? Can I have the report beamed on the screen? What's going to happen now, so that we listen carefully and take note of what I'm going to say. In the report beamed on the screen,
on item 1.1, that report need council approval. That way I'm going to ask you whether you agree or not. Then if you don't agree, some agree, you vote. Item 1.1. Item 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, those items are for noting. I'm sure we are recording. Item 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, all those items are for noting by council. Item 1.6 is where the speaker will request nomination for the position of the chair of ethics, because the chair of ethics is elected, confirmed by council, not by ethics committee, not by ESCO. What ESCO did was wrong. We have been advised and we have accepted. Therefore, we can't take the matter of appointing the chair of ethics back to an ethics committee where we now are aware that is the responsibility of council to do that. Now, let's not waste time. Let's shoot straight to item 1.1. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Agreed. Thank you very much. 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.7. Are the recommendations noted? Noted. Let's move now to item 1.6. What will happen on 1.6? My team, the whip of council, will oversee the process of making sure that everyone's here, no one is moving up and down. Secretariats are located in correct spaces so that we move with speed. We are going to get nominations for the position of the chair of ethics. You raise your name, you raise your hand, you are recognized, you tell us your name and your surname, you nominate, we ask the seconder for all of those who want to appoint. Let me get the names of those who want to propose for the chair of ethics.
Sorry, Stal. Point of order, Stal.
I'm not taking any point of order now. I've clarified it enough.
All right,
I said earlier, I've given you sufficient time to talk, but now I'm taking the meeting forward. Councillor Sibia?
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Councillor Ntokozo Sibia, and I'm nominating Councillor Unolbabalo Mthembu Zondi for the position of Chairperson of Ethics. Thank you.
Yes, the name of Councillor Babalo is proposed. Any seconder? There's a hand in the back. Switch the microphone, please.
Councillor Umgwengwe osekelayo. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nobabalo, are you available?
I'm available, Speaker.
Thank you. Any further nomination? Councillor Mngango?
No, Honourable Speaker, you're ambushing us now. You can't just, in the middle of a discussion, we are now calling for nominations. We haven't caucused as parties that there will be nomination. No one was aware we're going to be voting on this item. Now you're ambushing us. All of a sudden, we must be voting. We haven't even caucused as parties.
Thank you. Any further nomination?
You're ambushing us, Chairperson, now. No, Speaker, you're ambushing us now. There's an ambush.
Nominations?
There's an ambush. You should have told us there will be
nominations
a vote so that we can caucus.
Order. Councillors, any further nomination? Order. Any further nomination? Councillors, if there are no nomination, as Councillor Nobabalo Mthembu Zondi is filling up the form.
Speaker.
Nomination, Nyamazo?
Yeah, I just want to check if the gentleman from Freedom Front Plus would accept the nomination.
Councillors,
while Councillor Mthembu Zondi is filling the form, I therefore declare Councillor Nobabalo Mthembu Zondi as the chair of the Ethics Committee. Thank you. Let's proceed with our agenda. City Manager, where are we? Now, say my name in the paper, but the mayor have to table the 6th ESCO report. His worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me table the 6th report of the Executive Committee to the Council. Thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 1 is the proposed alienation of proposed portion A of 235 of 79 of the farm Zikugat number 937 to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on behalf of the South African Police Service for the redevelopment of the Marine Hill Police Station. It is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as we indicated earlier, we will need 15 minutes caucus because we haven't discussed this as a caucus, and you did say you'd give us a chance for the caucus before the item is discussed. Can we get 15 minutes caucus?
Yes, Councillor Mwango requesting 3-minute caucus and is granted. Thank you.
It's 15.
You requesting?
15 minutes.
15?
Yes.
No, I won't give you 15, I'll give you 10. I will give you 10.
Nibathathu nje 3 minutes wenele. Nibathathu 3 minutes wenele.
Labantu bayagoduka njalo singahlali 10 minutes ongekho.
But the second item, there's a lot of attachment. We'll maybe appreciate just a summary from someone just to brief us what exactly this is all about, because we realize it might take us time to go to read the entire attachment. If someone can summarize, even a minute, just summarize what this all about.
Okay.
The implication for the city and the department.
We are referring to page 5, item 2, where you need a summary of the explanation.
Yes, the first item will support, it's clear, but the second one also, no
Need
objection, but just
summary, okay.
get a summary.
Okay, thanks, councillors. Let's deal with the first item on page 3, item 1. Recommendation in page 4. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thanks, City Manager.
Item number 2, update report on Upper Umkomazi water project negotiations between the EThekwini Municipality and the Department of Water and Sanitation, Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority and Umgeni Water.
His Worship is saying, I would request the mayor to give us a summary of the explanation on this. I can see he's pointing to the city manager, but it's not me who must do that. It would happen via His Worship. Over to you, Lord Mayor.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll request the city manager to give some details. I've been doing this with other political parties, so I'm exhausted now.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Bob Mayor. The city is facing massive water shortage, not just the city, the country, because of the changing climatic conditions. What we as the people who plan for the city, we are engaging in a number of projects to guarantee water security for the next 40 to 60 years. Umkomazi water is one such initiative amongst many. But because it's a dam that is being built there, it is built under the authority of the Department of Water and Sanitation. They have an implementing agent called TCTA, Trans-Caledonian
Water?
Sorry. TCTA, which stands for Trans-Caledonian Tunnel Authority, something like that. And they are going to be implementing this project in partnership with Umgeni Water. The beneficiaries from the project are required to pay towards that particular infrastructure. So there's going to be a levy that's going to be charged for quite a number of years until the debt is paid, because this TCTA are going to go and borrow money to be able to roll out this particular project. Now, what we are tabling here is a proposal that says we would like to go and consult further. However, there are certain suggestions that we have made to the department that we do not want to start with payment straight away. We rather start payment once they are done and concluded those particular designs. The cost of the project, according to the estimates of 2014, was in the region of about 23 or 24 billion. Of course, those costs have now gone higher, close to a 10-year period. So we have requested National Treasury to fund, to part fund, so that there is a lessened burden on the consumers. As a result, National Treasury has agreed to contribute 25% of the cost in terms of a direct grant, and 25% which is going to be a free and interest-free loan. So it means that our consumers are going to be paying the remaining 50%. So that is effectively the summary, Speaker. But the dam will probably be built in the next 4 or 6 years because we still have to deal with all these feasibilities that still need to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. There is a proposed amendment on the very same item that the City Manager is giving the summary on page 6 on the recommendation. The proposed summary is from Councillor Beth. It has been supported by Councillor Mtetwa. The proposal or the amendment is as follows. That on the recommendation 2.4 be removed and council only consider recommendation 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. That is a proposed amendment on the very same report which the City Manager has summarized. I'm sure councillors, we are clear. Is the proposed amendment supported?
Honorable Speaker.
Let me allow Councillor Beth to explain to council the reason for the proposed amendment. Councillor Beth?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, everything that the city manager says, we're in agreement. We need the water, we need to look into it, and if we understand correctly, this is now going to go out for a public participation process, as well as a further negotiation with all the stakeholders. That's all reflected in 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3. It says after the consultation, it will be coming back to committee, and then we will take a decision on it. All of that we are comfortable with, but 2.4 is already asking for the monetary value to be encapsulated into this, and we believe that it should be excluded and that the participation process should unfold, and then it comes back with a recommendation that we not take the 25 cents and already factor it in before we've consulted with the people there. Hence the fact we are comfortable with 1, 2, and 3, but ask that 4, where the monetary value has already been proposed, been taken out and come back with a final recommendation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Want to explain something?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. What I need to explain to the councillors is that the actual CUC is R2.13. It's far bigger than the 25 cents per kiloliter that we are proposing here. And if council does not resolve on this, which by the way has been resisted by the department on the basis that the real cost actually is R2.50 per kiloliter. Sorry, R2.13 per kiloliter. So if we're saying we will do it later, I'm not sure if we will ever win the battle of not paying R2.13 per liter, which is the actual cost after you have subtracted the 50% that they've contributed. We are saying 25 cents per kiloliter, which is going to amount to about 100 million a year, until such time that they've concluded all the designs, and that money will be kept by us as the city. It's not going to be paid to them. Once they've solidified their actual cost after they've done the designs, that money will be paid then back to them. Otherwise, they will require us to pay the R2.13 per kiloliter. So that is what I want to table before council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mno.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Is there a way we can have that assurance that maybe it should be somewhere in the recommendation
that the money will be kept up until a certain point, because I think the concern is what if the money is being spent without council knowing? Is there a way we can have assurance, you are saying, that the money won't be just paid, to be kept up until a certain point they've done the designs?
Thank you.
Kind of ring fence, yeah. Is there a way we can work at the recommendation to cover that part?
Yes, I think it is part of the body of the report. It is part of the body of the report. It is already there, but it's an internal process unless if the councillors insist that it must be in the resolution, because the city manager may decide otherwise, which is
If it's contained in the report, I think council would be comfortable and accept that. Thank you very much. I'm sure, Councillor Pekte, you are persuaded by the debate and the argument advanced by the city manager. But before maybe we go for the approval of the recommendation, Councillor Ngwangu, we want to have a bite?
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. Can I request that, because our recommendation, resolution is based on what's recommended before us, not what has been said before the recommendation. Can maybe just the line on the body be taken and put on the recommendation? It's going to be easier, because at least it's what we recommended as council than what has been discussed previously. I think just a request, so that we all safe, we know it's recommended by council and resolved by council as such, because it's not binding on the background. It's only binding on its own resolution.
Then what is the proposal?
I'm proposing that the wording that he says is on the background be added on 2.4, so that we can agree on the entire recommendation, knowing very well it's recommended, as he says, the background says they will be not spending money up until designs are completed.
Now, the point raised by the city manager responding to a question, you are saying we must take that from the background, include it as part of the recommendation 2.5. That's what you are saying. Instead of keeping it in the background, it must be clear and be captured under recommendations. Yeah, no, it's fine, but I'm sure, Councillor Mngangu, you understand now that we are proposing a new amendment altogether, and there is a process for us to do that. What we advise council earlier when we are discussing other items. Councillors, let me check. Is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed. Oh, no, Speaker.
Now,
Speaker. Which recommendation are you?
While we are now, Mngangu, are you submitting the amendment? Are you writing the amendment?
You know, Speaker, my problem is he was telling us it's on the background. As I said, we didn't get a chance to read the entire document. So I'm relying on the city manager to help us with this amendment we are proposing. Because only matter of taking whatever words he's saying is on the background, it must be on the recommendation, then we can support.
But you intend to propose an amendment based on the response from the city manager. That is your intention?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nyambose?
No, I'm trying to check, Mr. Speaker, because there was an amendment submitted by Councillor Pietre, seconded by myself. We have not concluded on that.
Okay.
Can we conclude that first, and then we can then consider whatever amendment Councillor Mngangu is raising? But we have not concluded that initial amendment tabled by Councillor Pietre.
Yes, no, I agree, Councillor Mnyambo. I thought we have addressed it, because after the city manager has provided answers, I said, Councillor Pekte, are you persuaded? I even said that, Councillor Pekte, are you persuaded with the argument advanced by the city manager? There was no response or indication that no speaker. Yeah, no, I get to. That's why I thought that after asking that question, because the city manager was giving quick answers on the proposed amendment, but I'm fine with that. If Councillor Pekte, you you still have something that you want to say on the proposed amendment after the city manager has responded to your issue.
We would like to take it to the vote, please, Chair.
You want the matter to
We want the
subjected to
amendment
votes.
to be taken to the vote, and then we can take it after that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, councillors. You remember that the proposal, if I may remind you, Councillor Mgwengwe,
Somlomo, maybe before we take the matter to the vote, I think what city manager was explaining, this recommendation, the decision that we'll be taking today will be supporting our team that is engaging with Umgeni Water on issues that pertaining to the dam. And I think what they were proposing that like we have to change it from 25 cents. Actually, there was an engagement before, and that engagement was talking about like about 13 rand or 13 cents. It was more. So if we are not taking a decision now as EThekwini, it means the what was discussed previously stands, and this will help us not to pay more while we are organizing ourselves. I think because it's an ongoing process, and the portfolio committee, Human Settlement and Infrastructure, will be receiving these reports. So I think I'm trying to persuade our fellow councillors to say we need to accept the explanation that was given by city manager that like it has to be captured as it is. Thank you.
thank you very much. Because I don't get any indication of whether councillors are trying to persuaded, so that we save time and move with speed. The proposed amendment was on item 2, page 6. The recommendation on 2.4 be removed, and council only consider 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3. Let me get those who are in support of the proposed amendment. Those who are supporting the proposed amendment, Secretariat. Thank you. Those who are against. Is that right? Thank you. Those who abstain? Those who abstain? Thank you. Let's have the numbers, please. And right, those who are in support of the amendment, proposed amendment 42, those who are against 113, 113, there were no abstentions. Thank you very much. The proposed amendment is being rejected with the majority of votes. Thank you very much. I haven't received the proposed amendment from Councillor Nwango. I wanted to accommodate that proposal, but at the same time, Councillor Mwango, I can't wait it forever. I have to move and conclude the item. Unfortunately, I see your hand is up because I wanted to get an indication whether the recommendation are supported or not. Councillor Mwango.
Honorable Speaker, I couldn't find it on the agenda. Hence, I've asked him to check for me. Even himself is still looking for it. So that's a thing because he said it's on the background and I can't find it. So I've asked him to highlight for me. He's still looking for it.
Okay. If the city manager is still looking for it, now what I don't want us to do, I don't want us to wait for the process where we are looking for that amendment. I don't think it would be fair. I don't think it would be fair to council to wait for that. I thought maybe the amendment already is being crafted to be submitted to me and tabled to council instead of waiting for that amendment. Because I wanted us to conclude this matter and move to the in-committee minutes and the agenda and conclude. Councillor Mandlala?
Yeah, yes, Speaker. Even if this is not found, because I mean, we're late ago, the minutes of this meeting will clearly spell out that it was said that the money, the 25 cents that is going to be paid, is going to be ring-fenced until all the processes are finalized and then paid towards what it was going to be paid for. It's going to be part of the minutes. I don't know why we are treating each other with suspicion as if we have done something like that before.
Thank you. Councillors, the recommendation on page 6.
Kwahleka labo abantwantilendi ke.
Speaker, order, Speaker.
Are the recommendation agreed?
Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Order, Speaker.
Speaker, we want to speak on the substantive item, if you don't mind, before we go to the vote. We have not discussed the item as such.
Okay, no problem, because we were discussing the amendment earlier. I can give you some minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. It's going to be short. I'm just going to quote a paragraph from the National Treasury in Annexure 3, paragraph 6, and a concern expressed by National Treasury. With a high non-revenue water and very low collection rate, it is difficult to estimate the real water demand or the ability of EThekwini to service the total cost of potable water from the Nkomasi water scheme. This poses a risk to both parties, where the city could commission a new water scheme based on unrealistic water demand due to the high water losses, and the city could fail to honor the payment due to the low collection rate and high revenue water. Is that concern that we share? Hence the fact that we ask that be removed until the public participation process has been concluded. With that not being accepted, the DA will abstain from this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ngango, then, Mayor.
Chair, Honourable Speaker, one will support this with reservation, honestly, because one was hoping that it should be amended. But if the city manager can't even find it himself, it's a concern for me. However, I'm happy to lean to what Councillor Mandlala was saying, that it must be recorded clearly on minutes that it was said by the accounting officer as such. Then one can accept that.
Thank you. His Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But to allay the fears of members of this council, there is a task team which was established by the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister of Culture, MEC of Culture, the Premier of the province, and ourselves. So National Treasury is part of that task team that is overseeing the issues of infrastructure in EThekwini, including the item which is before us. So therefore, National Treasury is involved, all departments are involved with their DGs. So this really will allay the fears that we may be doing something somewhere in a small corner to try and chow something. There's nothing that's gonna be chowed. There's no chow here. It's just the service delivery. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Is the Hlengo, you want to speak?
Thank you, Speaker. Bengithi ngeke ngize ngikhulume. You know, Speaker, it is saddening that kufike kuthiwa uKhongolose does not plan ahead. This is why we don't have ugesi manje. Khongolose doesn't plan ahead. This is why singenamanzi manje. Now there's a plan that is going to solve our problems amanzi in 4 years time izobe isisebenza. Then sesiyaqala manje sesiphenduka izangoma thina sesogogo maweni sesiprofit ukuthi imali izodliwa and all that. Eseshile ucity manager ukuthi imali izo ring fence angeke izisebenze. And it's late now. We are just raising arguments for the sake of arguing. Can we all vote for this? Because abantu baseThekwini bayawadinga amanzi. Anguncome kuKhongolose at this time for planning ahead.
Thank you. Councillors, let me get an indication for those who are supporting the item. Those who are in support of the item, raise your hands. Thank you. Those who are voting against? Those who are against? DA. Order. Those who are against? Those who abstain?
The democratic abstinence.
Cha Mayor, ufoza waphuza amanzi anoparafini kuyi-council anithembekele ngamanzi nina.
Uyalwazi utiti. Utiti.
Thank you. Let's add the numbers. Yeah, thank you. Those who are in support of the item, 113. Those who are against, 0. Those who abstain, 42. Therefore, the item will be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you. Councillors, we will now move to the in-committee. We are now moving to the in-committee. Let all the officials be excused. Our media team and everyone who's not a member of council, please be excused. Thank you very much for participating or being part of the meeting. Let's switch off the cameras and allow our officials to be excused. Then we'll deal. I'm sure all of you